Round 1 of the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships here in St. Louis. In the open section, one of the pre-tournament favorites, Hikaru Nakamura, defeated Olympic teammate Ray Robson, while Wesley So, the hottest player in the world, continued his amazing run by crushing Alexander Shabalov and reaffirming his recent domination at the top of the chess world. On the women's side, Tatev Abrahamian, seeking her first championship, made quick work of the youngster Apuva Verkud, while the shock of the round saw four-time champion Anna Zatonsky commit an unbelievable blunder against the precocious teenager Jennifer Yu, catapulting the youngster into a tie for first place. The strongest and richest U.S. championship in history promises to be one of the most exciting yet. Round 2, live from St. Louis, coming up next.
Welcome to St. Louis, as we are in the middle of a hailstorm here in the Central West End, but it's on the chessboard. I think we'll see even more thunderous events. It's the second round of the U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship, and we started with a great round yesterday. Two of the expected leaders took off as first round, saw Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura win their games. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage here in the Women's Championship, two very late blunders allowed Sabina Foischer and Jennifer Yu to catch up to Tatev Abrahamian, who scored a very early lead. We have all the events of today with more commentary from the studio with Jen, Yas, and Maurice.
Well, gracias to Alejandro.
Who's doing the Spanish.
Yes, he's doing the Spanish
broadcast.
language commentary, which you can also find. And meanwhile, we're here to stick with English and chess.
Right.
Those are the only languages we need, right?
Jennifer, it's wonderful to be with you. Looking forward to round 2.
Yes, if round 1 is any indication, we're in for brilliancies and blunders. And let's take a look at the results from round 1. Well, we've got Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So at the top of the standing board. Wesley So won a beautiful victory against Shabalov, and Nakamura defeating Ray Robson and the time trouble of Ray Robson.
Absolutely. That was a crucial factor in that game, but Wesley looked supreme.
That's right. The number 2 player in the world. Will he keep at his winning ways? We'll see. But let's take a look now at the Women's Championship, where we have 3 leaders, 3 players who won, and as Alejandro pointed out, in a very different way. Tatev dominated. Sabina and Jennifer grinded till their opponents blundered.
Exactly. That was what it was all about there.
And now let's take a look at the pairings in the championship. Well, all eyes are on one big game today. Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. This was a decisive game in last year's championship.
Exactly. Fabi won, and that was the difference. Hikaru finished a point behind Fabi, flipped that result, and Hikaru is the champion. What a game we've got in store there.
And we'll also be keeping our eyes peeled on Sam Shanklin versus Wesley So. Can Wesley continue to build his score in this championship?
Another all-Olympiad matchup.
And now the women's pairings. We got some interesting matchups, of course, there as well. Tatev Abrahamian up against another youngster. And Tatev's going to try to string together some wins, as she always does in the championship. Meanwhile, Irina Sabina.
Exactly. Irina, many-time champion, going up against her Olympic teammate, Sabina. That will be a key game, as will Naji versus Kate.
Lots to look forward to today, so stay with us, and we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley on some of the surprises we've already had in the championship.
Well, with so much at stake in this, the richest championship in history, and also the strongest in history, you can expect to see blunders happen alongside the brilliancies. Yesterday, we saw in the late stages of the game a 4-time women's champion, Anna Zatonsky, blunder against the youngster Jennifer Yu. In this position, it's such a clear draw, but not quite. After this check, she saw King C2, did Anna, and suddenly her rook was under attack, and she couldn't take the pawn because she was going to get mated, and she had to resign in ignominious defeat. well, she'll hope today she won't have to suffer that way as well, but the tension is certainly going to be high as we have some amazing matchups to share. First of all, this big dog matchup, U.S. champion, reigning champion, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. He's number 3 in the world. He'll have to face off against his arch rival, Hikaru Nakamura, who's won this title 4 times and has got revenge on his mind as he lost critically last year in the 2016 championship, and that cost him the championship, possibly just winning it all. That matchup will be key, but another one is going to be big as well, as the very formidable Grandmaster Sam Shanklin. He showed that he's nobody easy, an Olympic player facing off against his Olympic teammate, Grandmaster Wesley So, who is simply the hottest player on the planet. There's no hyperbole there. He has not lost in 57 tries, and yesterday he just made it look easy against Shabalov. It's just incredible how he's playing. We'll see if he can continue his hot run in this game today. And this matchup on the women's side, 7-time champion Irina Krush. She knows what it takes to win this championship. Last year, she was knocked off the podium. This year, she wants to regain that title. And she'll have to face off against another Olympia teammate, Sabina Feuser, who won, fortunately, yesterday after the youngster Carissa blundered in the late stages of that game as well. But we'll be keeping our eye on a high-quality matchup as well. Katerina Nemtsova, women's GM, Webster, the championship school. Well, she hangs out with all the best collegiate players in the country, and she has shown it in her play. She came really close a couple of years ago to doing extremely well in this championship, possibly even winning it. But she'll have to face off against this woman who everybody liked from last year, Nazi Paikidze, now a big name in international chess as well. She is the reigning champion, and so this matchup should be an interesting one. There's so much tension here in this event, and you can see it on the faces of the player. Look at Daniel Naroditsky. I mean, he looks like he's in pain there, and the guy drew the game. So you can just feel the tension every single round as we go into round 2 here at the championships.
Thank you, Maurice. And yes, what a round we have in store. I'm amazed when I look at that result between Nakamura and Fabi. 4 wins for Fabi, 6 for Nakamura, but 23 draws. Wow, they have faced each other a lot. Even Fabi said that Naka was his most often played opponent.
And I think that the fans are probably hoping for a Sicilian, but I don't think
like
they're going to get it.
Like last year's? Yes.
I don't think they're going to get it because it was a very different situation last year. Fabiano, first of all, won a great game against Nakamura in the London Chess Classic on the white side of the Sicilian.
Right.
And on top of that, so that's 2 beautiful wins for white with Fabi and the Sicilian. So that's already one sign that Naka shouldn't play the Sicilian. Next sign, this time he's a half a point ahead. Yes, it's early, but still, when he played Caruana last year, he was behind in the tournament.
And needed to take risks with black.
Exactly. That's why even after losing the game, he said, I have no regrets.
No, he had to go for it. It wasn't his day, and today, like you say, the tournament situation is completely different. Hikaru would be very satisfied with a draw with the black pieces. I'm expecting e4, e5.
Indeed, that's what I expect too. So then we're going to see whether we're going to get something similar to yesterday, where Nakamura actually outplayed his opponent in an anti-Berlin with d3.
Exactly.
Or if Fabiano is going to mix it up. What are your predictions?
I suspect we're going to see a Berlin, and we're going to see a line like Ray Robson play d2, d3, but I don't think we're going to see by Fabi that very early liquidating move d4, which, as we saw yesterday, Naka just handled so very well. I mean, Naka's preparation really was a class above Ray's. Ray shouldn't have lost the game. That was his time trouble problems, but it meant that there was no advantage in the position for Ray either.
I'm going to predict the Berlin endgame.
The Berlin endgame.
I just love that Caruana played some really lovely games in the Berlin endgame.
True that.
So,
and I remember him beating the world champion Magnus Carlsen on the white side.
Right, in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah.
That was like one of the rapid games.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, my
Maurice,
thoughts, this matchup right here is really intriguing because Sam Shanklin came not necessarily super close to winning yesterday, but he's disappointed himself how he handled the game against Caruana. He had some good chances to win that game, or at least to press his opponent even more, and he let him off the hook. But one thing I've noticed about Wesley is that Wesley knows, sure, he's the hottest player on the tour. He hasn't lost in 57 tries, but he knows the time will come when he's going to lose. You can't just keep winning or drawing forever. So sooner or later it's going to happen. And I'm interested in how he handles the tension as he faces off against really difficult players. And now we see Cristian Chirila ringing the bell.
That's right, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. He's taking over the Twitter for the chess club during this tournament, and he's always dressed like a chess player, I got to tell you.
He looks good. Like the beard.
Yeah, we were
got the memo.
Changing the image of chess. That's what a chess player looks like, right?
Right.
And we have a lot of really exciting players in the Women's Championship. This is a game with a lot of fans. Tatev Abrahamian versus Carissa Yip. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Oh, my goodness. It looks like a Sicilian from the webcam.
Nakamura didn't listen to us. We were both wrong.
Totally.
We were both wrong. Too bad we didn't get Maurice to predict the correct answer.
Yeah, I would have predicted a C5 move in response, followed by knight C6. I think that's what I would have said. Yeah.
Good one.
It looks like Fabiano Caruana was not expecting that. The Sicilians that they got in the past were a Najdorf and a Scheveningen,
right.
which don't begin with knight c6. One of the big ideas in the Najdorf is that you retain flexibility with that knight on b8, and it often goes to d7.
Exactly. Knight c6 is really an invitation to the Sveshnikov defense, which is a long theoretical debate.
Well, Fabiano declined the invitation.
Precisely, with this Rossolimo bishop b5, instead of going for the open Sicilian d2, d4, where I suspect Naka was ready to play a Sveshnikov. Now, the bishop b5 move, the Rossolimo, will not have come as a surprise. In fact, I think Hikaru would have guessed correctly that his opponent would duck the Sveshnikov and go for bishop b5. Maurice.
I'm sorry, I'm just wondering if there is something wrong in the transmission, because here we have a Najdorf. We're seeing half the game so far going into Sicilians. But this Najdorf with the move h4?
What?
I mean, what? H3 is the move. I mean, that's topical. Can we get a shot of the game between Naroditsky and Yarrow?
There it is.
What the heck?
Novelty. Oh, my gosh.
H4?
Triple X clam, as we mentioned yesterday. H4 was the favorite move of Emery Tate. And I gotta love this novelty. I love it.
Yo, I don't know
I'm
why.
A fan.
I mean, what the heck is that? That's ridiculous.
No.
H4 is on the board?
Ferocious.
Well, we're gonna have to Enroque Largo.
That has got a mischievous looking, a little mischievous smile going on there. I don't know. H4.
On move
Well,
6
let's
of
try to
the
read about
Najdorf.
this move. He's trying to perhaps go for a kingside attack. He's definitely going to castle queenside.
Okay.
After playing this move h4, he
I'm
doesn't.
with you.
Could you pull up the board?
Yeah.
Let's see.
That is something to see.
Just a
This
second.
move that looks so anti-positional and illogical. It's suddenly on the board.
Yeah, here you go. H4. It has.
Look at Yarrow.
So-
I mean,
so one
Yarrow
thing
looks
you
like
don't
he's
do-
trying to figure out what the heck.
One thing you don't want to do here is justify the move h4 with the move g6. So we can eliminate that for black. You would think that instead he has a choice here between playing like an e6 type move or an e5. I think he's going to choose e5 because e6 seems like it doesn't really punish the idea of h4 as much.
Well, you don't have to punish it right away. It's just H4 is going to come back and ruin your game down the road. However, E5 is a way of immediately playing for initiative. I don't know, let's say knight B3, bishop E6. I like black's position already, frankly. I'm not going to do to try to justify H4.
Well, we have to play, if you play bishop e6, we're going to have to figure out a way to stop you from playing a quick d5, because that would really
Precisely.
embarrass our move h4.
H4, very much so.
You know, we're going to have to figure out, like, maybe play bishop g5.
Bishop G5, knight D7. You can delay it for a while, but as soon as I get in H6, it's almost like you have to just put the knight on D5, you know, and play some position like this with the pawn on H4 makes
And what happens
little.
to H6 anyway?
Yeah, it makes little of any sense to me. I'll have to we'll have to wait to see what Danya has in mind.
Well,
But,
maybe after e5, his plan is to try to do something with...
but why would you play e5? Why wouldn't you just go into your normal knight or setup where the pawn on h4 really is bad? I mean, you can go for a so-called
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That it would be more.
attack.
It would make more sense. H4 would at least make more sense in this position than with H5.
But just a
with
second.
E5, that is.
But just a second. This is a weird pawn sacrifice that I don't think I would want as white. You could win a pawn by force, but where are you going to put your king now as white? You don't want to put it on the king side. I'm pretty sure you don't want to put it on the queen side either. This just looks like a pretty nice gambited pawn to my eyes.
But here's the
But we
deal.
don't have to go for that line
Here's the deal.
either.
We're spending time trying to justify this.
And I know way
Right?
we will.
And it's hard, right?
Right.
I mean, it's hard because the move is clearly an anti-positional move in this position.
Right.
But there was a time when G4 was considered anti-positional.
That's
I mean,
true.
it was a long time ago, but when the Carey's attack was
Right.
considered bizarre when it was first played.
Right.
So this move H4 it doesn't seem to harmonize that well with what we know about this position.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the most important point. He prepared this.
Of course.
It's not like he just sat down at the board and said, you know what, today I'm going to play a move that it's just completely random.
Right.
I mean, A4 has a point, G4 has a point, F4 has a point, all the bishop moves have a point. H4 seems like it doesn't have an immediate point, but he prepared this. He knows he prepared it deeply. So does Yarrow. And clearly, and he's prepared it with computers as well, with his engine. So clearly he is going to steer this into some position that seems reasonable for him against every single one of the moves we just said. Right. And it probably took him hours to do. We're probably not going to be able to do it in the next 15 minutes.
No, but we're going to try.
Well, I think we'll have to see how it unfolds.
Yeah.
The theory of this is just not, it's just going to be too many variations.
Well,
we'll get caught up in it.
Well, Yarrow here has the big choice, though, to play with E6 or to play with E5. And to me, it feels like E5 would be more likely to be the most critical, because I think the H4 will be more embarrassing in those lines. Mm-hmm. But maybe Danya has some ideas, as you call him, as a friend of yours.
Exactly.
You call him Danya, Naroditsky. And by the way, I heard Naroditsky has a new training method out. It's called like the Naroditsky method.
Yeah, 15 hours of DVD instruction.
So if you want to learn how to play creatively, check that out. We can maybe ask him more about it in the post-game interview.
Well,
but I think I'm predicting E5 here.
Yeah.
Or what about knight C6? That's the third option.
Yeah, I'm not sure that if the Naroditsky method is a good idea. Creative is good, but H4 is bad.
Well, I was trying to give him a plug. Are you saying this isn't the ideal time to give him a plug?
Not at this exact moment. If he's winning in a scintillating style,
Okay.
5 moves from now, we'll revisit the topic.
I've got to tell you, I'm
Maurice.
very impressed by the youngster being this creative, even if it's a move that, classically to our eyes, doesn't make any sense. This looks like a kind of move that's just like, what? Are you crazy? If I stood and played it, I'd just spank him on the hands. Pull it back. Even H3, remember when H3 was a dubious-looking move? Rook G1, those kind of moves. I remember when they were like, I don't know. And then there was a lot of theory that developed around the lines, and suddenly they became very topical. And not even the best players play H3 with G4 in mind.
And Rook G1's a move as well.
Yes,
Remember,
and of
that
course
was a
Rook G1.
shocker.
And
Yeah,
so I
Shabalov
think
made it
that
popular.
theory moves forward based on creative types like Daniel, who are willing to brave playing such moves in these kind of occasions, on these kind of just really important occasions. Imagine he's playing in the U.S. Championship and he throws out H4, and he's brave enough to play the move, and he has clearly prepared it. And let me tell you, Yarrow's going to burn a lot of clock trying to figure out what to do here, knowing his opponent did not just make this up last night. At least we guess.
Well, I think it's going to be a fun game, and H4 makes a lot of sense if you're going to castle queenside, but it could also be a one and done. It could be something where he's trying to surprise his opponent, and he doesn't really intend to use it in future games.
Yes.
And
that
hey, if you're
happens
going
a
to
lot.
do that, why not the U.S. Championship?
Well,
that's the place to one and done it.
Yeah, well, what can I say?
You've never one and done, right?
No.
I'm trying to trap you in this conversation. You're not falling for it.
Either you believe in what you're doing or you don't. I think this is bad. Sorry.
All right, well,
Good preparation, but bad idea.
the longer Yarrow thinks, the better it is. Let's put
B5
it
is
that
not
way.
on the board yet, right?
No,
No,
I was
no.
going to borrow a page from Lev Polygaevsky, where you played the Polygaevsky variation to the Najdorf as white. And here the idea of B5 is quite suggestive if you just sit back and consider. You just played, your last move was the move A6 in preparation for B5, so why not expand on the queen side? Threaten to win a pawn with B5, B4, booting the knight so that this knight can capture the pawn on E4, and also prepare the move bishop B7. After B5, we might see the move F2, F3, B4, some variation like this, where black is trying to punish white by grabbing an early initiative by saying, okay, your pawn on H4 just doesn't make a lot of sense in the position. F2, F3 is not usually, unless you're wanting to play the English attack, a tempo you want to take in. By the way, in a lot of Kara's attacks, they're based on the idea of G4 and G5 to boot the knight. If the knight ever gets over here to H5, you probably want your pawn on H2, not on H4.
Let me jump in because now, I mean, I was intrigued by what the Silicon Monsters have to say about this position. First and foremost, the engines are saying H4 is just a move, right? It's not bad for white. It's not overwhelming in an advantage for black either. So the first thing is it's just a move as far as the engines are concerned. But the second thing is your move, Yaz. Your move B5 is met immediately by A4 attacking your pawn, and against B4 playing knight to D5. And the engine is saying, now be careful, because if you dare touch my pawn on E4, I'm just going to sacrifice it with bishop to C4. And you have to be careful about your next steps. The very obvious looking E6, and by the way, they're saying that white is much better now. After E6, queen F3, and we would all agree that black should not have done what he just did, because it's looking horrible suddenly with all these white pieces flooding into the position. White is winning in this position right here. So, of course, black could play better moves. But after B4, knight to D5, already black has to think about what he just did as A5 is a threat and suddenly the weakening of this side. So there are questions right now what you need to play. It's not, I mean, the move is almost offensive to your sensibility. It's almost like, what? What are you doing? But if you decide you're going to refute it, you could find yourself in hot water very fast. And that is the psychology for Yarrow right now. How do I handle this move that my GM instincts are saying, this can't be right, but the guy prepared it? Should I punish him or should I just play solidly? And it looks like he has played in classical style. He has played finally the move E5, and knight B3 instantly played by Daniel. Clearly, he looked at this one, we know, and he's still in his preparation.
Maybe this all started because he was playing like a blitz game and he accidentally played H4 instead of H3, and then he was like, hey, you know, it's not too bad. I mean,
not so
H4
bad.
is a move that we tend to play in the Sicilians. We have a Chess Mike tweeting at our hashtag US Chess Champs that perhaps this move was inspired, in fact, by Triple X Clam, Daim Shabaz's book on Emery Tate.
Right.
And why don't you let us know what you think about this move? Use the hashtag US Chess Champs. And if you have a longer question or input, feel free to call us at 314-361-5465. We love to hear from you guys at US Chess Champs or over the phone. You should note that the St. Louis Chess Club Twitter is being manned by a Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, who we earlier saw ring the bell. So he'll be offering some analysis and tidbits throughout the round.
Thank you for that, Jennifer. I just wanted to say that in the analysis that Maurice was showing, he failed to make one very, very salient point, which I thought was very funny, that I just want to share with our viewers. This was in the line where we were trying to refute the whole variation, B5, and then followed by A4, what Maurice was showing. Just a second, A4, B4, knight, knight, queen, bishop, pawn, queen. Now, in this position, if you study Bobby Fischer's My 60 Memorable Games, Bobby Fischer versus Miguel Najdorf, a similar position, knight c5, actually would have worked very well for Miguel. Miguel went wrong, lost the game. Endup's position after knight c5, the reason why the computers think that this position is winning for white, not because of knight f6, But you're finally justifying the move h4 with the remarkable move bishop g5. And this is why the computers say black is in trouble. Bishop g5, remarkable move because of the only due to h4. Yarrow had none of that. He went with your move, e5.
Yeah, I like e5. I think it makes sense. If you're thinking about all the different ways a Sicilian can pan out, what's the one where h4 is most likely to be a bit of a sore thumb? And to me, it feels like that's the e5 variations. Because in those lines, a lot of times, it takes a bit more of a positional attack.
Right.
You think it's kind of weird, because if you don't play the Sicilian, you're like, well, e5 is more aggressive than e6, but actually e6 ends up being sharper in a way. So I think in these more positional lines where it's often about d5 square control, seems like h4 might be premature, because usually we want g4 so that we can shoot your knight on f6 away from the control of the d5 square. And now we're slower to do that.
Yeah. Maurice.
Well, we're certainly intrigued by this game, but there are plenty of other games going on that we should pay attention to. One game in particular is this big dog matchup. It saw a Sicilian right away. We could have had a mainline Sicilian, maybe some creative h4, g4, b4, new idea, but instead, Fabi said, I'm not going to get caught out there in any preparation. Let me go positional, and he played in this position here after knight c6, bishop to b5, and it has gone along these channels after takes, castles. This is pretty topical stuff that they're in right now, and if we just jump to this position, a little bit of a space advantage for white. He's given up the two bishops, so he'll be working on that exchange to see whether or not he can make use of the other color, the dark squares. Right now, black is a little bit stymied, and with these double pawns, but still with good center pawns and the two bishops, he'll try to make that position work. Another Sicilian that's worth looking at. Wow, I was going to look at another game, and then this stupid game comes right back to my attention. What is this? Could somebody explain what's going on in this position? What happened in Naroditsky? He just played f4. He just played f4. The pawn's on h4. He just weakened g4. All right, I'm sorry, folks, but that's just it's so ridiculous. I mean,
well,
it's
he can't let black play d5.
But
now at least d5 we have f5.
But look at what you did to your position. What is the point of h4 in this position? There's just no justifying this kind of play. That's crazy. That's okay, that's amazing that he's playing, like I say, amazing in air quotes. What is happening? This pawn should not be on h4. And he looks so placid. I mean, this is incredible. This is just unbelievable.
Well, remember yesterday, the position was already decided, and he had his head in his hands. It was completely steered towards perpetual check. So when he's relaxed, the position is actually very tense. And when the game is sewn up, he's like, snore. Let me put my face in my hands. But I think he's got to stop d5. I mean, if black gets d5 in with the pawn on h4, he's just doing great. So there's got to be...
There are a lot of ways to stop g5.
d5,
excuse me. There's a lot of ways to stop d5 without playing f4 and weakening your entire king side.
But bishop d5, you give up your bishop.
How do you justify your structure now? How do you? There's no power in the king side structure now. There's none.
Well, what do you do?
There's no g4 coming. There's no threat coming. There's no danger to the position. As a Sicilian player, I'd just be smiling. Like,
exactly.
How is this dangerous to my position?
Well, I guess his idea is he's got to try to recapture the d5 square. He's got to try to play f5 if you don't capture on f4, and then
you got to capture on f4. I mean, just that pawn's got to die.
Right, because you can't let me play f5 and control the d5 square.
f5 is huge. It's coming.
Yeah.
So you kill it. You just kill it and you keep playing. But again, the engines are saying that white has a smidgen of an edge somewhere. And Yasser is just holding his tongue because his classical positional sensibilities are saying, what? Are you serious? This is bogus chess. It can't be right.
No, this is bogus.
Okay, let me just get back to some other games, please. This one has gone along very well-known lines, a game between Jeffrey Zhang, the two youngsters, Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson, in the G3 Sicilian. So we saw a Sicilian where a sideline, if you will. It's not a true sideline because G3 is well-known, but it's certainly not the main crazy wide open play you could have in the Sicilian. So they're there. And I wanted to go to the other Sicilians briefly. There was another one here, Katerina Nemtsova. We mentioned this game, and I mean, as quiet as a mouse. Katerina just avoided all the main theory in this position against the formidable Nazi Paikidze. You see she's played with D3, C3, H3. It's like we're not going to fight in the opening at all. We'll do that later. But right now, let's just be very tepid about it. And there was another Sicilian I saw that didn't go anywhere. I think it was this one. Yes, the game between Zatonsky and Emily Nguyen. And she went after knight f3, after c5, knight 3, e6. She played a c3 Sicilian. So nobody wants to get too topical, except, of course, even Daniel didn't get too topical. Everyone has avoided the biggest questions in the Sicilian and have gone down these other lines to show how difficult it is to play against the open Sicilian. And just one final point. I think it's a big game, even though we did not mention it. It's this one. Look at this position. Who do you like? If you didn't see the names at all, whose position would you prefer to have right now coming out the opening? My eyes are screaming white all the way, baby. Look at this. This game now, Carissa Yip, the youngest player in the competition, 13 years old, against one of the true veterans who was looking to win this tournament, and she won in fine style yesterday. Tatev Abrahamian in dominant style, let's put it that way. She probably didn't play the perfect chess, but she still showed that she has a lot of teeth, and she just crushed the youngster yesterday. But she's got an even younger one she's playing now, and this position does not look good for black. I mean, this looks like white has picture-perfect development, and black is behind. How does black equalize?
Yeah, in a classical French style setting. Going back to our top dog game between Fabi and Hikaru Nakamura, I'm a little bit surprised by the inclusion of a couple of moves here by Fabi. This line, by the way, was explored in the 1992 match, Bobby Fischer versus Boris Spassky, their second match, and knight h6 is well known from that match. The idea, of course, is, as Hikaru played it, put the knight on f7 and then to fight back in the center with the move d7, d6. Now this move, d2, d3, quite a big surprise for me. The previous move by white, this move c2, c3 is a clear indication that white is trying to create the classical central pawn duo with his pawns on d4 and e4. So this move now that appears, d3, seems kind of like a logic glitch to me. Why would you play c3 if you didn't want to play d4? And Hikaru just said, I'm not sure what you're doing. I'm developing my pieces. Bishop a6 was his choice.
Well, sometimes the reason you don't want to play d4 in these types of positions is that it straightens out the pawns for black, and also black has the two bishops, so it opens up the position. But then you're saying, like, why not play knight c3?
Well, for example, then why did you play c3? If your intention was never to play d4, well, you could always play that move c2, c3 later. You could start with d3, maybe bishop f4 would have been more useful. In any case, d2, d4 would have been my choice, with the idea that after trading, you're right, I straightened out your pawns, but my knight's coming to c3 nicely, my bishop's coming to f4, and I've got a very nice grip in the center. You have to be careful. d6 might allow e6, and suddenly very nice
knight
attacking.
h8, no problem.
And we have a phone call, Jennifer.
That's right. Welcome to the show. You're our first caller of the day. Let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Mark. I'm calling from Socorro, New Mexico. And my question to you is, how important is it for a youth to have a local mentor or hero, such as like Victor Pupils in Seattle, that you can hook on to? And I'll just one comment that the first time I met Mr. Seirawan was at the U.S. Junior when Nixon resigned, and he had hair all over the place. If you could put on a picture like that, people would just be dying.
Mark, thanks for the call.
Hey,
terrible for the mention, though.
In a good way or a bad way? They'd be dying, dying of excitement?
I had an afro-like
look.
Well, my hair just grows up. What can I tell you?
I've seen pictures.
Mentor, local mentor. It's nice to have heroes that you can talk to, or very strong players or master players that inspire.
I'm I'm going to say that I think one of the wonderful things about chess today is that even if you don't have a local mentor, you can still be inspired by players from all over the world. And that's why we see players like a Caden Troll, or even obviously ultimate example in Magnus Carlsen, who rise to the top despite not coming from a hotbed of chess activity. So I don't think it's like 100% essential, but of course it's fantastic to be inspired in real time because everybody's different, and some people really respond better to having a over-the-board coach that they can look at stuff with. And that's why, the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel has a million views now, right? We hit 1 million views, but it's great to sometimes come in person and see those lessons for yourself.
Well, for me, I think it's vital, actually, importance to have somebody local, and it doesn't mean that they have to be a grandmaster, but really somebody that you look up to and admire. They're adults, and they're very, very together, clever people, and they inspire. You mentioned that, and it's true, Norway is not a hotbed of activity, but Magnus is a perfect example of having a local mentor in Simon Agdestein. Simon started working with Magnus really from a young age, I think 7, maybe 8 or 9.
His first coach was his pops, right?
Well, of course.
And he's pretty good too, right?
Right.
I
don't
know the level about expert, I heard.
Expert level. I mean, you had your dad, Iron Mike. I mean, as a chess master, you knew he's really good. So for me, I was actually in a circle of friends, James Harley McCormick, Vic Pooples, Michael Frenette. There were so many state champions that I thought were really cool people. I liked them a lot, and they inspired me.
It is important, but you can also travel and try to get that inspiration if you don't live in a place where you have those role models yet. But thank you for the question, and we're getting some great comments and questions on our hashtag US Chess Champs. Grandmaster Chirila mentioned that H4 by Naroditsky has been played before, and it's by Magnus Carlsen's coach, Peter Hein Nielsen. So not a total novelty, but definitely took Yaroslav by surprise because he thought for a good long time there.
Yaroslav, Jennifer Shahade, Maurice Ashley, Yasser Seirawan, Tom, Cristian Chirila, just everybody in the studio took by surprise. I wonder what Alejandro is saying in the Spanish broadcast.
Sorpresa. I asked Alejandro for some good chess words in Spanish, and he told me contraataque. That was a good one, counterattack. Yeah. And then he said another good one is zugzwang. And I'm like, well, how do you say zugzwang in Spanish? Zugzwang. Well, that is a great word, right?
Yes. Oh, it's a brilliant word. Maurice.
Yes, just echoing your sentiments, Yaz, about a local coach. For me, local players, local masters, strong players that you can ask questions, test, try out ideas, do analysis with, that's just super essential. I remember as a young player being able to hang out with the Black Bear School of Chess in Brooklyn. It was Ronald Simpson, the late Ronald Simpson, one of my dearest friends, Willie Johnson, Mark Mears, Chris Welcome, Ernest Colding, George Golden, also the late George Golden. I should have mentioned Mark Mears has also passed. But all these guys, by being able to hang out with them and play chess against them, the chess rumbles into the night. Herminio Baez, the list goes on and on. Vincent Monroe. These were all very strong African-American and Latino players who I was able to hang out with and study and just be motivated by. And I can say without them, I wouldn't have become a grandmaster today. They just lifted me in terms of my passion and ambition to want to become a really strong player. So I think it's very important to have someone. If you don't have someone, you can still get good, of course, but it just really facilitates the process. I wanted to take a look at this position just for humor value. Yeah. I mean, how often do you see this pawn structure? This looks like something out of a range study of some kind. Not even a study. It's one of those funny, white to move and checkmate in 2, and you're like, this position could never happen. It's completely ridiculous. Look at this. Doubled A pawns, isolated A pawn, tripled pawns, white's down 2 pawns. His queen's on A5. His bishop is biting on nothing on A3. Normal day at the U.S. Championship in modern chess. This stuff is crazy, as we're seeing some new things in this century. The move knight E5, I just want to show you how it did happen. It's this move, knight to C6. out of the Catalan. Very popular move. This move is often played, giving white back the pawn in order to get some liberation of his forces. But white instead put his knight on a3. We tell our students not to do that, going after this pawn, and black said, well, I'll take it. And now this is already, you see how the pawn formation started, and that's why we can jump ahead to this position right here. And it's still the case. White getting compensation, full compensation, in fact, according to the engines, for giving away 2 pawns. Down 2 pawns at the moment. And when I look at it, you want to see what the next move is by the engine. I mean, right now, it's 2 pawns down. The engine's ready to sack yet another pawn with bishop to e7. Say, yeah, you want this pawn? Go right ahead. You can take it. Well, the move queen e5 is going to come, and now the double attack on the rook and the knight, giving the position as a slight edge for white. Down 3 pawns at the moment, probably going to win one back. An absolutely original-looking position.
That's right. Well,
I
Shabalov
remember from last year. Oh no!
Yes, all of the hair.
Mark.
Yes, bring it back.
Mark,
We
I
need
hate you.
I'm paging someone to get us a wig for Yas.
No,
so that we
don't
can
do it.
bring it back.
That the trophy next to me was a Washington State championship trophy, and it had all of these names of great players from Washington State that had won the state championship. I was very proud to have my name on that trophy alongside the Victor
That's
Spooples
amazing.
and Mike Frenetz. By the
And
way,
your hair is bigger than the trophy.
well, I'm
That's-
trying to dodge the issue here. I really want to turn our attention to the game of Sam Shankland and Wesley So. Sam played this very, very, very tepid line of the,
insipid.
and so we're all thinking, oh, it's going to be a draw, boring. Next, let's go. But they reached a position that has suddenly given Sam an extraordinary moment to play a really sharp move in the position, G2, G4. I'm not a big fan of exposing my king, but there you go. G2, G4 is a very specific purpose
Forcing knight h6.
of forcing your knight to retreat. Now, I've got this pawn on ice over here, this knight, bishop takes h7 pawn with a check, or I can just simply mess up the pawn structure completely with the bishop takes h6, g takes h6 situation, and this has suddenly gotten very, very sharp
Very
indeed.
messy. We can also
Messy
consider
move.
interpolating bishop takes g4.
Yes.
Move, hitting that knight on f3.
Yeah, exactly, Jen. There's bishop takes g4, but then you've got to consider the ramifications of bishop takes h7 check, king going, and now I could take this pawn with a check. Probably I shouldn't, but
A mess.
this is both kings are coming under really, really sharp attack.
And
Yeah,
by
well-
the way,
Yes,
black's
Maurice.
much better.
In those positions
I
after
mean,
g4.
it's amazing the preparation that Wesley So has, because the engines are saying black's
Don't-
just better.
Don't play g4.
Don't play g4. Black is just better. It's just not the move you want to play. g4 is worse instantly after knight h6. You can take the knight. You can take on h7. You can do what you will. Black is going to take advantage of the fact that this pawn is here. In fact, the engine is already suffering for white to try to figure out what to do despite this very sharp move. Clearly well within Wesley So's preparation. I am stunned to see how prepared this young man is in all these lines. He's just always coming up with interesting moves. And look at Sam. Sam's just like, you have got to be kidding me.
He's looking at that g4 move. You know he is.
Look at him. You know he's staring it down and saying, "You're giving me a free pawn. You're
Right.
letting me crack your structure
With check.
With check. What? How? How can you pull this off?" And he might take some time to try to evaluate here's the thing: trying to evaluate the position is interesting. You look at this position. Let's take a look more closely. After this takes, you could actually take on h6 according to the engines. That's a strong move. Bishop takes on g4. Let's just start with this one. And after bishop h7, king h8 takes and takes. Now he has to stare this one down and say, okay, what's happening? I just picked off these 2 pawns, right? He's up 2 pawns at the moment. Am I right?
Right.
5. No,
One
actually he's
pawn.
only up 1. Sorry. He's only up 1 because the g4 pawn drop. So now your knight's hanging. Your bishop is in the corner. So let's make a move. Knight to e5 is the engine's top choice. You could also defend this knight. I'm going to play a move I'd like to play instinctively, this one.
But,
Now, suddenly the engine says, you thought I was after your knight, but after f5, I'm really after that joker. What are you doing in my position? And you're about to lose a piece. So going in there into the cookie jar, suddenly your hand can't come back out, and he is stuck, and he's about to lose a piece. Even if he played knight to e5, the engines now give takes as best, takes, and now the move queen to h8. And suddenly you start seeing some attacks start to brew as this bishop tries to go back home. Now the rook shows up, and who's attacking who in this position as this king is about to move, and here it comes. So just this is a taste of the variations that are possible, and Black has already looked at it, and there is Sam. Intense, like, did the guy blunder or not?
Right.
Well, you're playing against a young man who hasn't lost in 57 tries and rightfully should be considered one of the contenders to the world title throne. He did not make this move without preparation.
Absolutely. And we've got a phone call from India. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
Faraz here from India. My name is Faraz, and I am from India. So
Welcome.
first of all, I would like to say hi to Yasser and Ashley. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is, there are a lot of young players emerging, especially from India. We have little double Anand. So who do you think would be the top 3 in world 10 years from now?
Well, thank you for the question. If you could look in your crystal ball and imagine who's going to be of the young crop, the top 3 in the future. Any guesses?
Wei Yi.
Wei Yi
That's
from
easy.
China.
Yeah, Wei Yi from China.
The very, very, very young Indian boy who.
Yeah, he just mentioned
Yes.
Pragananda. Yeah, he's fantastic. I mean,
Right.
it's a long way for him to go, obviously, but
Right.
his talent level is so high that I would definitely have to be looking at him as a future player.
How about Rachel?
USA.
Rachel.
We got, well,
Yeah.
and Rachel Lee and her brother Rufeng Lee almost qualified. He's 15.
Right.
He almost qualified for this tournament by rating. He's almost
Exactly.
2,700 U.S. chess.
Wow.
He's 15, and Jeffrey Zhang.
I think the future is just startlingly bright, not only for the United States, but around the
Yeah.
world. Some fantastic talents coming from China, India. Still, Russia keeps producing great players. I just think it's going to be wonderful
I think
10
it's,
years from now.
but one of the things that we have to recognize is it's very hard to make these predictions because everybody's good now.
Everybody's
Everybody.
really good.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Everybody's becoming a GM at 12, 13, 14, some thereabouts. There was someone who, I think, I was talking to Alejandro, who became a grandmaster, I believe it was at 15 years old. And we were talking about someone, and he said, oh, yeah, that person's pretty good. And it was like, wait a minute. He became a grandmaster at what age? 17? Oh, yeah, he's too old.
I was like, what?
I mean, that's the perception now. If you're not a grandmaster at an obscenely young age, virtually prepubescent, I mean, it's like teenagers, if you're not doing that, it's almost like you're written off. And if you look at the top players now, Magnus Carlsen became a grandmaster at 13. Fabi became a grandmaster at 14. Karyakin became a grandmaster at 12. Giri became a grandmaster at 14. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, these are all the best players in the world, became a grandmaster at 14, I believe it was. You look at the guys from the older generation who are still there, Anand and Kramnik and not Topalov as much anymore, but those guys are just like relics almost. Like amazing, that's good when you became good at post 15 years old. So you really have to focus on the ones who are, seems like anyway, sub 15 years old at the moment. But a lot goes into becoming one of the best players on the planet. There's going to also be that heart, that desire, that willingness to work like crazy and devote yourself to the game, and the financial conditions as well. Yeah. So all that has to come in. So I think it's a very hard question to really make a prediction
I can't
about.
talk for 10 years ahead, but I can talk for this game. I think the game between Fabiano and Hikaru is going to be a Donnybrook. I think we're in for a really, really great treat today in round 2.
Yeah, we haven't looked at it for a few minutes, and we've gotten some interesting positional progress with that pawn landing on
e6 and the knight on e5, very double-edged. But we're going to go to a commercial break.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break and come back to that crucial game.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty-turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships. We've got some round 2 action here, and the premier game of the round is between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. That game decided the championship last year. Will it again? Wesley has something to say about that, but for now, quite an interesting imbalanced strategic battle, isn't it? Cristian Chirila over on the St. Louis Chess Club Twitter says that he thinks Hikaru's choice is surprising. White scores over 80% in this line.
Really?
And that he thinks Fabiano Caruana is trying to remember the theory. But just because White has scored high in a line doesn't mean that Nakamura is going to shy away from it, I think. You know, he's got his own ideas and really relishes dynamism.
Absolutely. On the other hand, there's the statistics for a reason, right? I mean, you get positions where if it's easy to make a mistake, you can go down. Now, in this position, though, like you say, very rich strategic imbalances. You look at that bishop on a6 and you say, what a pathetic piece. You look at the pawn on e6, you say, wow, well, maybe that bishop could one day go back and pick it up, having lured the pawn all the way to e6.
And look at how many times we've moved those pawns. We went c2 to c3 to c4, and now I'm thinking that if you play bishop c8, I'm going to try to play d4.
Right, something crazy like that could happen. But in the meanwhile, this knight on e5 is really bothersome. You could capture the knight. Knight take, oops, excuse me. It's black to move. Knight c3, pardon me. That was the last move. Yes, I was going to say that White would like to capture the knight. So let's just put a move on the board, for example, rook b8, not a very good move. Knight takes e5. Now, if you take with the pawn, suddenly this pawn on c5 is a sore thumb. You go knight a4.
But then I can go after e6.
Exactly. So there's going to be a trade, but my knight will land up on c5. So the point is black is going to have to recapture with the bishop. And then in this case, the bishop can develop with a tempo, maybe on a good day, depends, follow up with a f2, f4. I did play a good move after all, because there is an exchange sacrifice in the position. But there's rich opportunities here for both players in this game.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. So you're predicting, so let's get this straight. You're predicting a rook b8 here by Nakamura. You think that's a good move?
That's one.
Yeah, I mean, it does certainly make sense.
There's a lot to be said for just dropping the bishop back right away. After all, the bishop on a6 was hitting granite there on that pawn on c4.
Maybe I can try d4 here, sacrificing the pawn on c4.
Well, I can do it a different way. I can take it I don't know. This could get messy in a hurry.
Indeed, right. I mean, now we have to look at queen takes c6 and then
take on c3.
Take on c3. Yeah, that's.
It's getting, but it is double-edged. And after bishop back to c8, maybe just the direct, developing move bishop f4. Still, again.
Although that blocks the, I was thinking about how that blocks the f pawn in certain variations.
Yeah, you want to get in f4s, g4s, all kinds of things. But it's very easy. This pawn on e6 is either going to be a fantastic asset or a potential liability. But it's very easy for either player to slip into a disadvantage if not handled correctly.
Well, it'd be
fascinating. You can say that about all positions.
I think the thing is, this position is very concrete. So, like right now, like my eyes are really peeled to see like what is Nakamura going to play at this exact moment, because both of these moves, both of these moves have such logic to them that you point out, rook b8 and bishop c8.
Yep.
Are there any other moves? Like what about like a queen c8?
Queen c8 is another move you have to consider.
Looks looks worse though, because we don't really want to put our queen on the same line as that rook on e1 anyway.
Exactly. There are ideas like this: knight takes, bishop takes. Let's say knight a4. If you take on e6, my idea is to take advantage of this pin of the bishop and queen by playing knight takes c5, d takes c5, bishop f4.
And he chose, it looks like he chose to take on f3 and then play your move rook b8.
All right. So after knight c3, knight
f3, queen f3, and now rook b8. So offering up the pawn on c6.
Right.
But that would give black the bishop on b7, which would really turn from 0 to hero. Yeah.
0 to hero, like that. I don't know, but I'm a pawn grabber.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's take it.
Let's take it,
Let's
indeed.
see what happens.
Absolutely. So if I go takes, can I be obstinate and play a move like queen d7? It looks a little weird to have my queen right in the middle of your camp like that. But bishop g5 is a potential threat. You've got to take that seriously. I don't know. No doubts Hikaru has calculated a line like this, because you have to consider queen d7.
And now, if I were to just like take this and play e5, and then I'm going to try to like round up your pawn on.
Well, you're not going to try. You're absolutely better catch it, because.
Yeah. But you've got bishop g5, so I'm going to have to try to play bishop f6.
Okay, this is a long variation.
Yeah,
Jen.
long variation, wrong variation.
But I'm going to try to rescue. I'm going to try. It's forcing. It's a very, 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 very narrow path that both players have to tread, and tread carefully. F4, I'm still a pawn up. My pawn
E5 was a mistake.
But maybe
E5 was the mistake. Sorry.
So maybe instead
bishop f6.
Bishop f6 to round it up that way.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. Protecting the pawn on e7, trying to neutralize the rook on e1, and asking me, can I save the pawn on d7?
Well, that pawn's dead.
That pawn's dead?
Who's going to save it?
I don't know. I'm looking for a hero.
He's looking to try to play like a knight b5 to snatch the a pawn.
Precisely.
Somehow.
Jen, you read my mind.
And then
I'm looking for a hero in my position to come to the rescue of the d7 pawn. Can't find him.
All right. Well, there's a lot of other lines that I think White could play. White is not even compelled to take that pawn on c6.
That is true. So this is the current position.
There's other choices. We could just continue developing and maybe take the c pawn off later.
Well, that's a problem. Right now, this rook on b1, pardon me, this rook on b8 is
stopping
very
me from developing.
Annoyingly, I can't move my bishop, which I'd really like to.
Play like bishop g5.
Because of rook takes b2. Yeah. So I may have to just go
play like
rook e2. I'm not a big fan of this move, I must say. Why am I not a big fan of this move? Let me make a bad move for black. And you've got all of, Naka's great at finding these tactics, and you'll have tactics like this, snapping the pawn and winning an exchange back. I'm not a big fan of rook e2. I want to take the pawn. Maurice, can I take the pawn, please?
Please? You could. I want to look at another game, but I'll look at this one real quickly. Not only could you take the pawn, the inches are saying you have to take the pawn.
There you go.
Which is weird. because if you play another move, you're worse. Now check that out. That's a serious statement. Why? There is a threat of f4 by black in the position. To put a pawn on f4 and to basically gum up the engines on white's side, because white will not be able to do anything if this pawn gets to f4. So white has to be really careful in this position exactly what he does next. Black just seems to have free play, and queen c6 absolutely is fine for black according to the engines. Bishop b7, this queen d7, the exact line we were discussing with bishop f6 is perfectly fine. And if you shift your queen to the other side, now queen b6, he's down a pawn, and he's saying, okay, you got it. Good for you. My bishop is so much better than any one of your pieces, and I have the b file, and you have to figure out how you're going to get all these pieces out. The pressure, the engines are saying, is causing triple zeros. I'm surprised by that number exactly, but queen c2 probably the only move or the best move to keep things going. But after bishop c6, engines saying, we got play on this side, we got the two bishops. Maybe you have a pawn, but you can't prove anything in this position, and black is the one with all the pressure. But that game is just dull compared to the other game over here. That's just insane. This one we've been looking at, Daniel Naroditsky against Yaroslav Zherabuk. Bishop e6 was played, f4, another shocker. Knight to c6, f5. We expected to see that happen. Bishop takes b3, a takes b3. So what's a logical move for black here?
h5.
d5, what?
Yeah.
Did I hear you say D? You said H, didn't you? D5? D5? No, not D5. The engines don't like this move, but knight takes was the choice as far as the engines were concerned. Daniel just took immediately with the pawn. The engines don't like this one nearly as much as knight takes d5 because your c-pawn would have been free to guard the pawn on d5. Now it's not, and now the engines, in one move after takes with the pawn, the engine said, man, maybe it's equal. Okay, maybe it's a little bit better for white after the move knight to d4. Sorry, after ed5, knight d4. Okay, wonder why that happened. All right, knight to d4. Now on the board, well, he actually did not play it yet. He's still thinking about the position. But knight to d4, and this move now preparing to take this pawn, but also this knight can't really leave because of the pawn. And really why I want to move this knight is because of this guy. I don't like it being in my face. And the engine's saying this is still better for white. He is up a pawn after all, but black trying to show some kind of compensation. Important to note, Naroditsky has a ton of time on the clock, a ton of time, having his opponent think for so long. As you see there, it's already 120 for white and 59 minutes for black. And if you play a move like d5, Yaz, and the guy plays pawn takes pawn, don't you think you should have an immediate response?
Absolutely. I mean, he had this pawn sacrifice in mind. Maybe he was planning to just spank down knight d4 until he said, wait a minute, knight d4 might actually be better because the f-pawn is hanging and I can play for positional compensation with bishop c5 or bishop e4. So I suspect when he played d5, he was intent on answering knight b4, but now he's being drawn to the alternative, and the alternative might just be best.
Well, it's interesting.
But a quick question for you there, Maurice. You mentioned that the computer really liked the move knight d5, and why couldn't black have played knight takes e4 as a response to knight takes d5? Now I'm trying to punish you for having played h4. That's the whole question.
Well, the engines give bishop e3 as the best response. Quiet, threatening the deadly bishop to b6. And the white bishop will land on c4 shortly. This pin matters along this line. So if you try to play b5, there's a sacrifice on b5 and then a trade and then a knight c7 fork that could happen. So you have to be careful here.
Bishop c5.
Rook to c8 is the move suggested. Bishop c5, queen d3, and suddenly there's some funny business happening with your pieces on this square. Even after bishop takes e3, the move, queen takes e4. Wow. Interesting, grabbing all the light squares. And if you go back home, he's going to start chasing you all the way back. And even if you went someplace like this, f6 is showing up. And suddenly white is saying, guess who has the whole board under control? And castle's queen side will happen very easily, even if we didn't get to push this pawn in. But the fact that white has stabilized these squares is just tremendous for him. So that would have been a very
that's surprising.
comfortable line. And it looks like he has indeed played the move knight to d4, and he's pulled back on some of his advantage. Has Naroditsky after this move? He's still better according to the engines, however. I mean, at the moment he's up a pawn and he can keep it with bishop to g5. But some stuff he has to work out right now as he is sitting at the board doing what he did yesterday. There he goes. Looking off into space. Now he's actually looking at pictures.
Looking for
pictures of the top. There's actually a picture of himself up there, I think. But these are the top players in the country from previous U.S. chess championships and some U.S. junior championships as well. You see Luke Harmon, Akshat Chandra. I think I see Michael Bodek in there. Of course, the championship also hosts the U.S. Junior Championships. Now, we have been getting some comments to our hashtag U.S. Chess Champs about our conversations. Some of these tweets are just fantastic. Danny Rhodes says that we should not discourage youngsters who take up chess at a slightly older age by saying that they can't go anywhere if they don't become GM by X age. And, of course, exceptions prove the rule. And, in fact, one player in this tournament who is a gold medal Olympian, Sam Changlin, actually became serious about chess at a relatively young age. Older age. Like, he was still a teenager, but he was like, he got really into it, I think, when he was about 13 or 14. Rather than, like, most kids who 5 or 6.
And Victor Korchnoi was a real late bloomer. He didn't really start making moves in the chess world until about 18, 19.
So very good point, Danny. We totally agree with that. We also have a shout out from Hip Hop Chess, our friend Adisa Banyoko, who says that he misses us and he's watching the games with his students here in the Bay Area.
Lovely. Shout
yes,
out to him.
Great to hear from Adisa. He was a curator of a great show across the street at World Chess Hall of Fame a year ago. I think it was one of our most popular shows about hip hop and chess.
Exactly.
And Maurice?
Still burning boards, man. That's my favorite. Maurice.
And I'm sure his young fans will be paying particular attention to the youngest player in the competition, Carissa Yip, all of 13 years old. She's probably about the age of his students or very close anyway. And look at her just leaning back. And why is she in such an intense but relaxed pose compared to her opponent who is completely focused at this very moment on the game? Well, because this position is not so good for black. And look what she did. She lined up her pieces, did Carissa. She's got all her pieces out, knights, bishops, the king is castled, everybody's happy. Black still has to answer the question about this bishop. She made the move queen c7, which is not ideal for development given that this bishop wants to figure out how to get into the game. What did she do? c4. Hello, I'm coming. Welcome, because I want to get you. This pawn now under heavy attack. And if you were to take on c4, which looks like the best move, knight takes on c4, now hitting this bishop and going after the advantage of the two bishops. You have to be careful because a rook is coming to the C line very, very quickly. This bishop has a beautiful diagonal, and black has to be very careful. This is not the kind of position that Tatev likes to play. She likes to have dynamic possibilities, but she's seeing a position with white that she would like to have because of her style. So it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for her to defend. She won yesterday, the quickest game of the round. She was not happy, though. She came in, she was self-critical. She said, I didn't play the best moves. There was a time when
Rook A4,
my opponent, Rook A4 was looking dubious. She could have taken on D5 with the bishop. You saw her just really like going through these recriminations, but she won the game. It's just amazing to see how chess players respond despite a win. We saw Naroditsky draw and look like somebody had shot his best friend. So now she's in this position, and we'll see whether or not self-doubt creeps in this position because she should have a little bit of doubt. Her position does not look promising at all.
Well, in her case, most especially, she really enjoys being the master of the attack. She likes having the initiative, likes that ability to create threats. Here she's on the back foot, and Carissa has played very well with her bishops, positioning herself for an eventual attack against Tatev's king. So this is one of the great ones. There you have it, Tata Abrahamian.
That's right. She always has her fans. We've got
always the bridesmaid.
That's right. Cristian Chirila says that she hopes that the Purple Fairy can handle the youngster at the hashtag US Chess Champs, and he calls himself Tata Abrahamian's biggest fan. But
there we go.
I think there's a lot of competition.
Yes, indeed. But we're getting prepared for our first break of the day. I just want to say that the game between Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson has really gone into positional channels. Jeffrey trying to maintain control over the e4 square. Ray is preparing a counter break on the king side with the f4 or f5. You know, both players. Jeffrey could play f4. Ray's could be playing f5 as soon as black castles. The fight is being put on, no, I'm going to say the explosion in this game is being put on hold, more of a positional fight at this moment.
All the youngest players in the U.S. Championship are playing Sicilians. I mean, we've got the Yarrow
game. That's a good generation.
Yeah, and I mean, this kind of shows you what we were talking about earlier about the fight for the d5 square in the Sicilian, how often with the e5 structure it ends up becoming more of a positional game. Where it's about weaknesses.
You must absolutely love Jeffrey because he's got your repertoire and his repertoire. He likes the Grunfeld. He nearly won with it yesterday, and he loves Sicilian and open play.
Well, my crystal ball is showing me Jiang in the top 10. So
you're saying
there we go.
2027, Jeffrey's playing for the U.S. Championship, huh?
World.
World's even.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But when a question is so difficult, sometimes you just go with what you want, not what you think. And of course, with all these talented players in the United States, being fostered by programs like Young Stars, partnership with St. Louis Chess Club and the Kasparov Chess Foundation, it's just easy to say, like, this is what I want to happen, and heck, it really could happen. He's the world junior champion.
Exactly.
That's no easy feat, right, Yas?
No, it is. It's really, really, really tough.
And we'll be back with more on these exciting games in round 2 of the U.S. Chess Championships in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the U.S. Chess Championship. Round 2 at the St. Louis Chess Club. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm here with Yasser and Maurice. And we've got Fabiano Caruana versus Nakamura, the crucial game of the round. And Caruana has just eschewed the opportunity to grab a pawn on c6, which seemed to be the critical line after bishop b7. I know you like taking the pawns, Yasser, and instead he just played rook to e2 to defend b2 first.
Right. We had kind of looked at this and we were saying, you know, you like to develop, but that rook on b8 is annoying. You want to play bishop f4, bishop g5, wherever, just develop. The pressure on the b file provoked the move rook e2. And during our break, we were really focusing and concentrating on the move f5, f4, essentially limiting the possibilities of this bishop on c1. Maurice and I were just debating, is this a good move? Because I'm looking at the move rook e4. I don't think Black Naka ever really wants to play the move g5, provoking again h4, and weaknesses suddenly start appearing, and the pawn on e6 is still alive. Maurice, this is getting very tense in this crucial game.
That one definitely starting to build, but I'm sorry. There's one game that will absolutely keep our attention throughout. You know, if Daniel Naroditsky says he's going to throw a surprise party, then make sure he's the one you hire. It's like, there's no question, because this guy has the best surprises ever. Look at this position. Knight d4. We saw him play h4. We saw him play f4. He didn't take on e5 with the knight, took with the pawn, and it looked just like Black was starting to stabilize a bit. He played bishop to d3. He defended the f-pawn. So the bishop developed. So now after knight takes d5, you would expect natural logic says the other bishop should now develop, right? Bishop g5. I mean, it just flow. It's regular moves. This is what we commentators would predict. Could you predict that the bishop that just developed would now suddenly play the move bishop to b5 with check?
Whoa.
I mean, this game makes no sense anywhere, no way in the world. This move. Now, the worst part about this, though, is that the Indians don't like it at all. They don't respect this move in any way. And the way the Indians want to play is pawn takes, and after rook takes rook, queen takes, now knight takes knight. This is his point. But suddenly after this move, queen to c8, he's hitting this pawn on f5. He's guarding against the check. He's hitting the pawn on f5, and he's hitting the pawn on c2. That means that white must now play knight to e3. There's really no other sensible move in the position. I mean, you could try some line like this, actually, and go for some position like this. Maybe this is what he'll do. He's down a pawn at the moment. No lead in development. Is castling allowed? I mean, yes. Daniel, do you know how to castle? I mean, this is not great for white. And the other line's not great either. So after knight takes f5, sorry, this position, queen to c8, you could play the move knight back to e3, and now Black has a plethora of moves. Bishop c5 is one, b4 is another. He could just develop with bishop to e7. Black's just fine. Black's perfectly fine. This open experiment has gone awry. It is not landing as it should, and Yarrow is staring it down right now as he looks at this bizarre play by Daniel Naroditsky. We were impressed, well, I was impressed by his adventurous spirit with h4. But since then, he has not really shown, I mean, f4 was maybe possible, as Jen had mentioned, it was played before. But since then, he has not shown anything in this middle game. And I have to say that Black is definitely fine, and White's looking suspect right now.
Wow. I'm so totally confused because I was very proud of myself. I was looking at a line before Daniel played bishop d3, which was actually bishop to c4, defending the pawn and challenging Black to capture this pawn on f5. And I had seen, crazily enough, a variation that went b5, bishop back to d3, knight takes d5, and then I was very proud that I could have spotted bishop takes b5 check, winning a pawn. But this move, bishop d3, I was absolutely certain that Danya had bishop e4 in mind. And then I was actually becoming a kind of a believer in this position. I like the square e4 for the bishop. I briefly was looking at bishop b4, castles, knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop takes c3. And for some strange reason, again, this bishop on e4 makes such a powerful impression on me. I liked white's position. It's crazy, I know, rook a4 with ideas like rook c4.
Bishop coming to a3.
Bishop coming to a3, bishop going to g5. But I definitely thought after knight takes d5, Danya's intention, 100%, was bishop g5, because at long last, he justifies the move h4. The last few moves, I couldn't have guessed in 100 years.
And that's what we like about the championships. Everybody keeps us guessing in this tournament. We do have a Wesley So #1 in the world watch, and that's from Tarjei Svensson, the Norwegian journalist. He says that So needs to score 9.5 out of 11 to overtake Carlsen as the world #1. If he starts with 5 out of 5, they will be tied on Sunday. So he'll be tied for Magnus Carlsen with #1 in the world,
Fischer.
and he'll still be in contention for an extra 64K. So that would be a beautiful Sunday indeed. And of course, Wesley So being a religious young man, it would be fitting indeed.
Indeed, Easter. What's the difference? The rating point gap
It's a little
between
less than 15 now. I think it's about 14 points.
14 rating points is separating #1 and #2. That is extraordinary. Wesley's rise has been phenomenal. Back to you, Mo.
Well, Wesley is certainly impressive. I just wanted to note a big moment going on in the game between Verkud and Jennifer Yu. And we saw Jennifer win her game, fortunately, yesterday after a blunder by Anna Zatonsky. But right now, she is being pressured immensely. And it's this moment in the game that you have to look at. After the move bishop to e3, white definitely has a small advantage. To be sure, the center pawns look pretty good. But this next move was the one that came as a surprise. I know, Yaz, you would love to just castle queenside right now. And just put your king right there with the open file ready and waiting. Yeah, I know.
No,
Of course you would not. That move is certainly anti-positional, especially since there's no attack against the white king. There's not going to be any counterplay. So her opponent played queen e2 and h5, looking for some chances. Knight e5, and now knight g4, insisting I'm sacking a pawn. I'm opening up the file for my rook. Go ahead, take it. Well, nobody's touching that pawn. The engine's now saying, but what do you have for this little typical idea? Not yet played. Knight to b5 is in the position. However, you cannot touch this piece. Pawn takes simply drops everything after rook fc1. And how do you stop the pin? You drop back, pawn takes, and you can resign this one in a clear conscience because your king is about to be blasted off the board. This is over. Knight b5 will be a bone-crunching move. She will have to play something apparently like queen to b6, just barely hanging on by the skin of her teeth. And any move, rook over to c1, the pressure is starting to build. Knight c4 is going to be possible as well. At any moment, a d5 break, well, at least you can take this for the moment. But, oh, the f7 pawn is hanging with forks and stuff. Yeah. Looking horrible right now for black. And she better hope for a miracle like yesterday that she can get saved. And we see Apurva thinking about the position right now. Knight b5 is being called for.
I always say king safety, king safety, king safety. And castling into it, that's what we would just describe walking into a huge punch there. Knight b5.
I thought you always said pawn, 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 pawn.
Yeah, and, some kind of order. King safety, grab the pawns.
And we've got some footage for you guys of the opening ceremony, which was also an induction ceremony for 4 players into the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame and the World Chess Hall of Fame. And that was at the Bucat Lounge here in St. Louis.
Wonderful.
Welcome, everyone, to the 2017 U.S. Championship and 2017 U.S. Women's Championship.
To all of you great players, it's absolutely incredible to be able to hang around with you. And I'm amazed and humbled, and I sincerely hope that my chess skills do not wear off on you.
These are, without a doubt, exciting times for U.S. chess. Over the past 9 years, the city of St. Louis has emerged as our nation's chess capital.
I can tell you one thing. I think St. Louis is the chess capital of the world, not just the United States.
You know, we've done this a number of years, but it doesn't get old. This is a big deal for St. Louis. And I want everyone in this room to know how much we appreciate all of you for making this tournament what it is and for helping make St. Louis a great chess city.
For his ability, his passion, and his outsized influence on the game of chess, Edward Lasker is deservedly recognized now and forever in the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame.
Kalmar was recognized as the strongest woman player in the continent, and she encouraged women to play in mixed competitions, not only against women. Ala said, women do not play differently than men. I, for example, can play with male masters in international tournaments. There is no difference. They make the same mistakes.
Victor would be elated, honored by his induction today into the World Chess Hall of Fame, and he would thank you all, each and every one of you, for being here today. Rest in peace, Victor. That was a beautiful mix, wasn't it?
That was a lot of fun, and you know, we should explain that what was happening there.
In the drawing of lots?
Yeah, in the drawing of the lots, the St. Louis Fashion Fund has partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club in the Hall of Fame to have this designer challenge, kind of like Project Runway style,
right,
where they create a fashionable chess uniform. And so the players had to choose between these sketches, and the sketch that they chose would uncover their drawing number.
Right. I was shouting out to Fabiano to pick the dress.
Well, there were a lot of dresses.
There were a lot of dresses.
And there's nothing wrong with boys wearing girls' clothes and vice versa.
Okay.
You can. Wow.
Okay.
You haven't seen your April Fool's outfit yet, but you're going to have to agree with me.
Okay. I just wanted to turn our attention to the game between Irina Krush, Sabine Feuser. At the moment, it doesn't look like storm clouds are there quite yet, but Irina has just castled, put her king over on the queen side, Sabina's king on the king side, but there's a big difference. Black's pieces on f6 and g6 are just beautiful targets for a pawn storm that Irina's about to set in motion, g5, h4, h5. And for Black, it's going to be very tough for Sabina to counter on the other flank as quickly, and I think Sabina's in real trouble in this game. Something could go wrong in a real hurry. Nothing terrible at the moment is threatening, but I can tell you, in practice, it's much easier to play Irina's position than it is to play Sabina, and that's a big game for this second round.
And Irina really excels at these types of positions where she has the edge and the initiative, and I think she's going to win this game. I totally agree with you there. Those d4 openings that Irina often plays almost like an e4 player. She loves to attack.
Yeah,
that's why,
but she's the control player too. She likes to be to have that positional grip. Both of them do, in fact, but Irina's just very good at it. I mean, that's why she's the seven-time U.S. champion. Now, in the other game that we've been keeping an eye on between Carissa and Tatev, after this move c4, Tatev, well aware that bad things are happening around her king in the center, and also she doesn't want to face a problem with c4, c5, which would really lock her bishop out of the game. Tatev played knight e5, knight takes e5, knight takes e5. We're up to date with the players. The difference here is that if we take on e5, queen takes e5, and now we've tried something like c5 with or without the exchange on d5. The bishop is actually not forced into the corner or the side of the board on a7, but can go back to c7. So still everything to play for in this game, but I prefer Carissa's position.
And And let's take a look and see what's going on in Caruana's game with Nakamura.
Okay, we'll go all the way
actually,
up to the...
do we have any more moves here? Or it looks
it
like
was
Nakamura
after Rook E2. Hikaru's
ahead.
really been staring down that move F5, F4. That was the move that Maurice and I thought was the most dangerous.
Well, yeah, let's look at this a little bit.
Players.
So to start out, we can't take on F4 because after G5, Queen C6, there's a Bishop B7.
Yes.
So we'll end up losing a piece in that variation.
Exactly.
So let's see, how do we, let's suppose we try to gang up on that pawn somehow.
Well, the gang up
You'll play
like
B5, yeah.
was Rook E4.
Is there another way?
Well, this is a pretty darn good way. You want to be able to take with the rook, and then there's no pin down the F-file. Now, if Rook E4 gets answered by Bishop E5, then I'll move my queen out of the way. And again, I'm eyeballing this pawn on F4 with Bishop takes F4 ideas. The move F4, if it works, if he can maintain that pawn on F4, it really restricts White's possibilities, most especially the bishop on C1 just gets essentially out of the game. One of the drawbacks of the move Rook E2 is in those variations we were calculating in the past, where Queen takes C6 was played, after the move Bishop B7, Queen A4, Maurice had mentioned there was one variation where you drop back. That is no longer possible.
Or just
F3
Bishop
is
G2 right
just,
away.
Yeah,
is another possibility.
Exactly. The move F4, F3, whether played at first or secondly with Bishop takes G2, black's in charge. So the whole point is, after the move F4, you're not going to take the pawn on C6 anymore. That's you can't do it.
You can't do it. Anytime you move the queen, you got to watch out for the possibility
of
of
F3 as well.
Now, Jeffrey Xiang has made a move against Ray Robson in that interesting position where it's a Sicilian and there's a lot of potential strategic imbalances. With that's with Jeffrey Xiang White against Ray.
Yeah, this was also, it had a kind of Sveshnikov type feel with this early knight D5, and actually Jeffrey played the move I liked very much. It's not an easy move to play. You look at your bishop on G2 and you say, oh, wonderful, loyal defender of the king. I love you, my bishop. And the bishop moves out of the way because this pawn on D5 restricts this bishop on G2. Jeffrey correctly understood that this bishop actually is better than his own, so he's seeking to trade off a less aggressive piece for an aggressive piece.
That's right. All of the pawns are in the same color as that bishop, so he wanted to get rid of it.
And after knight takes E4, knight D7, he said, well, my pawn majority is on the queen side, black's majority is on the center / king side. So he just played this move B4. Now, with this missing bishop on G2, it's basically saying to Ray, do you want to play G6 and F5? Do you want to castle and play F5? How are you going to get at White's king? The bishop is missing, and there is a draft in the position. But if White maintains his grip, plays Bishop E3, B5, he'll be happy to have the queenside majority.
And Ray did castle.
He did castle. Okay, so players are really throwing down the gauntlet in this round. So after Bishop E3, I'm basically challenging. Was played? Okay, I'm challenging black. Are you going to tell me black played F5?
No, he hasn't played F5 yet, but I was going to say the onus is on Ray Robson here to drum up some counterplay, because otherwise it's going to be all white. And the good news for Ray fans is that this game he's even Steven on the clock. So,
what?
in fact, he's 4 minutes ahead.
Is that a first?
Yeah,
I mean, in like all the U.S. championships that Ray's ever played in, I'm perpetually seeing him in time trouble.
Perpetual time trouble, huh?
Perpetual time trouble.
That was particularly big thing. He played so well in time pressure, but when he's playing somebody like Nakamura, like yesterday, I think that might have been kind of a wake-up call that this is the U.S. championship. Maybe I should discipline myself. I'm sure he has it in his mind every game to try to
stay ahead on the clock, and then somehow he just slips.
Yeah,
his resolve before the game.
I doubt it was a wake-up call, or if it was from his coach, Susan Polgar, or somebody who said, dude, don't do that again. All right, this is ridiculous.
Right.
Do you just want to lose all your games by being in so much time pressure? Just completely crazy the way he handled that first game. Maybe he just needs to warm himself into form. I'd like to take a look at this game once again, this position between Naroditsky and Jerabuk. This move, bishop b5 check, completely unusual, but Yarrow said, look, forget it. I'm just going to take with the knight, and after knight takes d5, I'm just going to drop back with knight to c7 and make it easy that I'm just going to have no problems as far as equality is concerned. If you trade off knights right now, queen takes, these pawn demonstrations look ridiculous. No way the king has a real easy place to go for home. This bishop is going to slide out really fast, and black's going to castle and have no real difficulties. So this position here is on the board, knight to c7, and you know, we saw that h4 move and we thought fireworks, crazy, wow. We saw f4. Now it's completely settled down and white's initiative has fizzled, and Naroditsky might be regretting the fact that he played into this position at all. Yarrow has handled himself wonderfully, the grandmaster that he is. Now, another position worth watching that has been sitting on the board for a while, a difficult decision for Carissa Yip. Here she played c4, aggressive move, go for the pawn. I want that pawn. Her opponent ignored it with knight e5, attacking the bishop. She rightfully traded, and now she's in this position, and she has a big decision to make. And we call it the Grandmaster Exchange for a reason. It changes the balance of a chess position a lot, and you have to evaluate what's coming next. Her bishop is under attack. The Indians are giving as clearly best, way best, to take this piece right now after queen takes on e5 to bring something to this file. Well, first with c5, chase this bishop out, make sure it's buried. It has no future in the attack. Bishop to c7, and now you could take on d5 and open up lines for your rook, for your bishop along this diagonal, and the Indians really liking that position for white. Another way to play after queen takes e5 is also just to take here so that you get this position on the board, and then go with rook e1 and queen, and maybe depending on where the queen goes next, there might be an attack here. Rook e1 maybe not the most precise move. You still have c5 first, I should say, so that there's no attack along this diagonal. At any rate, this position is looking more and more promising for white. Will the youngster play this move against one of the tournament leaders at the moment? That remains to be seen. One thing I'd like to say, a comment I'd like to make, is the games are certainly not going as quickly as yesterday. You don't feel the same pace.
Right.
So that means we should keep our eye on the time pressure, the time management. There's going to be, the way this is going right now, there's going to be a bunch of time pressure games. I would say probably half the games will find at least one player in heavy time pressure because the tension is building. Sometimes chess takes a while to get going, but once it gets there, it's hot and heavy. And I think this is going to be a round where you're going to see time pressure in at least half the games, where we'll be just trying to keep up as the players try to figure out how to play precise moves, as they're spending a lot of time right now trying to play good chess.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have a caller.
Yeah,
Jen.
hello, welcome to the show. Let us know who you are and what your question is.
Hello, my name is Greg, and I'm calling from Oregon. I have a question about Anna Zatonsky's game. It looks like she's quite a bit better right now. Emily played knight takes d4 and then played g6, and it looked really weakening, and knight takes d4 looked just weird to me.
All right, we'll bring it up.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Greg.
Not sure if you're an Anna Zatonsky fan or
Emily
Nguyen fan, but we love to hear you ask about specific games.
All right, and the caller's question
This was a kind of C3 Sicilian type.
He didn't like what Anna did, or he liked what Anna did?
He liked a lot what Anna did. And he really didn't like what Emily did by taking on d4, and he's absolutely right. This position, but it wasn't as bad. It wasn't as bad before, but the last move, b5, is very questionable.
Well, again, we're seeing a lot of games where opposite sides castling, and it all becomes about who can attack the opponent's king best. The move b7, b5.
Even if I give you a few
moves, it's going to take you a long time.
Yeah, because you need to also get your rook into play. H4 is attempting to yank the file open immediately. You just play H5. You're not even worried about knight H5 because that could lead to a spectacular checkmate after rook H5, G5.
Well, let's show that line. Let's show that line, guys.
Yeah.
So I'm forcibly reminded.
Well, now it doesn't work. You might want to play rook B8 instead.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Just to show that line.
Right. Okay, I'm forcibly reminded of a game from last year's U.S. Championship. I believe it was between Fabi and Varugian Akobian, where this bishop posted up so very strongly on this open diagonal, and it was a scorcher. VAR went down in a blaze of glory. This is a pretty checkmate.
Yeah, we gotta love those checkmates. But of course, your move B4 prevents that. I mean, prevents the mate, but I don't think it necessarily prevents the move H5.
Right. So yes. So the difference here is that my intended rook takes H5, G takes H5. Unfortunately, can now be met by this queen actually defending against that checkmate we just showed.
But we can still always play H5 and then just like play G4 and try to figure out a way to get our queen over. And
I just love this position for white.
Or start with knight E5. Knight E5 is a good move. Just running knight C6.
H5, G4, and this is a different kind of a mate, but a very standard one. Thanks to our bishop being so beautifully posted.
Well, I was going to play back to F6 so that we didn't get mated as quickly.
Well, then you fall for the mate, the original mate.
Yeah.
Now knight H5 I take and mate on H7.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So brutal position here for black.
We have a call. Yes, we have Maurice. We've got everything.
Well, let me just jump in quickly first. Yeah. This position, you know, again, we're talking about Naroditsky. I said it was calm. The position is basically calm down. He's got to play some normal moves now. No. He still wants to surprise us. Which move would you not play here, Yaz, if you're not going to move this knight, and you're not going to trade it off, and you're not going to play C4?
I was going to play knight C3. If he played knight B6, I'm going to punch him.
Forget knight B6. How about rook A5?
No.
I mean, how about rook A5?
No.
First of all, just stick your neck out along this long diagonal potential tactic. Second of all, after the ultra-natural B5, and I mean ultra-natural B5, suddenly this queen is eyeballing your rook. What is your rook doing there exactly in this position? And if you trade on C7 now, queen takes, you basically have to play this move. I mean, what? Rook A5. So the engine says, all right, we're going to make sense of this move, rook A5, without having to back up. I mean, the best move, according to the engine, is to take and move the rook back and just admit what you did. This move is playable, knight back to D3, and now the engines say, well, one move is bishop B4. If we play bishop B4 in this position now, you could trade, and then after this trade, guess where your rook has to go? Back home. What was the point of rook to A5? What is he doing? I mean, that's just on a simple line. The other line that's even more dominating, apparently, after B5, knight C3, is to play queen D4 and say, I'm in your face. And my bishop is threatening to go. Oh, you want to trade queens? Yeah, sure, you could do that. Remember this move, bishop to B4. What are you going to do about it? Your knight's hanging. Your only move. Knight A2. I mean, this is just unreal. First it was creative, maybe interesting, wild. Now it's just getting bad. He's simply not playing chess anymore. And B5 is on the board, the most natural move. And now he has to stop and look at this position. I cannot explain how he is playing chess in this game. It's just, and now I'd love to, I mean, he's a lonely man right now as he's playing, really, that's just bad moves.
Strange move. We have a caller, Jen.
Yes, welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from. And I should remind everybody, check out our hashtag US Chess Champs. We're getting a lot of great tweets coming in, and you can also interact with us there. We have Eric Hansen across the street at the Kingside Diner with Ben Feingold.
Doing live commentary for
he gave his predictions. He said that he thought it was going to be So and Tatev.
Wow. Okay.
And are you back? We're oh, here you are.
Hi, my name is Raymond. I'm calling from La Minerve, Quebec.
Hello, Raymond.
Oh, Nice to talk to you. You're doing a pretty nice job for the tournament. I'm following you since a couple of years right now.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
My question is about Carissa Yip. She's only 13, and I'm amazed at her play at this age. What do you think about? Sorry, my English. I'm French Canadian. What do you think about the way she plays at this age compared to Arena Crush at this age at that time?
Wow. Well, first of all, thank you, Ray, for the question. Speaking for myself, I got a chance to play a little blitz or analysis last year with Carissa, and I was amazed. At 13 years old, she's so much superior to where I was at 13. I can't even begin to state the obvious. She's 2,300, climbing rapidly, making enormous progress. And how would you compare her career trajectory to that of Arena Crush's?
Well, I gotta say, I mean, I think Carissa's amazingly talented, and I also love her personality. She's so vibrant. She loves chess. But I think she does have to step on the gas pedal. I mean, Irena's a legend of chess. She won her first women's championship at 14. I think she was around a senior master at that point. So that's
already
senior master. Yeah, so that is a lot of progress to make. And she was beating. I mean, Carissa's had some great grandmaster scalps, including against Irina herself.
Right.
But Irina was beating grandmasters, I think, on a relatively regular basis at that 14, 15-year-old age range. So this is a time where I think Carissa, you know, she's getting even more mature as a chess player at 13. She's starting to learn some positional concepts. This is where she has to really decide, am I going to go in the footsteps of Irina and become a grandmaster among both genders?
Right.
Or am I going to maybe go in another direction? I hope she sticks with chess, because I'd like to see more grandmasters, female grandmasters in the United States, and she's a prime candidate.
As we all, and Maurice mentioned it himself. It's not just about talent and hard work and dedication. It's about opportunity and financially the ability to pursue your passion.
And that's why the championships are great, because all of these players' expenses are paid for, and they stay in a lovely hotel, and
travel, food, and of course a very, very handsome prize fund, $100,000 in the women's championship. So it's what we would call maybe the only professional event for the women players in the U.S. Otherwise, it's just opens. Talk to that, Jennifer. That there's just not enough opportunities actually for women to be professionals.
Yeah, I think that it's getting better, and there are some good women's tournaments. But I think it's great to have more prizes. Like there's a lot of these like mixed double prizes now that they debuted in a lot of U.S. chess tournaments, and that's a great idea because it encourages women to play in the open sections, and yet there are some prizes that maybe incentivize them. And I love that, and I'd love to see more of that. And I noticed that in the Winter Chess Classic and other tournaments that the St. Louis Chess Club is running, there is an effort to invite more female players. And
Tata Irina played this month in March.
That's right, and that gives them a great practice. And we are going to go to a quick commercial break, and we thank our caller for his great question.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
There is a world where superheroes touch the stars, live the dream, experience the fantasy, and play all day long. Welcome to Wizard World Comic-Con, coming to St. Louis April 7th through the 9th at the America Center. Get tickets now at wizardworld.com.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
And welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships. We see Hikaru Nakamura pacing down as Fabiano Caruana decides what to do in this position. We do have a development in that game.
Well, it was a pawn sacrifice that we had mentioned it actually some time ago, that the problem with rook e2 in developing the bishop to f4 as occurred is that it does give this pretty straightforward tactical shot, rook takes b2, and this bishop, that's why we love to fianchetto the bishops, is been in ambush along this long diagonal. Rook takes b2, bishop takes c3. We've reached this position, I suspect, after rook b1, bishop takes, rook takes. That's a pawn. Bishop takes e6, that's pawn number 2. Let's say white collects one of them back. There's compensation, again, because of the opposite color bishops. The dark squares are a factor on black's king. But is it only, isn't this just good for black? I mean, you are a pawn up. Maurice?
The ancients say no, opposite colored bishops and the exposed black king and the secure white king suggests that there's nothing really serious here after queen c6. In fact, the ancients think that white is slightly better in this position. With the active rook on the b file, these pawns are somewhat weak. Agreed, the d pawn for white is a little weak as well. But even so, it seems as though black doesn't have any energy moving forward. That is the key in this position. Like, how does he roll up his attack and to show somehow that he's got an extra pawn for a reason, especially with his king being a bit porous. So we do have that issue on the board. I'd like to go to just a few of the games we haven't looked at as yet, well, at least in a while. Sam Shanklin against Wesley So, this is just developing at a snail's pace. We don't have to look at this for too long. This looks like it's very much going to be a draw. Symmetrical pawn structure, nobody doing anything at all. This position we really haven't looked at almost, I can't remember the broadcast so far. This one between Gadakamsky with white, Varuzhin and Kobian with black. Varuzhin played a French defense and was able to get a solid position here. And it looks like black's okay. And the Indians even saying, man, he might even be more than okay if he tries to move e5, a very complicated move to analyze at this moment, as it looks like he might win a piece along this line. The move bishop a3, trying to throw off the queen, and after queen c7, then just trade. And then look at this nice little position where, yeah, I'm pinned, about to lose a knight. Oh, sorry, you're pinned, about to lose your queen. What is going on here? The Indians are giving, it's boring, triple zeros. We can work out some tactics somehow. Well, the move queen e3, excuse me, would be the move to play here, attacking this pawn and getting out from under the pin. Knight g4, though, for black, and black guards his pawn and forces white to move the queen, into which case black will be able to move his queen. So sharp, sharp play. That's why he's taking so long in this moment, VAR, to try to figure out should he play e5. We did see this moment in the game. Yasser and I were speaking off camera. To play rook a5 and b5, the way Naroditsky has played this game is just, it's disappointing, I'm sure, for his fans. These moves just don't make any sense. And Yaroslav is saying, yeah, I'm happy now. You may have fooled me in the beginning, but not anymore. I'm not scared at all, and you're going to have to figure something out because I got a good position. Jumping to this game with Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson, Jeffrey played b4 and bishop e3, a slight edge for white here with the space, no worries around his king, and wondering where is black's counterplay. But the most interesting maybe game right now is this one. Look at this between Shabalov and Onchuk. We saw those triple pawns and the double pawns for white, the isolated pawn. The structure is weird. Going back just a couple of moves, right here, knight b6 after e4, rook ac1, going for the pawn e5. I mean, you would think he'd want to give away one of his weak pawns, much less give away a healthy one. That e6 pawn in the structure looked great, but instead he's giving it away. White now has another set of double pawns. How many times do you ever see a chess position like this? Double A pawns, doubled E pawns, tripled C pawns. I mean, this position is insane. The pawns are about as healthy as a fat man on the couch eating 300 pounds of potato chips. I mean, this guy looks ugly. Rook D3 though, the follow-up. What? Bishop F1? Are you serious? What is going on? The rook coming down here, just tenuously holding on to the C3 pawn for the moment, but allowing bishop F1, no, because he has knight to C4, blocking that line, and the queen is semi-trapped on this side. Now this one is starting to cook and get interesting. Like I said, as we get to time pressure, the games are going to get more and more interesting, more and more tense, and we're going to see some real quick hands and some mistakes as these games proceed.
Thank you, Maurice. And we've got Cristian to share some thoughts with us. Cristian Chirila.
Thanks, guys. We talked a lot about concrete moves. Let's talk a little bit about the psychology behind this move, h4. White plays h4. Put yourself in black's shoes. You are on your first year in the US Championship. You feel a lot of pressure, and this guy plays the move h4. You have to prove this is wrong. He played e5, knight to b3, bishop to e6, all normal up to this point. White plays f4, another very, very aggressive moves, weakening the light squares on the king's side, but preparing an attack in the center. Knight c6, normal move, f5, bishop takes b3, a takes b3, another important psychological moment. Black again proves that he wants to prove that this move h4 was wrong. So he plays d5. Big moment in the game. Now Daniel played e takes d5, which is a bad move and allows black to equalize. If he would have played knight d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, knight d4, we realize the knights are not on the board. So I have this extra move c3 in this position. But first, you cannot play c3 because now knight takes f5 and black has the perfect position. Instead, you should firstly play the move f6. Now, black has two options. He can take with the pawn, in which case we play c3, and now the pawn structure is a little bit worse. After knight f5, queen f3, white has a very, very nice position. Or you can take on f6 with the queen, in which case after c3, knight f5, we see the consequence of the move. Queen takes f6. The rook is not protected on a8, so we can play bishop to b5. The king is not safe anymore. He has to go king d8. We retreat the bishop, and white has a winning position, almost. Instead, Daniel took with the e-pawn first on d5, and black soon equalized. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian. It almost felt to me like there was a test in there. Did Cristian miss a move? If you were a viewer, you were probably asking yourself after bishop b5 check, king d8, was there a better move for white?
Well, you finally make sense of h4.
That was a big hint. That's not fair. You just gave our viewers a very big hint.
But thank you, Cristian.
Yes.
And I love the presentation of that beautiful chess set. It's really stunning, those pieces.
By the way, here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, there is a shop where they do have some really beautiful boards, but also a Q Boutique across the road at the World Chess Hall of Fame. They have a gift shop. I've been looking at their ties. I'm going to be wearing a couple of the ties, chess-themed ties, but they have a lot of beautiful chess sets as well.
They've got great stuff there. And if you're a member at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you also get a 10% discount. So it's great stuff. I mean, and I'm not going to lie, you don't have to like chess to go into that store. It wins awards every year, and you'll definitely find something for it. Your girlfriend, kid, boyfriend. There's just great stuff there.
I agree. Danya, he's spoiled a very, very promising position. As Cristian was showing, he had a chance to get a big advantage after the strange sequence of moves involving move rook a8, rook a5. Yaro is now, he simply has an advantage. Let's go back to that game, our top guns. After the moves, after bishop c3, rook b1, bishop takes b2, rook takes b2, Hikaru said, no, I'm not going to give up this pawn on c6, because that pawn on c6 has actually allowed the queen to come in. I'm going to defend it with queen c7, but bishop g5 came very quickly by Fabiano.
Yeah,
and
now
he's
bishop
just,
b6 is met by rook e2.
well, is that the end of the line, though?
Well, because you're saying queen d7?
Yes, rook e2, queen d7, queen e3.
Yeah.
There's a big pileup going on here. But after the move king f7, I don't see how you put more pressure on the e6 bishop. So long as that bishop doesn't have to move, black is going to keep his material and stay solid.
And so what if I start trying to nibble on the h4?
H4, h3, h4. It's funny you said h3, h4, because I wasn't looking in that direction, but I was looking at bishop h4.
To play queen h6.
Right, because white's compensation, these opposite color bishops playing on the dark square. Maurice.
Well, there's a big development in the game between Carissa Yip and Tatev Abrahamyan, and I didn't see it coming, but she decided that she didn't have a move, did Carissa. She didn't like the position, so she decided to basically force a draw, but Tatev looks like she's surprised maybe by this development. Let's take a look. Bishop e5 was the move that we suggested, but here Carissa played queen h5, leaving her bishop hanging on d3. The point of it, after knight takes on d3, suddenly bishop takes on g7 from afar. The double bishop sacrifice, but not the classic one that we're used to seeing. Now after bishop g7, the threat is clear. She wants to pull her bishop back and move her queen over somehow. She might even take the rook and keep taking stuff if you don't pay attention. But the Indians are saying, what if we take and then go back? You have no pieces to join in the attack, so the best you can do is a perpet with this check and back and just repeat the position and call it a day. So this looks like it will be a draw. The youngster decided she did not have anything in that position with that trade. She didn't want to go any further. I think it was a poor decision on her part. But after that tough loss yesterday, maybe she just is happy, at least getting a draw, getting on the books. But I got to say, I'm a bit disappointed to see her forcing this resolution when she had such a promising position.
That's the kind of thing you do. You bail out, so to speak. You make the sacrifice when you think you're worse or you're unhappy with your position. I was very happy with Carissa's position, and that move, queen h5, comes as a big surprise and a disappointing one at that, because she is playing to force a draw from a position of strength. Jen?
Well, let's go back to that Caruana Nakamura line that you were analyzing,
Right.
since this is so critical. We were looking at bishop e6,
Bishop
rook
takes e6.
e2, queen d7, queen e3, and now you...
Is queen e3 the best move, Jen? Because at the moment...
Well, but I like
okay,
your idea
all
of
right,
bishop
queen
h4
e3.
and queen h6.
King f7, yes.
Well,
And
what about this bishop h4 idea that you mentioned? That seemed attractive.
it does, because it's sort of like you're eyeballing this opportunity to go queen h6 and make inroads on the king side. But it is two pawns, right? Or
Yeah,
is
but
it,
how do you move stuff?
how do I move stuff? That's a good question. Okay, so let's say I play rook e8 just to, on a good day, in case I do get the opportunity to move my bishop out, at least I have my e7 pawn defended.
And if I play queen h6?
I have to drop back with my king.
And now what if I wanted to play queen e3 here?
And now
The question is, can you move your bishop and
Right.
allow me just to take on e7? But then
Now it's weird.
Yeah.
You want a pawn back, but it's now white who's walked into a pin situation. I don't know. I feel that Hikaru's for choice, but we have a special guest in our studio, Jen.
Yes, we have Tony Rubri from St. Louis Public Schools, and he's with Maurice to talk about the great scholastic programs that this club is spearheading, yes.
Yes, we are with Anthony Ruby, a network superintendent for St. Louis schools. And first of all, welcome to our show.
Thank you so much for having me.
You've been responsible for implementing chess in 33 schools, I believe 11 of them during the school day. Why chess? Why do you feel that is that important?
It's an amazing opportunity for our kids to experience more than the normal curriculum. It gives them a lot of this access to skills and strategy that you wouldn't see in a normal academic program, and I'm especially passionate about bringing it in during the school day. So this is for many of my students across the 12 elementary schools that I supervise, this is a normal part of their week. 30, 40 minutes, an hour even of chess as a regular academic class.
Is it every day or once a week?
For most students, it's once a week. For a few, it might be every day. But it's a chance to expose them. And these are students as young as 3 and 4 years old. So all the way down to our youngest pre-K students, up through 8th grade in some of my schools. We also have programs in middle and high schools as well.
What are some of the results that you're seeing now that you've implemented the program?
We're a lot more active engagement in the traditional academic classes. So we see students building more of a focus and a stamina. You see students that are becoming more problem solvers than reactors, which is really exciting to see in St. Louis Public Schools. And kids are just getting passionate about a hobby, something that they can learn from but also really enjoy.
Now, I believe you're a chess player yourself. Do the kids ever challenge you when you walk into a room where you just want to sit down and play with the kids?
Every once in a while. So when I was a teacher, I coached chess, and then as a principal, I had a chess team that I played with pretty aggressively. In my role now, I don't usually get to stop in and play kids in chess, but every once in a while, I do get to start a quick game. I play chess at home with my kids now, which is a lot of fun.
Absolutely. What is the relationship with the chess club here? How is having a world-class organization like this chess club impacted what's happening in St. Louis Public Schools?
So we've been playing chess in some of our schools for years and years, but the partnership with the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center has made it, it's made our program world-class. So we now have trained instructors that are getting the best resources and the best connections to the world of chess. They're coming into our schools rather than us piecemealing things together and kind of making a patchwork program. So it brings a level of professionalism and refinement to what we had been providing.
So what's the next step? You're in 33 schools. You're going to be in 330 schools?
So we have about 75 schools across St. Louis, and I hope within the next year or two we'll have at least some sort of program in every one of those schools. Many of them might be full-day programs where we have kids using it as a regular class. And in any that's not a possibility, at least getting a fully formed and operational chess club after school. So at least giving every kid in St. Louis Public Schools a chance to play chess if that's something that they want to do.
Final question, how has the response been, the reception been from teachers, administrators, principals, as you bring in chess into the schools?
For some, it's a bit of a hesitation at first, but within days, sometimes weeks, definitely by now at this point in the year, everyone's excited by it. They love it. They love having kids excited. They like seeing what's possible. And I think we've really shown that in the schools that we have established now, and that's why we're hoping to expand to even more next year.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. It's a
Excellent.
program
Thank you so
near
much.
and dear to my heart.
Yep.
Anthony Ruby doing great work.
Absolutely. Thank
in the
you.
St. Louis schools, a network superintendent with a grand vision for chess and the city's children.
Anthony, I've got a question. I can't let you escape without asking this, because
Sure.
when I was growing up in chess, and I was trying to get my school to support chess programs or chess in school, it wasn't even a consideration that it would be an in-school activity, in-class activity. It was only an after-school, and I had to work hard to even get that. What's changed? Why is it suddenly possible to have chess inside the classroom, never mind after school?
Yeah, so we are all about ensuring equal access. And one of the things that is most important for me as a network superintendent in St. Louis Public Schools, having an urban education background, it's all I've ever known. The most important thing is to make sure that kids have equal access. And when we have to have things after school, there's a chance that kids can't access it because of transportation issues, because of the time of the day. So by bringing it into the school day, having it be a normal part of the curriculum, it ensures that every kid can at least get touched by that program in some way. And if they become really excited by it, they might join the competitive team and travel and things like that. But at least they're able to try it and to learn some of those foundational skills. That's why it's so important to do it during the day.
Well
Thank
said.
you, sir.
Well said. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
your great work, and continue the fantastic stuff. We'll
Absolutely.
keep following it.
It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Guys?
Great answer. Chess in the schools. I love it. And we are, I want to take a quick tweet at our hashtag US Chess Champs. Chess24 points out that the most experienced players in the U.S. Chess Champions show how to handle pawn structures. And of course, this is a joke referring to the game between Shabalov and Onishuk with the triple and double pawns. Well, I guess it goes to show you dynamic players like Shabalov and Onishuk know that it's all about dynamism. Forget about the pawn structure.
Oh.
And with that, we'll go to break so you can't argue. See you in a few minutes, guys. and welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships. We are in the heat of round 2, and let's pull up the Naroditsky Jerebic position. Jerebic being our wild card from SLU, and is he going to get it done? It looks like Naroditsky's position is in shambles. I mean, his pieces lack the basic coordination, right? Like, each one of them is disconnected from each other.
Well, as a Sicilian player yourself, you know this is a Sicilian player's best dream. You've gotten in the D5 break, you've taken over the center, you've won the initiative, and if that's not bad enough, White's king is still stuck in the center of the board. And Danya just played this move. He had played rook a5 earlier, a move we really didn't like. Rook h3. Here he's played rook h3 in order to prevent a bishop g3 check. I'm just saying there may not be any immediate wins, but after rook f8, e8, not the only move, of course. Bishop c5 is also a possibility. Everything is in Black's favor.
Well, at least he can try to queenside castle.
No, he can't.
He can't. I was trying to trick you.
Yeah.
No,
maybe he could go king d1 to c2. That might be his best bet. Going to the other Top Gun game that we've been keeping an eye on, a surprise for me, the players had reached the position we were analyzing, Jen, and we had expected not the move bishop f7, but we had expected actually the move king to e7, king to f7 to protect the bishop on e6. Bishop f7, and now we're expecting that after queen takes, Fabi will very easily equalize the position, win back the material that he sacrificed earlier in the game.
That's right. So this one could have been so interesting, but it looks like it's perhaps petering out with the bishops of opposite color and trades on the horizon.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Jeffrey Zhang, in another battle between two of the youngest players in the competition, Jeffrey Zhang,
and Ray Robson,
16 years old, and Ray Robson, actually a veteran of this tournament, even though he's only, 22.
That's crazy, yeah.
He's been in this event since he's been 14 years old, so he's played a lot of U.S. championships. And in this position, seems like a pull for White, but is it enough? I mean, we've got this passed pawn, but there's that principle of two weaknesses, and I'm wondering here, is White going to be able to win this position with Ray knowing what he has to protect and just playing more on the passive side?
Well, it just looks great for White in my view. White is just going to play queen d3, rook a6, and pawn to b6. We have a special event going.
Happy birthday
to you, Jen. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jen. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
And many more. Oh, you can do it.
This is the girl that.
Baby.
This is the girl that makes us look good.
Exactly. Exactly. Wow.
Whoa! What?
Hey, yeah.
Somebody just took away all the cupcakes.
Hey, come here. I have my
Jen
eye.
Hoover, she is a producer at Spectrum Studios, and she does a fantastic job. And if she was in charge, those cupcakes would not have gotten taken away.
I was about
so
to say,
quickly for us.
There was an orange cupcake there. I'm sure it had my name on it. I mean, it was appealing to me.
Seriously, but she does everything. She does it all. She knows about camera angles, about the directing and the producing, and she's just a great asset to the team, along with, of course, Randy Sinkfield, who's the founder of Spectrum Studios, and Kevin, Eric. They're all just an absolutely remarkable, fantastic team.
Oh, without question.
There'll probably be more birthdays coming up, and next time I'll remember to take the cupcake. It's just kind of like a pawn.
Right.
You take it while you can get it.
I didn't realize it was only that small window of opportunity there, and I bet you
we both blundered there.
Yes, that was a big mistake. I bet you by the time we go on our next break, they'll all have been gone. Ravenous wolves. Maurice, what do you got for us?
I got the cupcakes.
You got the cupcake.
You just said that. I'm ready to go outside the studio because they're all going to be gone. There was only about 8 of them, and there's maybe 15 people outside, so we're done. Forget about it. At any rate, we've got some wild stuff happening on this double pawn game. We saw a triple pawn. How many doubles? It's just so many. The worst pawn structure I've ever seen, maybe. Maybe it's not the worst ever, but still. So the game went bishop e7, knight c4, queen c5, queen b6, and now the move e6 was played by Shabalov, sacrificing his pawn. Just a sharp, sharp move to play. He's looking to see this take, and then bishop h3, some funky stuff going on there. The other game, I believe I saw a result in the Yip Abrahamian game. There was a draw in that position. Let's go back to here. And we did see this position arise on the board with a perpetual. So that game has ended in a draw. Not much to talk about there. It looked like Tate was worse. She was worse. For a blink, her young opponent said, I don't see exactly how to prosecute this advantage, so I'm going to get out of here. So they had pretty much uneventful draws as compared to what could have happened in that game. And this game went wild. I mean, our Apurva could. She did play knight to b5. She said, let's get the party started. She saw the sacrifice. And after queen to b6, she said, well, let me get greedy on this side. Knight takes f7. Now, this is not a move that the Indians recommended, although she has such a big advantage that even being materialistic made sense. The Indians really, really wanted her to cage that queen on this side and then save this bishop with bishop f4. You just can't take this knight. That knight can live there for as long as it wants. It's just simply untouchable. I'll give you an example. Takes, and queen takes in this position. Suddenly knight d6 check, and after you take, well, there goes your queen. So that knight could have stayed there for a long time. Knight c4, queen a6, bishop f4, and black has this terrific threat of knight c6 hanging over her head. Almost impossible to defend. The only move is e5 just to delay matters, but she's totally busted in this position. White's pieces just dancing and prancing, covering all the bases here. White is completely winning. Instead, she played knight takes f7, and that changed the nature of the game. Now c takes b5, rook to c1 with check, king to b8, and now black is back basically in the position. It's not as bad as it once was, although she's still worse, but not the same kind of worse. She's not completely lost. So unfortunately for the youngster, Verkud, she did not find the most incisive way of playing that position and instead went for material, and it looks like the battle goes on.
Thank you, Maurice. I also was looking at the game between Irina and Sabina. And when we had left it, I really thought that Irina was putting together, you know, a model kingside attack pawn storm. We left it at this moment. Sabina found, I think the best move was rook f8 to c8, and she prepares knight e8 to get out of the way. This move h4, it feels a little bit hurried to me. I think that Irina, with hindsight, should have played the move rook on d1 to g1, getting behind her pawns, and I don't see how Sabina's going to deal with this pawn storm coming against her. After the move h4, Sabina got a bit of a blockade. Also, very strange recapture with the queen. I thought knight takes made perfect sense.
Well, it's certainly good for Sabina to trade off that bishop. I mean, that's a brutal bishop for the participating in the attack. And actually, I remember losing a game to Irina where she castled queenside, and that light squared bishop and the rooks in the G file were my demise. So
it ended up being a passive piece.
Right, and really smart treatment here by Foyger.
Yeah, that allows her to
hang
in there. After knight e4, we do get this move. I don't understand the move knight d2. Isn't knight e5 an automatic with the idea that you want to play h6 and knight g4, maybe even possibly rook h4? But I'm saying centralize your knights.
It is quite strange. Maybe she wanted to prevent c5.
That had to be on her mind. And okay, I still very much like Irina's game, but maybe she's allowed her opponent to creep back in. Maurice.
Definitely is allowed way too much in that position. Couple of positions to look at. I want to go back to this position with Apurva Verkud and Jennifer Yu. And I noticed something from Apurva, and it's only after 2 games, maybe not enough of a sample size to be able to make generalizations, but something about her game that maybe is easily fixable if someone points it out is the way she plays with her understanding of material. It looks like she gives too much credence to material. She's not dynamic enough, and thinking that maybe she's just simply needs to hold on to it. It's a big a part of her evaluation function, if I may use a technical term, from computers. She seems to give too much value. And I'm not talking about Jennifer. Jennifer is fine in this question. It's her prover, her opponent I'm talking about, who's seems like she would rather go for the numbers, play the numbers game, than play dynamic chess. And she needs to fix that, because in this position, she went for the rooks, the fork. Instead of going knight c4, remember, she had this fantastic opportunity after queen b6. I mean, I'd see this pawn, I wouldn't even be thinking about it. It's like, who cares? I get a whatever. Let's go on to what the real issue is, and it's the dynamic possibilities against this king and trapping this queen. And you'd want to be focused on this side of the board. My tendencies just go far away from material. To be grabbing an exchange when your knight's hanging and your attack simply falls apart doesn't make any sense to me, and it's not logical. She instead went knight f7, cb5, rook c1, king b8, and now she played this move, bishop f4 check, which is a nuanced move from her point, except she didn't get that e5, a very dynamic move, suddenly appears on the board. And Jennifer, to her credit, sacrificing in this moment to recognize that it's a dynamic moment for her to change the nature of the game and open up possibilities for her. The move instantly gives black an advantage, according to the engines. Instantly. Bishop takes e5 now is met simply by takes, and then takes here. And you see everything cleared out. Everything, you can have your exchange whenever you like. Take on h8, rook takes h8. But look at the position now. White's advantages are gone. White had space. White had pieces dancing in the position. Nothing. It's all gone. Well, of course, she has an exchange, a rook for 2 pieces, and she has the extra pawn on the board. It looks like 6-5, but that's not enough. That's just simply not enough. And the dynamic elements that she once had, did White, have simply dissipated completely, and she has to hope that her material, and she has actually at a material disadvantage for bishop versus knight. So all that is gone as well. Can she pick up a pawn? Look at the security of these pieces. So a change in the game. Apurva is going to have to fix that if she's going to go to the next level. However, another game, there's no fixing. This is gone. This is gone. Rook to d8. Anna Zatonsky went ahead against young Emily Nguyen. h5, knight h5. Give me that. No materialistic problems here. We give away rooks because guess what? We know when attack is coming. 2 bishops, queen, knight, all the pieces on the wrong side of the board. This game is going to be over. Anna, after a horrific performance yesterday, blundering and losing, saying it's time for the comeback, and she's shaking that game off. And look how intense she is. I mean, you would think that she might be worse, but she's focused. I mean, she looks like a tiger right now, ready to pounce. She knows this one's over, and she's not about to make a mistake like she did yesterday.
She definitely looks like the highest-rated player in the field, focused and intense on winning, and she's got the position to do it. Let's just go. Jennifer, where would you like us to go?
Well, we were talking about... we were briefly talking about Jeffrey's game, and you were sizing up his advantage here against Ray Robson, who surprisingly doesn't seem to be in time pressure. But White feels like he's up a pawn. He's not. But how can Ray really make use of his majority on the king side?
Well, let's take a look. Oh, that was not the game that I'm supposed to bring up. This is the game that I'm supposed to bring up, that Danya game.
So we got this passed B pawn, and we're hitting the B pawn, and...
when we left it, we had just seen this move, bishop G5, by the way.
Because that bishop on E3 is really strong, aiming at B6, so...
Exactly.
Gotta go.
Gotta go. Bishop takes G5 was Jeffrey's choice. Rook A6, that's a great rook posting up, ready to support the pawn on B6. But even more so, attacking the pawn on d6. And here, you were saying that can Ray make use of his majority? You're, again, thinking about move f5.
Yeah, I want to get some counterplay, because I feel like a passive move like queen e7...
You just, you're not going to survive rook c6 and d6.
Not against
so let's go for it.
Yeah, we got to go for it here.
So,
I agree.
F5, rook takes as the challenge. You're throwing down the gauntlet, takes. Now, if we take with the queen, then black will trade and take on b5 and somehow squirm and worm his way out of that. So if we take with the pawn, now here's the question. Can't we do that same sacrifice that we saw in Tatev's game? Go for some kind of a perpetual check. If you take the rook, I mean, we got at least a perpetual check over there. I think F5 is the right move, Jennifer. You got to create that counterplay. Let me just go back to this position.
Yeah, so after F5, is there anything else here? Let's look at your squirm position again. So after rook d6, you mentioned that after fg4, queen g4, you didn't think white was going to have anything.
If you gotta bail out into a double rook ending without an extra pawn, that looks pretty strong to me.
Fine instead. Well, let's see if there's some fire going on in some other games. If this game might turn into a draw. How's Kamsky doing?
Forget about the draw. Throw that out the window. In this game, this one here is just a feast for the eyes. The tactical possibilities. I'm loving it. Right now, we have this very solid position. Gatakamsky, Varuzhin, Akobian. Gata brought his rook up to the third rank. You tell your students, be careful when you're in the third rank with your pieces because there could be some forks that happen with pawns. Well, the right move, according to the engines, was this mysterious rook move, rook to e8, buttressing this pawn along this line. Very deep move. We're going to show you why. Because instead he played e5 immediately. And this move challenges this knight, which has nowhere forward to go. All these squares are covered. So the move knight f3 is the one place the knight has that's safe for the moment. But black now can play, and he's thinking about playing the move e4. And he actually has to. I mean, this pawn is triple attack. That last move put the knight, the bishop, and the queen on this pawn. So you're going to have to just go ahead and play the move e4. Now, but you're saying, like, what's the big deal? It's a nice, juicy fork. Rook's hanging, knight's hanging. Which one am I going to take? Well, first, bishop takes f6, kicking out the legs from under this pawn. And now you must take the rook. I say you must take because if you take this knight right here, then bishop takes d8 and your queen's under attack. And it doesn't matter for white. It just took a rook from you. So white is perfectly okay. But let's get back to the business of taking the rook. This is where it gets fun, guys. After taking the rook, white can now continue and say, well, let me take on d8 in this position, except black can now play queen takes c4, desperado sacrifice. You don't see that one every day. I mean, look at this pawns and the way the position is. Obviously, if you take here, then suddenly takes. And when you counter the material, it's dead even, except black has the two bishops. This bishop is under attack. And any normal move like this one, there's this bishop c3 move, and the bishops are starting to act up in the position. Anytime this move is going to happen, this pawn move in the game, this position is just lost. I mean, a pawn is hanging. The rook's coming in the game. This position is simply busted. So this one would be good for black. However, after e takes d3, white can temporize with this beautiful move, queen to e4. The point now being that you don't dare take this bishop because suddenly it's going to be mate, check, and you're just in trouble. You cannot take back. The engine won't let me, obviously, because it's a pin. If you go here, you get mated on f7. So you must go here, and then now here it comes. You're just being put through the blender after king to h8. Now we drop back here with check, and that's the kicker. You go to g7, give us that, and you can see the f-pawn is going to drop. It's going to be mate. So critical moment right now for VAR, and guess what? E4 is on the board. It is Gatakamsky's turn, and he's got to start calculating those wild and fun variations. Bishop takes f6 is the start of a great ride, guys. Are we going to get a chance to go to the circus?
All right.
No, bishop f6 is just a great. White's going to have all the fun there because VAR's been victimized again. I refer back to the last year's U.S. Championship where Fabiano had his bishop on d3 and bishop on d4, and the bishops just swept over VAR's kingside. But that line that you're showing, that's a stroll in the park for a player of Gatakamsky's ability. Takes this is the sweet move, queen e4, bypassing, not capturing the pawn on
queen
d3.
Yeah.
But this move with this outsized threat, this giant threat, and the line is being played.
Wow, we're in it.
We're in it.
Well, he hasn't played Queen E4 yet.
Yet.
Well, Bishop F6 has been played, and the rook has been captured. So right now, white is down in exchange. So it's time to find all the right moves here, and a mistake by white could be fatal. But
because
to find,
he sacrificed.
But Queen E4, if he finds Queen E4 right now, then he has what, according to the engine, only a slight advantage. But I like to bring that position up.
That's a weird position.
Yeah, that's
like, to play Queen E4 instead of playing Queen takes D3.
Yeah,
really cool.
Exactly. So, but take a look at this. What's interesting here, and he has not played as yet. Queen E4 in this position. Look at this move, Bishop to C6, which the engines are giving as best. Right. Now, all of us would be thinking, Queen whoa, fun times ahead. Queen G6. Look at that spectacular move. Pawns are hanging. Unfortunately, the guy just simply brings his bishop back and says, what you got? You got nothing. You got no way of moving forward. You're down in exchange, and you're completely
95. You have Bishop D5
lost.
Or something, right?
95 exact. Well, according to the engines, Bishop D5 wins. Yes, this is a great move. Good suggestion, Jen. Another kind of picturesque move is Bishop to E8, fighting from his back, and everything is covered. There is no way of putting any more pressure on the position.
Well, knight E4, you even have something like Queen C4 sometimes, but
you're exactly not sometimes. Right now, give me that. And now, if you try to take on H6 with check, the king simply moves, and you can try all these demonstrations. Unfortunately, these guys are defending position extremely well. We'll try one more move with Queen here, and look at this. Because you're threatening the queen and some kind of discovery. Says, yeah, you can have your discovery, whatever. It's not going anywhere. This check simply leads to King G8, and
the knight's in a pin.
That bishop on E8 shows its teeth. Beautiful tactics, but of course, white doesn't have to fall for any of that stuff. After E takes D3, the position we currently have on the board, Queen takes D3. Interestingly enough, runs into bishop takes H3.
What?
Yeah, what? Yeah, what? That's correct. Bishop takes, and now it's saying bail out and take here. If you play queen to G6, it's pretty much the similar variations. Nothing's going to work. But this is now going towards more equal, according to the engines.
Well, so he did play queen takes D3?
He did not yet play queen takes D3.
See, I thought queen D3 it was bishop E6 or something. No.
I did too.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I assumed the reason was.
I did too.
But bishop E6 equalizes.
That's what I'm saying.
So bishop takes D8.
I thought
rook
black
takes
was
D8,
in trouble. Yeah.
And
you wanted to equalize.
You're looking to get your pawn back
in
this position.
Precisely.
So queen E4 gives more. Queen E4 is white trying for more.
Because it stops bishop E6. That's why it's such a picturesque move, right?
So now Gata just simply has to find that move. He has that moment. He could still blunder. Sharp position, and they both have under 20 minutes now to play the rest of the game, and they've only played 21 moves.
I'd say Queen E4 is not easy to see, but the fact that he's thinking in this position makes me believe he will play it, because Queen takes D3 is the kind of move that you calculated earlier, and then you play quickly without considering all of your different options.
The other reason why I want to play Queen D3, Queen E4, pardon me.
Oh, none of the above.
Reaching for the rook.
Bishop takes D8 on the board.
Bishop
Wait, that's a horrible blunder.
Because of what we looked at earlier.
Queen C4 wins.
Yeah, we looked at that before, right?
I mean, wins. Let me double check that. Yeah. I can't believe he took on Queen C4 wins. Wins the game on the spot.
Whoa.
That's just a piece in all lines. If he finds Queen C4,
and he's reaching for
it's lights out.
VAR is reaching for the bishop on C4.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, his hand went up and high over.
That is an incredible blunder by Gatakomsky. I'm just in shock.
I thought that the intention of Queen E4 was to also have the follow-up bishop takes D3.
There it is. Queen takes C4.
Bishop.
That's crushing.
Whoa.
Let's take a look at how it all shakes out.
Whoa, that's a big, huge turnaround. No, the reason, it was actually funny, the reason why I was attracted to the move Queen E4.
Look at Gata. Look at Gata.
Oh, no.
Look at Gata. He knows it now. He overlooked it.
Yeah.
He just simply overlooked it. He knows it. He's going red.
And the shake of the head.
You can't believe he missed the move.
Well, let's do the counting game. I mean, after Bishop...
Right now, it's even material. right?
But
right now it's
there's
even
a
material.
pawn on E2.
The pawn is going to go to E2. The bishop is hanging on
Yeah.
D8. So as this is shaking out, white has to fix the position. Black is completely out of danger. There are no tactics.
Right.
Those mates, everything is gone. Now white is trying to fix the problem of this pawn appearing on E2 and his bishop on D8. This is busted.
Right. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. What a huge turnaround.
He just didn't see the move.
Right.
Well, it's an easy move to miss.
And if you don't see the move,
Yeah.
if you don't see the move, you're winning
Then
a
it's
pawn
winning
on
the
D3.
pawn
It's
and
like,
you're
yeah,
happy.
I'm happy. Everything's good.
Yeah.
Instead, he just didn't see the move. Queen C4, shocker, and there it is. He knows it. He just knows he's gone.
Wow, an enormous blunder here in round 2.
Can't even look at the board. He's disgusted.
Disgusted. Absolutely. The thing that I was attracted to by the move Queen E4 is I wanted to keep the move Bishop C4 takes D3 in reserve, and I didn't want to occupy the D3 square. That was why I thought Queen E4 was best.
But look, Queen C4 is, when you see it, then you see it. If you don't see it, it's just not there at all. It's just your bishop's well defended.
Let's show our viewers once again, remind our viewers of the variation, Maurice, that you had mentioned earlier. After Queen takes C4 takes, you were mentioning that, sure, you can move your bishop, but then it's Black's bishops that are taking over as soon as Black gets ready to play bishop takes A4. This pawn on E2 is huge in the position, and it's a bust. It's
You can't remove it, and you hope the day never comes when that rook shows up. But the pass A pawn is going to appear on the board, and he's just
everything's wrong now. It's just
look at he's broken.
Gotta realize is one move blunder, and what am I doing? Why did I mess that up? Ooh,
the real pain of playing chess is sometimes we overlook moves, and
that's the kind of move that a really strong player misses too.
Yes, and you know,
it's a strange blind spot, right?
Well, I did a series of DVDs for ChessBase called "What Grandmasters Don't See," and one of the subjects I discussed was the blunders that occur where a pawn is controlling a square. And in this case, the pawn was controlling the bishop. It was protecting the bishop. So that square is just unavailable. You just don't see it. Grandmasters of the highest class will miss certain types of moves, including those moves are discovered attacks that either mean something or don't. Retreating moves are another category. And squares protected by pawns, they don't exist. They're off limits to anyone, including the best grandmasters. It's very simple to miss this tactic. And you'll say, where are the tactics mixed? It's in these categories. Grandmasters, those miss things like simple pins and skewers and forks. That's the stuff we've so mastered. But the human eye, from very early on, we're trained to not put our pieces on squares where pawns are guarding them. You just don't do it. In this case, Gata did not see the queen could go on C4 at all. Like, come on, it's protected. And then suddenly he's like, it's not protected. How stupid am I? I can't believe it. But it's a typical blind spot for even the best players. And unfortunately, it happened to him now.
Absolutely. No question about it. Sometimes I feel like when I'm calculating, it's like these invisible forces. I'm seeing calculating certain lines, and other lines I don't, just exactly for the reason that Maurice was saying. You don't play a move like Queen E2 to A6 when there's a pawn on B7 guarding the square. Those thoughts don't even come, because all of the pawns guard the squares, you don't put the pieces there. B3, the bishop on C4 was anchored. It was secured. It was untouchable. And then came Queen takes C4.
Well, when it comes to secret bishop captures, it pays to be paranoid. You got to just look at all of them, even if they seem ridiculous.
But you know what? It looks very simple to him. That's the thing. It looks simple. He was taken on D8, then he's taken on D3, and end of story.
Yeah. Lazy calculation there by Gata is going to be punished today. In our other two crucial games, Fabi and Hikaru, well, your bishops of opposite color, there's no real weakness, so to speak, in Hikaru's position. likely a draw, but still, White's on the sunny side of
Right,
this draw.
that White now is going to try to see if he can make any headway with his king, and if
Exactly.
certainly any of the top three in this tournament would see what they could do in this position rather than make a draw. So
Absolutely.
Fabiano is going to take his shot.
For sure. You play a maneuver like bringing the bishop to the long diagonal, bishop e3 to d4 check, and then on a very good day, you get to do a kind of a Nigel Short king walk, where the king would actually just walk as far up the board as it possibly can. At the moment,
the a6 pawn, we're not as excited about trying to bring our king to b6 or a5, because unfortunately with that pawn on a6 and bishops of opposite color, you can always stick a bishop to defend it.
Precisely. That pawn on a6 isn't the target. It's actually black's king. Now, from Hikaru's point of view, of course, he just wants to develop his rook, and he wants to ensure that there's no invasions. Yes, he'll likely draw, but okay, if I was in Fabi's shoes, I'd be very pleased, considering what was going on earlier when he was 2 pawns down.
Right. And
Maurice, back to you.
Well, big results about to occur in the game between Anna Zatonsky and young Emily. We knew what was coming, but it just might as well just show, for the record, the king is trying to run, but after queen takes on h7, she's just completely decimated this side. White is in a dominant situation, and now the move e5, which certainly cannot possibly help the position. And now queen check has been played. If you move the king up to d7, then just knight takes e5 check, and this is going to be all she wrote. This is just an awful position, a losing position. We knew it was losing anyway, so this game is going to end quite quickly. Another game we have not really paid a lot of attention to is the U.S. Women's Champion, by the way, is at work, and she is playing against Katerina Nemtsova. We've mentioned that time pressure would matter soon. Katerina down to 10 minutes plus, while Nazi has 20 minutes. They've only played 23 moves, so a lot of moves to play before time control and not much time to play it. But black's position looks for choice here, as white looks weird back here. This bishop on g2 looks like a fat pawn, does not leave a great impression, while black is trying to generate some energy, and the engines are saying this is lovely for black. This knight is the only bad piece. Just bring it into the game, start thinking about some squares to go to. But just the fact that black's pieces are the ones that are really doing all the energy right here, having all the energy, f5, hitting this pawn, this knight also doesn't have a future, so white is certainly in a lot of trouble, and worse on the clock. Nazi wants to keep pace. She doesn't want to have to do too many draws, even though she's playing against such a strong player. But if she can start to click off some wins, she knows how to win this championship now.
Absolutely.
Then she'll put some pressure on the rest of the field, as she's going to look like a confident defender of her title. And so far, so good. She's looked probably the most solid of all the players so far.
Speaking of what's going on in the Shanklin-So game? It looks very, very dry, but now it seems that there's a possibility is erupting. Is there a chance that Shanklin's bishop is going to get ensnared?
Well, let's see.
There's bishop on h6. You see, I'm looking at this g5 idea.
Exactly. This bishop takes f5 was the last
That's on
move,
the board.
with a tempo against the queen. And what you're saying is after the queen moves, you want to play Agata Kamsky resigned.
Our first result of the round here in the U.S. Championship, we thought it might be one of the draws in the even Steven games, but instead it's this 4-time champion, Agata Kamsky.
Well, it's the second. You mean the first result on the open side,
open
right?
side.
Right,
Right.
yes. Agata
Wow.
Kamsky losing, and Varuzhin Akobian. Great victory for Var, who has plenty of fans here in St. Louis. He's a frequent Grandmaster in Resident and a member of the Archbishop, so congrats to Varuzhin. Big win.
Yeah, but I feel you don't take a lot of pride or pleasure. You're happy for the point, but that was a gift. That was a real gift by Gata. I mean, just blundering so horribly like that. But again, as you say, congratulations, shout out to VAR, well done.
One thing I will say, there are so many ways to lose at chess, right? I mean, there's so many ways to lose at chess. But the way you tend to lose at the higher level is you make a small mistake and your opponent starts to grind you down, and then maybe there's the whisper of a kingside attack, and you make sure that doesn't happen, even if you have to give a pawn, and then the game transitions out into some endgame and you get ground down, and then you lose. That's a normal way for a strong player to lose. If he makes a bad choice in the opening and just suddenly has a horrible position where this attack gets so big, usually doesn't get that big. Usually you're able to bail out somehow, but sometimes you might get mated. But to lose material in basic calculation, that happens at the lower levels. At the highest level, it's just basic tactic. You just miss a move. That happens rarely to someone. And Gata has been talking about it as an elder statesman now for chess, not having that same level of focus, and just to be surprised out of nowhere, to lose like this. He mentioned yesterday, he said, I remember when I had that energy.
Yeah.
You know, he was having that wistfully remembering his days when he looked at everything. Now, just to lose like this, you just feel different. Like, I never used to lose like this. That's what he was saying, no doubt to him. I never used to lose like this. This kind of blunder is just unacceptable for a player of his class.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Turning to your question, Jen, you had mentioned that after bishop f5, this was the position we just had, queen e2, you were looking at a chance to ensnare White's bishop. Rook takes e3, queen takes e3, g5, gotcha. That bishop can't move.
Well, wait,
the problem
takes
is
e3 was bishop takes e3 though.
Oh, sorry.
I guess we could change the move order and play g5 first.
G5
right?
first. Yeah. Okay, so let me change the move order. Play g5 first. I'll play f3. We'll trade rooks. We'll just get this position. Okay. The problem is when your king steps up the board to attack the bishop, oops.
Yeah, you have bishop f8,
bishop
right?
f8.
So there's no way to ensnare it. I need to like get a queen to g6 in
Right.
order to.
And
meanwhile,
White
you're
is
going to make some headway.
Yeah, White is preparing to play g4 and f4 on a good day. I don't think you're going to hunt down that bishop. Maurice, we have a special guest in the studio with you.
Yes, we're with Gatakomsky after a mistake. There's no other way to put it. It looked like you had a perfectly fine position, but then you took and missed this one move.
Yeah.
So when a player of your level, I'm sure you were pretty disgusted after the mistake. What caused such a mistake to happen on the board?
It just happened.
It must not happen to you very often. I've seen you play a lot of games. One move mistakes.
Last year I had the same thing against Jeffrey, so so it does happen.
Last year, I mean
Yes.
that's a whole year ago, though. I mean,
No, but in the middle, in the other tournaments also happened. It's just I'm starting to just lose sight of the position. It's okay.
All right, well, I see it's a difficult moment for you. We appreciate your gamely coming down to at least chat with us briefly. We'll give you a chance to clear your head.
Thanks.
Guys?
Thank you, Gata. Well, there you have it. Just a one-move blunder, and it can cost you the game. And it's so painful in chess because you're putting so much energy into the game. You're preparing. He had built up such a nice position, a nice-looking attack. Queen e4. We were seeing all of these variations that are ending in his favor, and it's just like a terrible cold shower. This move, queen takes c4, just turned the tables.
Very sad, but very instructive for those of you watching at home. You always got to check all of the captures, never too paranoid, never too careful. And we have the victor so far of the day, Varuzhin Akobian. He is with Maurice Ashley.
In chess, we say a point is a point. And if you win the game in a long end game or you win by stealing a piece, hey, it's still a victory. Varuzhin, congratulations on your game today. Were you surprised at this moment when he took on d8? You must have calculated in advance that didn't work.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was thinking he would play queen d3 actually instead of taking on it because I saw bishop d8, queen c4 probably wins for me. And if he plays queen d3, I think it's probably equal. I have to play rook takes d8 and then bishop e6. So it's probably going to be equal.
Well, queen d3, your rook is still on d8 in that position.
Yeah.
So you're saying queen d8?
So I have to play bishop e6 here.
Bishop e6.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
bishop
what your
d8,
intention.
rook takes d8, and I think it's just probably equal.
What happens the moment you see the rook get captured on d8? Like, did your heart start to beat really fast? Like, wait a minute, did I make a mistake?
Yeah, when he was thinking, I thought, I saw this queen c4 was very strong, and once I saw queen c4, I knew it's going to be my move. So whether or not I didn't have to calculate too much, But I still thought he would just take on d3. That's what I was thinking. But when he reached for the bishop and kind of took it, I was just, I knew that after queen c4, I'll probably be winning.
Now, yesterday you drew your game.
Yeah, I drew yesterday against Jeffrey.
Right, and that was a tough game. You could have lost that game, as a matter of fact. There was
at
some difficulties
some point, he probably had some kind of computer win, like with Rook G8, but it was, I still have some small chances.
Right,
but
clearly not easy to see.
Yeah, no, it was a difficult game yesterday. It was
but you got out, right? So
yeah.
now that was like the lucky first game you don't have to worry about. All of a sudden now, the next game, maybe even luckier still. Are you feeling like maybe this could be a chance for you to make a run in the championship?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I feel really good about it. And this year, actually, I have a sponsor. That's why I'm wearing this.
Tell us some more about your sponsor.
It's a website called Improve My Chess. It's they have very high quality videos made by Grandmaster Mezgen Amanov. I knew him from years ago. We worked together, and he sort of stopped playing chess about 2 years ago and started devoting his time to this. It's really good site for the lessons for the people who want to improve between, let's say, 1200 to 2300.
So tell us how they're sponsoring you personally.
Yeah, because we made contact with him, and he's seen some of my results lately that I played well in Gibraltar. And they mentioned that they would like to sponsor me for this event, and we agreed on it. And so far, so good. So
fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, good work. Keep it up. We'd like to see chess players get more sponsorship opportunities. And playing scintillating moves like Queen C4, maybe that'll happen.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy, and also want to mention that this is my first classical win against Gata. He's been a very uncomfortable opponent for me for a long time. So I've been close a couple of times, but I never won like a classical game against him. So
big day
I'm
for
happy
you.
to win with black. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations. And now you're tight. Are you in clear first at the moment? I think you're in clear first while the results are going on. Yeah. So we'll see how the day transpires.
Thank you.
But still, good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks so much.
Var, first of all, congratulations. And I know you had some fantastic fights with Gata in U.S. championships. I remember one particular French defense that you could write an entire book on that game. But just take us through one thing. We were having a lot of fun in the studios. I apologize to you that we actually have a chess engine. Maurice was taking us through some incredible lines, beginning with the move Queen E4. Was that in any of your calculations? Did you have a plan on how you wanted to meet this particular move, Queen E4?
Queen E4, I mainly, to be honest, focused on the queen takes D3
capture.
Yeah.
And in this case, you knew that you were more than okay after Bishop E6.
I thought it's just equal. Bishop E6, Bishop D8.
Yeah.
Rook takes D8, Queen E4, and weak pawn structure. But I cannot play for a win also. So it's just,
right. You had expected that you would hold comfortably.
Just be a draw, yeah. And after Queen E4,
the idea, of course, is to keep Bishop D3 in reserve, but also to eyeball chances of Queen G6.
Did you look at this move in the game, or
to be honest, I didn't see Queen E4.
Right. So neither one of you really looked at this possibility.
Yeah. It's I'm pretty sure there is some kind of defense I have here.
Oh yes, there are.
If he had played this, which is also very hard for him to play, we had like not that much time to spend, like 10 minutes. So
right. The time pressure starts to be a real factor, and it's already happening for other players as well.
Yeah. I had 19 minutes, and Gata had about maybe 18 minutes. So I didn't see Queen E4, but. I feel like I probably have some kind of defense
say
there.
You're only a little worse.
Yeah, maybe a little worse,
But okay. All right, well, thank you very much. We've got a lot of other games to cover, a lot of interviews to do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thanks.
And Jen, going back to our top game of the round, Hikaru versus Fabi. Hikaru's developed his rook. Rook had been sitting on A8, has now come to E6. This game is looking more and more like a draw to me. I mean, again, Fabi can push a little, but there's not much in it.
Now, somebody who I do think is going to push to make something out of nothing is Wesley So, the top seed in this tournament. Now, he did it in a little bit of a different way than we expected. Kept pieces on the board,
After Bishop F5, Queen E3, he played Rook G8 because he was running out of a piece to attack that bishop on H6 with. So.
And this is a better way to try to swindle it, because Bishop F4 doesn't help. G5 would trap the bishop anyway.
Exactly.
So he can't. So Shanklin can't snake out of it so easily. And now this bishop going on an excursion to B1. That's unusual. But let's go to our special guest, who, after a disappointing first round, which went the distance, won a quickie today. Anna Zatonsky, she's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, there's some games that is just what the doctor ordered, and after yesterday's blunder for Anna. Today was just the right way to get back on track. Anna, congratulations on your game today.
Thank you, Maurice.
What was your feeling as the game was transpiring? All of a sudden, you had this big attack. You played H4 and just looked like you were in the driver's seat.
For me, it was very big, really big surprise that my opponent was playing like so fast. I thought it was maybe preparation, because you need to have like sense of danger like earlier. Like, okay, maybe queen A5 is the best move, but you have to think. And I was really surprised that she spent like very few minutes on moves like queen A5, G6, and B5, and then suddenly she was thinking 40 minutes. Yeah, she's supposed to know that H4 is coming, and
absolutely. And you think she was nervous playing against you? Maybe being
no,
a young player in the
I don't
tournament?
think so. Otherwise, she was probably thinking longer. Yeah.
What did you do after yesterday's game? I know you smile all the time, and it looks like it's happy days. But we know yesterday hurt. What did you do to get your mood back so you could fight for today?
Yeah, this is I did something very strange. I have a little child, and I didn't drink like really alcohol for 3 years. Yeah, and yesterday I drank like 1.5 glass of wine. Yeah. It's not much, but after like 3 years of
That's amazing. What was the wine?
And I was and then I was running in the like wonderful park, enjoying the weather. Yeah. Like 1.5 hour, like doing some exercise.
Tell us what the wine was.
Some white wine, I just cannot say
right.
the name.
Okay, you need to be sponsored if you're going to say that.
Yes. But I was also, like, after wine, I was like exercises 1.5 hours.
And then you ran for an hour and a half.
Yes,
exercise.
exactly.
Yeah, I approve. You get my stamp there. I definitely love to exercise. So now we got the magic formula, guys. If you lose a game, a little bit of Chardonnay maybe, and an hour and a half of exercise might do the trick. So you got it out of your system, basically. The loss was gone.
Yes. I need to like relax and come back. It's still difficult to physically difficult to calculate for me variation, and I hope I will get in shape as soon as possible.
Well, today you looked very much in fighting shape, and we look forward to seeing more games like this from you in the championship.
Yeah, thank you.
Anna Zatonsky, always cheerful, at least put the smile on, but yes, I didn't know about the wine variation.
No. Anna
but
was
this
very,
is
very
not
good.
what I usually do.
No, Anna during Baku was extremely professional. No.
But I was with a small child, and okay, I'm still nursing, so I could not drink anything.
No, Joshua was good.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Anna.
Yeah, thank you.
Alcohol
Bravo,
and
Anna.
running. That's a chess training method that I think can get some more players into the game.
Right.
A hangover cure.
All right.
But what did we say about Wesley's game? We keep getting taken away from
this very crucial game.
The wonderful Wesley. He snatched a pawn on A2.
Wesley went for it. He played bishop B1 all the way, and has now just played bishop takes A2.
And now we wish our king wasn't an F1 because we could simply regain it with queen A1. Otherwise, now Waite's going to have to be a bit more creative. But
it's not about the loss of the pawn. It's really about
the potential loss there.
The potential loss of the bishop on H6, and some issues for Sam Shanklin. It came out of nowhere. It was very, very boring, dull draw. Sam was going for the draw from the start, but we have another guest with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, Jeffrey Zhang. He's drawn his game today, and man, I wonder what he thinks about this position.
Okay.
Well, let's just first of all congratulate Wesley for being Jeffrey. Excuse me, I'm talking about Wesley. Got Wesley on the mind. Congratulate Jeffrey for being the World Junior Champion. That was quite an accomplishment, and I haven't personally had a chance to congratulate you. So let me just say, great job. We're very proud of you.
Thanks.
Now you got a target on your back. You're the World Junior Champion. They want a piece of you. They know you're coming now, and you're the number 4 rated player in the United States. That must feel like a dream come true.
Yeah, definitely a dream come true. But as you mentioned, there are some drawbacks. So. Yeah, I feel it's a bit tougher now.
How much harder are you working, doubling down on trying to make it to that next level? You're just a stone's throw away from 2,700, but sometimes that's a pretty big stone to throw.
Right. Currently, I'm just trying to work on openings mainly and to get to the next level.
You drew yesterday, and yesterday felt very close against a previous guest of ours, Varuja Nakobian. Were you disappointed after this game, or did you feel like it was enough that you had a draw?
I was a bit disappointed because I found out that I missed a few wins, but anyway, it was a very nice fight, and VAR played well, so the game, it was a good game, I would say.
How did you evaluate today's game?
Today, out of the opening, I think I misplayed it, so he was able to obtain a good position, and later on it was probably equal the entire way. No one really had too much of an opportunity to win.
You coming into this championship, there's 3 clear favorites. Everybody's talking about them. Almost no one's talking about the rest of the field, although they mention your name from time to time as a rising player. What are your aspirations? When you first thought about this tournament, you know it's coming. You did well last year. What are your thoughts coming into this year?
This year, my goal was exactly the same as last year, which is just to learn as much as possible from these 11 great players and just play my best game by game.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing more games from you, and hopefully some wins will come your way. Congratulations again on the World Junior Championship title, and best of luck.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Jeffrey.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And it looks like Sam Shanklin, who appeared on the reality show Kicking and Screaming, where he famously said, "I crush people's dreams. That's what I do." Well, here it seems like he is trying to crush Wesley's dreams of going 2-0 and 5-0, and even besting Magnus Carlsen's rating, because this move King F2 seems like a good idea, so not to lose your bishop on H6, because now we can slide the queen over to H1. Of course, an unusual maneuver, but
as needed.
What works, works.
Yeah.
I mean, if you put your rook on G6, I can respond by putting my queen on H1, I guess.
But that's not a fair trade, though, right, Jen? I mean, you tie up my queen for tying up the rook and bishop.
Right, so it's probably not the end of the variation. You also have to look at perhaps like the idea of queen D6 and F5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still kind of complicated, but I didn't see this maneuver King F2, Queen H1, so I was getting really concerned.
Right, yeah, for first year. But the idea of playing F3, F4 is a constant for both players, because White obviously wants to get his bishop out of that kind of cage that Wesley has constructed over there, but he doesn't want to lose a second pawn while doing it. In the meanwhile, this bishop on A2, okay, it's won a pawn, but it's like a free radical. It's just kind of floating out there. It's not doing anything in particular. So
if rook G6, can we take a look at the
yes,
line?
let's take a look at the very specific line. Rook G6. I'll go with your suggestion on this one. Queen H1, defending the bishop.
How about Queen D6 now?
Queen D6 looks right.
So I'm trying to play F5, see if that'll work.
Okay, so I was going to post up with a queen just in case of any F5 ideas. I'll have bishop G5.
Or just pawn takes F5, because my rook will be pinned.
Right, you'll be in a pin.
So this is the key. You got to pin that rook. So, and the problem is that King G8 is leads to rook E8 check.
Right. So you'll probably reroute your bishop back into civilization. Bishop B1. Maybe a move like G3. It's an extra pawn for Wesley. Is it going to be meaningful enough? I can't say.
Rook G6 has been played.
Right.
But this is funny. I mean, a completely symmetrical position where you think trade, draw is kind of like a weird...
on the agenda, and then you just drop a pawn on A2. But however, it's 2 results. I mean, Wesley's streak is going to be intact, I believe, after this game, because he's going to be undefeated. He's got 2 results. Either he'll win or draw. Maurice.
Well, a game that is definitely one we were looking at and is sharp and we should get up to date on is a game between Alexander Shabalov and Onischuk. And this move, E6, was followed by Queen C5 check on F7, and then the trade. And now we have the 2 bishops. The triple pawns are still on the board. White has removed one of his double pawns. He still has these double pawns. But the key is he has the 2 bishops. Now, you might look at this position and say, well, Black has some good pieces, but they're not super secure where they are at the moment. They need to find more secure squares. But Rook to B2, this move, however, was not a great choice. Knight D2 is what the engines gave because, again, the insecurity of the position. E5, and suddenly the E pawn is turned into a monster going down the board. King to E6. Well, let's first nibble on this A7 pawn, and after knight to d2, bishop h3 check, king e7, bishop c5 check, and after king e8, this knight check was a threat. Not anymore after king to g2. Now, this wasn't necessarily the best move, but I'm just going to keep going. You can analyze it with the engines afterwards, as these players are now in time pressure. Bishop c4 was played, and now this trade of 2 light squared bishops, and now look at how many passed pawns white has. Suddenly, white is in control. Rook to e4, chasing the knight, knight b6, and now a5. Shabalov is down to 2 minutes and 47 seconds, at least on my board. Maybe we can get the clock times, the actual clock times there. This is the one real time pressure game. The move knight d7 was played, and the engines are giving bishop to b4 as the best move. But time pressure is becoming a big factor in this game. Shabalov in the driver's seat. This is a passed a-pawn. It's a passed e-pawn. He should be able to win this game. But with so little time, you can be sure there are going to be mistakes. We'll follow this one as we see there Shabalov getting nervous. And naturally, he would be. When your clock says 2 minutes plus, that's the time to get up on that horse real quick and start to gallop as fast as possible. And it's hard to even keep cool. Look at him. He's not his move, but he has not been able to stay stable in one posture for it seems like more than 10 seconds. Look at that. He's looking at the clock. He just grabbed a piece to hold in his hand for security. This is when time control matters quite a bit, and he's feeling the pressure. And actually now it is his move, and I guess that's why he was so super nervous, and he's made his move now. And we'll see how the body language plays a role as Onishuk is. These are 2 former champions, by the way, I may add. There are 5 championships right here that we're looking at, 4 of them to the left of the screen. And again, there's the body language saying it's a nerve-wracking moment.
And almost 90 years on that table, and that's hard to believe, right? I mean, these are some young-looking guys.
Right. I think he played bishop e3, by the way, instead of the bishop b4
that was
move.
Not a
that
great
was
move.
that you were calling for there, Maurice. He played bishop e3. I think he was nervous. He wasn't thinking about his winning chances.
And we've got another result. Recurd and Yu has ended, and Naroditsky, meanwhile, I gotta say, yeah, his position is bad, but considering what it looked like earlier, I'm pretty impressed. I mean, it looks like he castled, whereas really he moved his king from just castling by hand here. And the time, as Maurice pointed out early in the round, the time could become a factor in this game. 7 moves left to go, and both players with about 7 minutes left on the clock.
Right. It's remarkable that he's able to maintain the material balance as well. Yarrow had the opportunity earlier of capturing this pawn on b3, trading off his pawn on e4 for both of these b-pawns. He didn't go for that. He was trying to keep an attack alive because of this nice passed pawn. But guess what? Danya is now castled by hand, and he's in there with a good chance of saving this game. Maurice.
Absolutely, but we should see a shocking finish happen in the game between 2 of the youngsters, Recruit and Yu. We mentioned how Black had fought back and was back in the game. Well, look at this position. She took on g7. Now, that's 5 passed pawns. That's a lot of passed pawns. That's 5 of them. Well, the engines give just simply queen takes f2 check in this position, and then offering a trade of queens, separating these guys. That's not intuitive, by the way. You see those passed pawns on the board, even though your bishop is strong, your knight will be strong, but the engines are saying this is perfectly fine. That would have been a tricky move to find. Instead, she played bishop takes f2 with check, and after king to h1, she played rook to d8, and look at this finish. e6 suddenly, knight d3, you see some kind of smothered mate fork, something happening. Not quite. It's all about the e-pawn, e7, and after bishop d4, attacking the queen, queen g3 with check. She played queen e5, bishop e5, thinking that this would save her the tempo, but oops, queen takes d3, appears on the board, and suddenly there's back rank issues. She played rook to h8, queen d7, and clearly time pressure is influencing all these moves as she hung mate in 2 to end the game and had to resign. Just a complete collapse. The clock, as we said, starting to play a factor, and this game certainly not one that Black will be proud of, the way she lost, especially after the way she won yesterday, getting a gift win. Today was just not at all on the agenda.
It's funny because, this queen d8, Just a complete turnaround from yesterday. You live by the blunder, you die by the blunder. Another player who might be affected by time pressure is Sabina Foyser, who I hated her position against Irina. I thought Irina was going to steamroll her, Sabina,
Right.
and she's defended admirably. And now the endgame seems even, but the issue is she has 1 minute for 4 moves, so she's got to make those 4 good moves, and she's just played the move F5.
F7, F5.
Of course, Irina's knight on C5 looks good, but Irina's advanced pawns, which are so good for attacking on the king side, could actually end up being weaknesses in the endgame, which is why I'm feeling like this is relatively balanced.
Oh, yeah. Well, the storm has passed. I mean, Sabina was under huge pressure. The fact that she could fight her way back into this position is already a very big success. She gets past her time trouble. I think she's in very good shape to draw or even do better. And from Irina's point of view, I know she's feeling like angry that she's allowed her opponent to get such a decent position.
That's right. Yeah, just keeping those light squared bishops, as you mentioned earlier in the game, rook g1 instead of h4.
And just steamroll on the king side. That
yeah.
that looked like 1-0 all over it. So Sabina fighting her way and keeping Irina
away from the leaders, which is very important because that keeps the championship more interesting. We've seen players like Irina not run away with it, whereas last year it was tense to the very last round. And hey, I think that's going to happen again. We are going to keep that tension, and part of the reason is the scalps and the interesting chess that some of the younger players are providing, such as Apurva Verkud, who won today against Jennifer Yu, and she's with Maurice.
Yes, we're with a youngster who's on a little bit of a roller coaster ride right now. Yesterday, Apurva, you lost a pretty bad game, but you bounced back today with a win. What's it been like coming back to the championship?
I actually haven't played for a couple months, so it's been like, I think I'm kind of rusty, obviously, from yesterday's game. You can kind of tell.
A lot of school, obviously?
Yeah.
And when you come into a championship like this one, you've got all these great players, you know it's going to be tough. But what's your mindset coming in? Win the whole thing?
I'm just trying to play like good games, make it difficult for the strong players.
Well, let's talk about yesterday. Yesterday, you really had a decent position, and then suddenly things went south. What happened there?
I think like I missed rook takes b7 on her, but I thought
things had already gone a lot south by then. I'm
Yeah.
thinking earlier than that.
I mean, I had bishop takes d5
Right, that was a big moment in the game. You just didn't see it, or did you see it and misevaluate it?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what happened. Okay, today, this looked crazy. I mean, this game was up and down. What was going on? Looked like you had a good position, and then you went for some material with knight takes f7, which I thought was not the most accurate move in the position. It looked like you need to go after that queen and play maybe knight c4, bishop f4.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
That you looked at that variation. Why didn't you play it?
I mean, I thought she had like rook d7 at some point.
Oh, to stop the threat on that
knight
square.
c7, yeah.
I see. Still, that position looked
Yeah.
awesome. What you say you just want to play some good games, but now you've got a win under your belt. What are you feeling about the rest of the tournament?
I mean, it's only been 2 games, so it's still a long
Only
way to
2?
go.
We make predictions after 2 games. After 1 game, Jennifer corrected me. Yeah, we make early predictions. Do you see this, by the way, as the same way youth versus experience? Is this an opportunity to rise to the next level? You have the aspirations maybe to be one of the top players, or is school just too much?
Yeah, I mean, I want to get my degree first, but after that, I don't know.
Okay, remind us what your degree is going to be in.
I'm a freshman in computer engineering.
At which university?
Michigan.
At Michigan. Yeah. Okay, go blue. I guess it's yellow and blue. All right. Well, congratulations on how you did today, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Maurice. All
And
right.
And the Wesley So game is over, which makes me think that it was probably a draw, that it finished so quickly, and also the expression of Sam Shankland.
It does appear that there was a perpetual check in the position. When we left it, Jennifer, it was queen h1, queen d6, g3 as expected, and not the move queen h5, but Sam spotted a shot of sacrificing his bishop for a perpetual check, and that was how the game ended.
Well, nice save there. And while we wait for
Nice
these
save.
players to chat with us, let's take a quick clock watch on Alexander Shabalov, who was down to seconds in this complicated endgame that seems to be turning against him in the time pressure. And that's the game between Shabalov and Alexander Onishuk. We mentioned the 5 titles between them. Just sure, it's only 2 more moves for him to make, but these could be pretty important moves here.
Well, a big
he took on B6.
Yeah. Nobody likes that decision. I think Alex
Marching with his king.
Alex was getting more and more concerned about this pass pawn. He wanted to eliminate it. He can't play rook c4, so he eliminated the knight. But in this case, the cure might be worse than the disease. The pawns have been undoubled, and now we've got a game that flares anew. I mean, after, for example, a move like c5, okay, we'll have a trade of rooks. Oops, that went the wrong way. A trade of rooks. Those are 2 connected pass pawns. And
my toys are cooler than your toys.
Exactly. So king comes up, and, you know, I'm thinking that Black's starting to get ambitious now. He's going to take with the pawn with his king, play c4, king d5, and this game has turned around in Shaba's time
you can't
trouble.
say against Alexander, unfortunately, because we all know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
But the battle of the Alexanders, 2 such wonderful players to watch. I think that this bishop takes b6 move, maybe it was already going against, maybe Shabalov was already losing the thread, but it seems like bishop takes b6 exacerbates the problems. In time pressure, sometimes it's easy to release the tension, but I think having the different minor pieces here, the imbalance would create more chances for Shaba.
Absolutely. I mean, if he had wanted to bail out of the position, bailing out with a move like rook d4 would have certainly been a very wise decision as well. Nothing better, in my view, than just trading rooks. Rook takes, bishop takes, knight d5, take this guy off the board, and then after something like this, just trade off and make a draw easily. Knight b6, I mean, nobody wants to undouble those pawns, those triple pawns, by the way. And we do have
it does seem like they've made time control, though, so Shabalov will be able to take a little breather and see if he can breathe some life into his position. Meanwhile, an update in a critical game in the Women's Championship.
Absolutely. This game is extremely important as the U.S. Women's Champion is on the hunt. She looks like she will be able to win this game, but time pressure, as we know, plays a huge factor all the time. There is Katerina Nemtsova to the left, facing off against the current U.S. Women's Champion, Nazi Paikidze, who now has a beautiful position. Right here, we talked about how bad the position was for White, these 2 bad pieces. Knight b6 looked like a good move, but she continued in this style, and after b3, she played b4, cracking at this structure, challenging White to find good moves in time pressure. And after this capture, check this out, d5. Who needs pawns? Now, clearly, the Indians actually don't like this kind of play, but man, I love it. I mean, this is the kind of chess you want to see from a champion, and she's saying, hey, I'm going to go after you. You make the right decisions in this position. Her opponent played e5, and after c takes d4, noticing that her pawn was going to drop, she played e6. That didn't bother Nazi in this position, and it looks to me that White looks fine. It's at least this part of the board. This part still sucks. So king h1, knight c6, challenging the knight, and after a trade, now you see why these 2 pieces matter. They matter quite a bit, and White had to try to solve that problem. She played rook c1, queen d6, and now b5, looking to open up that side. Nazi just said, whatever, I don't care about that. You still have bad pieces. Let me take this off. And now the move, bishop to d4. By the way, there's some little mating thing down here if you're not careful. Rook c d1, not the best move according to the Indians. And I think we're up to date right now. No, it looks like she played bishop f2 in this position, rook up to e2. And they got to go quickly because there's so few seconds on the clock, well, minutes on the clock anyway. 4 moves to make after this. They're going quickly. So really, Black's advantage is not that big in this position. You see a minute and a half left for White in this game with 5 and change for Black, and she has to make a critical decision as to what to do with her bishop. Black definitely has a real advantage here, especially that offside knight, but not big enough that she can say, okay, I'm just going to do this, I'm going to do this. It's clear. This game is over. You don't have anything at all to do. and the time pressure is going to tell. So we're going to pay very careful attention to this game as the seconds tick down in a critical matchup on the women's side.
And meanwhile, the seconds are clicking down in Naroditsky versus Yarrow from SLU with 4 minutes left for each side. And actually, Yarrow's down to 3 minutes. And the thing is, Naroditsky actually has some attacking chances here.
Right. No, Danya's definitely
getting wild.
Yeah, Danya's definitely avoided the worst, and he's right back in the game. All results are now possible.
Yeah,
and time trouble. Yeah, and time trouble. Is going to be key. After the last few moves, we saw a trade of rooks. King comes up, and the attacking potential that we're looking at for Danya is based obviously on the move f6, and if you can provoke g6, then the queen would sneak into h6 and threaten mate on g7. So
maybe we have to go make some defense with queen d6 and try to trade queens with
queen d6 check
queen
and
f6 or something.
Queen
just
f6 is one. But okay, I'm thinking, like let's go for the gusto, f7, f6, because at the moment I got h5 defended, right? I'm just taking away this possibility. Queen would drop back to d2. I don't know.
I mean,
Jen,
I could
what
consider rook d2, but
rook
if it doesn't
d2.
lose any, you can just take on g5, and then after it takes on d1, you've picked up another pawn.
True that.
So that's no good. So yeah, I got to move my queen, I guess, to g6. Let's try.
Well, after g6, let's just post up, and okay, now the attack on the king side is less, and well, that's a pass. That could be a breakaway runner. We have some moves, by the way. f7, f6 was indeed Yarrow's choice, and the queen came back.
Go back to e3 to try
right
to
away.
continue with that idea of rook d2, getting some counterplay. But we have a guest.
Yes.
Anna Sharovich is with Maurice Ashley.
As the players blitz out the moves, I would like to thank Anna Sharovich for coming to the show. Anna, you missed the championship last year, I remember, and now you're back in this one. What was your preparation coming in? I shouldn't mention that you've drawn your first 2 games so far. What was your preparation knowing that you'd be playing in this championship?
Well, since I didn't play last year, I was really excited to be invited again. So the last couple of months after I knew I was invited, I just tried my best and was preparing. So still doing what I have to do and preparing for each game.
Yesterday you played against a teammate,
Yep.
a good friend, Caruana Nemtsova. That was a tough fight, tough struggle. You managed to draw. What were the psychological difficulty in playing that game?
You know what? Actually, what was funny, usually when you look at women's games, like let's say in Chess Bomb, you're checking your game with something with a computer, you see so many red moves. And yesterday I was just shocked to see no red moves at all.
Meaning that you guys played a high-quality game.
I think so. I think it was just a good, even game, so it just ended in a draw.
What about today? You had to play one of the youngsters. What is it like as the...
You know, she surprised me with the opening. I don't think she ever played the Dutch. So, yeah, I didn't expect that.
And they're doing that these days, these young players. Is it difficult to play against a player that, you maybe 5 years ago you might have played in a simul, and now they're battling you tooth and nail, and you got to watch every single move?
No, I'm playing against everybody in this tournament. Like, everybody's strong. There are no weak players, and those girls, they have so much potential. So, I mean, it's awesome that we have them here, and you see how ambitious they are. So, I really enjoy playing against them. It's not like I have any psychological issues. It's nice to play against them because you know they're growing, and they're just gaining their potential.
You talk about ambition. What are your ambitions for this tournament? What are your goals coming in?
I'm trying to show good chess. That's my goal. And then, try to do your best, and then the result will find you.
Professional attitude, as always. You won the Belarus Championship, I believe, 4 times, and
Yes.
now looking for a first win here. We look forward to seeing the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. And
Wonderful words from Anna. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the game between Alexander Shabalov and Onishuk is really heated up. Some crazy decisions being made in time trouble, long-term decisions. After this well, awkward exchange on b6, undoubling the pawns. Saw this move rook c4. I was expecting c5 by Onishuk. I'm sure he's better in that case. Played the move rook c5, and we've got those triple pawns right back again. That's crazy.
That was pointed out by NVMA on Twitter, who says that just when you thought the pawns got untripled, they get tripled again.
No, that was too weird. So then we saw this march of White's king all the way over to the king side, and Onishuk saying, hey, look, I'm going to go over here, support my pawn by pushing it to the c2 square, and then I'm going to trap your rook, force you to give up your rook. And Shabalov just played the move f4, and he's ready to go. King takes h6, king takes g6 with a wild game. Maurice.
I'll give you your wild game, Yas. I mean, that's, you like the end games. You get excited. I like the middle games for the attacks. In this position, her bishop was under attack with Nazi Paikidze and time pressure. Both these players, seconds ticking down. She played bishop a6 and ignoring the attacker and her queen. Rook takes d5, giving this sacrifice in this position. Rook takes on d5, bishop takes b5, rook takes d6, bishop takes e2, and now bishop takes. Going down an exchange is white in this position, but check it out. Two pass pawns connected on this side and a solid pass pawn on e6 as well that can be well supported by a bishop on c4. Suddenly, Caruana Nemtsova has turned the game around, and then after this move, rook to g7, and I'm hearing that Onishuk won the game, but rook to g7, we'll get to that in a second. Rook to g7, rook d1 was played, and now it's Nazi's turn on my board. Well, no, she did play king to h8. There's a mate threat back here. King to h8 threatens to double rooks, and if you play the move a4, the rooks double, and there's another mate threat one more time. The Indians are giving this crazy move. Knight to g4. You want to take a piece? I'm going down a full rook in this position. Takes. But look at these connected pawns. No way for black, at the moment anyway, to grab any of them, but it's a rook. I mean, it is a rook. We'll see whether or not this game is going to be okay. It looks like they have made time control, however, so we can catch our breath and try to evaluate the position. And there goes Katerina. She's looking at the mating attack that's coming at her. But let's switch over to the game where Onishuk apparently won.
Yes, Onishuk has won the game.
And the final position was king b3. Now, what Shaba was hoping was that he would be able to eliminate all of black's kingside pawns and that he would get his own passers running as well. Unfortunately, he realized when he got here that they're just simply not running fast enough, that black will bring his rook behind, and unfortunately, after you get a position like this, black at queens first, and oops, it's a promotion. My board froze after I promoted. You get the idea. Essentially, black's pawn gets there first, and black would win the game. That was why Shabalov resigned.
So tough start for Alexander Shabalov, indeed. And
yes.
That gives us 2 games still going in the championship and only one player who can still get the Fisher Prize, but it's going to be laid to rest because it's actually Nakamura, the only perfect scorer remaining, who is on the defensive. He's actually down a pawn in this position now against Fabiano Caruana. He decided to give it up, I think, to try to
avoid any mating ideas.
Bishop takes h6 was kind of on the agenda anyway, which would win the pawn in another way.
Well, I would be very, very happy to get into a rook ending. I'm not sure about this move g5. Maybe he saw some ghosts there, because here there's some real potential.
It's a longer struggle than we thought, right?
Absolutely. I didn't expect him to get this much out of the position he had.
And we have Ashwin Jairam, a grandmaster who goes to Webster, who says that it looks like Fabiano Caruana prepared for GM Hikaru by studying Magnus Carlsen's games. Well, I think Caruana is always checking out Magnus Carlsen's game, regardless of who's playing the next day.
Right.
But, of course, I believe he's referring to the fact that it looked like the game was just dead drawn. But as you correctly predicted, Fabio was going to grind.
Yeah, for sure, no question about it. I thought that the Twitter was referring to the fact that Magnus has such a great score against Nakamura.
Oh, that's probably
so
what it is.
He was trying to
that makes
emulate Magnus when those two players match up.
Yes, that's right.
But wow, the Fisher Prize in the open section. That's it.
And it's also dead in the women's section because Abrahamian. Well, no, it's not. Sabina could win that game against Irina, but it looked more even with a big time deficit for Sabina. So let's see. She has made time control, and has
and by the way, I think
kept
Sabina,
her position. Yeah,
I think Sabina. I'm not saying that she's going to win the Bobby Fischer Prize or anything like
she's
that.
the most likely
but,
at this point.
She might be better. She might be better, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's right. The control of the d5 square and that knight on c5, which was sitting pretty, has been shuttled out. And now it does seem like Irina's knight on c3 is an ugly piece.
Well, let's just start with a move like f4, with the idea that we're going to try to cozy up with the move king f5 to cozy up to this pawn on g5. And if you can keep your opponent, tied down, defending all the weaknesses, this game could easily turn around in Sabina's favor.
I agree. I think if Irina had to choose here, she would certainly pick black. And,
exactly.
This is not what you wanted at all. And so good job to Foyger for getting in a good position under such time pressure. So provided that Nakamura does not win his game, which is basically
unlikely.
impossible, we have one of the tournament leaders with us, Alexander Onashuk.
One of the tournament leaders and a former champion in this tournament, a coach at Texas Tech. Alex Onashuk, congratulations on your win today.
Thank you.
You had a nice boring game, standard pawn structure, nothing much happening. I mean, okay, it was wild. This opening, triple pawns, doubled A pawns, eventually doubled E pawns. I mean, what were you thinking when the structure was going haywire? How do you manage all the variables to judge exactly what's going on? And, oh, by the way, you were up 2 pawns at some point right in the opening.
Right. In fact, I had triple C pawns twice in the game. I undoubled them.
Oh, and then that's right.
And then I played Rook C5 and took on C5 again. So, yeah, I mean, I had a pretty good preparation, I think, but the position is very unclear. And I think I played very interestingly. E5 and Rook D3.
Yes.
I don't know about Bishop B7. I'm sure that after E6 I should have taken on E6 instead of playing Queen B6. Right. But I couldn't resist. I wanted to play that endgame. I thought that with the king on E6, I have a good position.
Seems like you got in some trouble there, though.
Yeah, I think Shabov found all best moves, Bishop A7, and then King G2 was quite interesting. And so I think at some point I was probably losing, but he was in time pressure and he made a few mistakes. And,
this is exactly what we were talking about early on. The time pressure seems to creep very easily in those complicated positions. How do you avoid that? I mean, it just seems like it happened all over the tournament hall today.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you cannot avoid it, but look, at least if you don't see a win, he could easily hold the draw in that position, and somehow Shaba completely lost control and played moves like King H3 that even during the game I couldn't explain. Why did he play King H3? It's almost as bad as just keeping a move. So I mean, Alex did it today himself. It's I have mixed feelings. I won on the one hand. On the other hand, I don't think that I really deserved that win.
Well,
today.
a win is a win. It's in the pocket, of course. We talk about the big three. I mean, obviously there are 3 players here who are of the highest class in chess, and nobody mentions all those other champions who've won this tournament. Gada's won it several times. Yeah. Alex himself has won it 4 times. You have won it as well. How do you feel now you're a coach, being an elder statesman, not really considered inside that bracket to win? Does the fire ever come back and say, well, don't pay attention to me, but, I might be able to pull some moves together?
Sure. We try to play our best chess, of course. But look, these 3 guys, they are professionals. They play in different tournaments. They have different preparation. They have coaches working for them. So it's a completely different level. In one game and maybe even in one tournament we can, show a good result. But I mean, in the long run, of course, I expect these three guys to fight for a win in the tournament.
So, what's your aspiration coming in, playing here in the U.S. Championship once again?
I just want to play good moves, and hopefully, win as many games as I can.
That's a good formula. It could work out. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on your win today and being in first place.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Maurice. I'm almost thinking of Donald Trump saying America first, and Alex saying, okay, you can be first, second, and third, but can I be fourth? Can I please be fourth?
Can we think of somebody else to quote?
Yes, we should. But a big turnaround, and as Alex said himself so very well, at one moment in the game, he was quite fearful that he was losing, and it was about the time trouble. Shaba just basically made a series of very hard moves to understand, and most especially King H3 was cited by Alex in that interview.
It's tough for Alexander Shabalov because one of the things that makes him so likely to win U.S. Open sometimes gets him into trouble when he's here on the big stage that they qualified for.
This is always the problem for Americans when they go to the European tournaments that are the closed round robin variety. Instead of the Opens where they got to win 90% of their games, they have this very, very risky style of play. They shoot for the home runs all the time. And sometimes you just have to play solid and buckle down and draw.
Well, it's also
sorry to interrupt. I spoke to Alex Shabalov, that is, before the opening ceremony. And we were just chatting and talking about the U.S. Championship. Again, the same kind of idea as Gata has to face now in his 40s. Onishchuk has to face also now in his 40s. And Shabalov, although it looks really good, knocking on 50 now. And the way his attitude, it was just like, yeah, I might just retire. I mean, maybe play the senior circuit. Yeah. That's the attitude. You know the advantages the other players have. They've put everything in place to be the best in the world. They're maximizing their talents as much as possible. And if you're not doing that, and also, you're not 25, then you're up against it. You're up against it. There's no excuse. It's just some of the realities that the players have to face as you become an aging grandmaster. And they look like they've just pretty much accepted this is what happens. And hopefully in one single tournament, in one single game, you might hit the right guy and feel real good about yourself and put that game in your memorable games later in life. But in the long run, it's clear who the advantages are with.
I don't know. I got to give props to Shaba, though. He won the U.S. Open twice in a row, and he was playing against much younger players because everybody wants that last coveted U.S. championship spot. Of course. So a lot of young GMs and young IMs come out to try to, fight for that, too.
But none of these guys.
He just, yeah, but, we're talking people who are higher rated than Shabalov. He's won that big competition despite the fact that he has not always been the favorite.
Exactly.
By rating.
So
that's huge, and he's not the youngest.
Oh no, he's a
not
great
the
fighter.
highest rated.
No, he's a great fighter, and as Onishchuk was saying just now, you can have your day in the sun. You can play really well. You can win a tournament, but it's the consistency. And one of the things he also said, which I thought was really right on point, these guys have trainers. It's a qualitative difference when you wake up in the morning and you've got a team of guys saying, oh, you can't believe what novelty I found for you in the Grunfeld. You suddenly become passionate about your preparation. And these guys, they work with teams, and players all over the world are helping them. And it's a difference. It's a different game.
Of course. It's what you want. It's what makes people talk about the difference between grandmasters. How do those guys win? Well, first of all, they're incredibly talented. Let's just not give credit to the trainers.
Sure.
These guys are incredibly talented, some of the most talented people on the planet. And on top of that, they work incredibly hard. They got to where they got to, and then they said, that's it. I'm going to do everything I can to stay at the top. Everything, whatever it takes, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to not only have chess trainers, I'm going to have fitness coaches as well. I'm going to be in that gym hitting the treadmill or whatever your choice is, if it's swimming, if it's basketball, whatever they do to get the aerobics in so that you can go those long games and keep that fitness level up. Guys like Anand, who's still in his 40s, is still doing that stuff so that he can be one of the premier players in the world Kramnik doing the exact same thing as well. They have a whole different attitude about it. And just, it's a difference between being a 27.60 and a 26.60, and then drop back down to like a 25.90.
Yeah. Well, one thing's for sure. If you want to look like Maurice or Alexander Shabalov in your 50s, then take up chess. And with that, we'll take a little break and see how the remaining games in this tournament shake out.
Discuss.
Welcome back to the second round of the U.S. Chess Championship. We've got a couple of games in play in both championships. We've got some of the strongest players in the Women's Championship still battling, including our defending champion, Nazi Paikidze, who looked like she got the better of Katerina Nemtsova. We've also got Irina Krush and Sabina. Irina Sabina still playing. That's the only way to refer to that game.
Exactly.
And we kind of like Sabina's position, but now I am favoring Irina because it seems like she's got the fewer pawn islands last time. Same amount. But I kind of like...
Well, let's just see the last few moves. When we took on, before we went on break, we just saw this move, King E2 by Irina, and I was expecting the move F5 to F4 to activate the king. Sabina went C5, and after this trade, all of these pawn islands, as you were referring to them, occurred. Still, I don't know. Black looks pretty well centralized. The king looks pretty good.
You're ready to play move
Rook
your king away
D7, Rook D2, or maybe, as you were about to say, move the king away, King F7, hit the pawn on E3. Still some issues for white to work out, I believe.
Now, what if I try to play? I'm trying to think of a way to target C5. I could hit it right away. Even. What if I just play Knight A4?
Okay, Knight A4. By the way, it does double duty.
Yeah,
it does defend the pawn on B2.
And I can also add pressure to that with Rook C1.
Right. So King D5, defending the pawn, and as you were mentioning a moment ago, Jen, I'll get my arrows to work.
So Rook D1 check?
Rook D1 check will force me to go to C6. Not the ideal square, but not a bad square.
And now if I were to play Rook C1, how do
and jettison the E4 guy?
Well, yeah, I was thinking that after King F2, you'd have to defend...
the E4 guy?
Yeah, okay. I can play B3 here.
But at the best of, you're only winning back your pawn, and well, this.
I got to worry about my other pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a passer in the position. This knight.
I mean, I have Knight C5.
Knight C5 is
and
a
then when you move your
check.
Rook, there's Knight D3 check. But then you can still move your king back to defend the knight. That's the problem.
Right. There's some checks going on.
Well, I have Knight E6 check. Oh, you're checking me
I'm
first.
checking you first. You got to answer a check with a check.
King E3, I guess.
And maybe a check. I don't know. This is getting
hairy, indeed.
Getting hairy,
but there's probably a better move than Knight A4. It doesn't look right because, of course, Knight in the room is dim. So unless it's a very clear path to something good happening, you probably want to find another move.
Right. And the other problem that I really have is that maybe after Knight D2 check, king back, Knight can position. The difference, the qualitative difference between the two knights really shows itself here. The knight, like you were about to say, is on the rim, is dim, and black centralized.
No, I don't like that. So I like Irina's move better. She just played an immediate B3, shutting that knight away from the E3 pawn so that she doesn't have to worry about just the king moving.
Yes.
And Sabina played a quick Knight E5 check.
Exactly.
They about the same amount of time. It's not relevant difference at this point, but
in the clocks.
Yeah, she played that instantly.
And now the question for Irina is, where does she want to put her king? She goes modest with King E2. Well, that looks like a decent move. I'm not exactly sure what Sabina should be doing. It's not so easy to target the E3 pawn. Should she change focus and go after the G5 pawn? Or
maybe try to trade off that weak C pawn with the move C4, but that would allow B4, and suddenly
there's a majority over here.
Yeah. And even the knight on C3 actually is kind of nice when you have that pawn on C4.
Yeah.
So
true.
I'm
blocking.
I'm not. This actually could be interesting, but we have a phone call.
Results.
So. Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, guys. My name is Sasan. I'm calling from Orange County, California. I'm a chess instructor at a couple of schools.
Hello. Welcome to our show, Sasan.
Thank you. And I want to mention to Yasser that actually one of your relatives is one of my students, Ramsey Seirawan.
Right.
His father is your cousin.
Right. Well,
and he's showing some potential. I don't know if I can teach him to play as well as you, but I think he has the chess gene.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that.
And then I have two questions, guys, if there's time. First off, I wanted to ask you guys, have you ever heard of a player actually preferring to play with black pieces or faring well with black? Because oddly enough, I have a higher winning percentage in a very large sample size online under all time controls with black pieces, and my only guess is I'm better at stopping my opponent's attack and then seizing control of a few squares or getting one piece up and then pressing forward and hoping my opponent has no plan B. That's my first question. And then second question, I know it's widely accepted that today's chess engines are superior to human players, but do you think if you had a team of grandmasters working collectively and gave them an analysis board to test the squares, would they have a chance against today's top computer software?
All right. Well, thank you for both questions. Let me take the first crack at question number one. There were two players, most especially in my mind, that stood out as being fantastic counterattackers. Colors didn't matter, and that was Victor Korchnoi and Bent Larsen. Really, those two players were terrific with black. There's a lot of other great players, Gary Kasparov, Bobby Fischer. Magnus Carlsen isn't bad with black. But they were great counterattackers. They enjoyed giving you the opportunity, and then it was their turn. So those two players stand out for me.
Great examples.
I don't think that, I think we can put to rest the human versus computer debates.
I don't even like the question. We need a team of grandmasters. We get the board so we can analyze as well. I mean, how humiliating is that? Do you want to maybe reduce some of the capacity of the computer too? Do we get like a side software on the side? I mean, I don't. Computers are better than humans right now. Right. It really doesn't matter if a team, even if a team of grandmasters could somehow defeat these things, they're just better than we are right now. And the mistakes just creep into our games that don't creep into their games. And it's actually shown that if you have an engine yourself, you're playing along with an engine. I don't need a team of grandmasters. Just give me a nice engine. That you'd be much better off against a computer than anything else.
And that's maybe in tournament conditions. Jennifer, let me just ask you this one. Imagine, okay, it was just a team of human players playing against Komodo, Stockfish, what have you, and we played correspondence chess. So we just played like one move every 2 days or so. And the grandmasters were really, really motivated for financial reasons or whatever to take down Komodo. And we know that there are positions where the computer can't see or understand endgames or stuff. That's the only way I think there would be a competition.
By the way, this test was done. I should let you know.
Was it? Okay, please.
This test was done. And a bunch, they had Grandmaster playing by himself, Grandmaster playing with a computer, Grandmaster playing, computer playing by itself, and a team of amateurs playing with a computer. And it was the team of amateurs that won because they knew exactly how to use the computer and they knew exactly how to use the technology in order to help them play better. And Grandmaster didn't. It was a better player, but you weren't able to defeat not weak amateurs, but good enough players who knew exactly where to prod the program, which direction to go in. And it just shows that humans, smart humans working together with technology is really the best way to go.
Excellent point. In fact, John Hartman just wrote a series of articles for the U.S. Chess website about using computers more intelligently. It's called Chess Tech University. And I think it's such an important point because a lot of amateur players will watch the U.S. Chess Championship, then they'll turn on their engine, and yet for some reason they don't get the dazzling variations that Maurice gets. and that's because they're not using it. They're just blindly looking at what the computer spits out rather than combining that with the human mind and saying like, well, what's the logical move here and how do I respond against that?
What is the Grandmaster looking for? And then following up with the Grandmaster thought and using the engine to double check or tactical check. I'm moving to the game of Nagy for just a moment. Katja and Nagy are in quite a struggle, an exchange for Nagy, and all you're thinking about is, let me put a rook on g8 and I'm going to checkmate you on g1. And Maurice, quite some time ago, had said, well, the defense to that is to go a rook down and play knight g4. Now I'm looking at the position, I'm saying it's impossible for Nagy to somehow maneuver and double up on the G file. How is she going to do this, Maurice?
Well, she's absolutely winning, and she's winning. Yes, absolutely winning. And it reminds me of a maneuver that I saw. I actually posted this on my Facebook page. It must have been like 2 years ago. A study where the rook looks like it makes sense to be doing one thing, and it turns out you had to back it out of what it was doing. That, I remember what it was now. A rook was on the 7th rank. It's very similar to this. I'm going to have to go look it up. The rook was on the 7th rank, and the winning idea was to take your rook off of the 7th rank, bring it all the way back home, and double on the G file, and that's how you won. But with the rook already on the 7th, it was hard to psychologically break and play this move, rook back. I don't know if it was D8 or C8, bring it all the way back home so you could double and win. Almost nobody got the solution except, I believe it was Justice Williams, who now goes to Webster University, the young African-American player who's recently become an international master. I think he was the first person to solve it after I posted it. And it's a tricky idea. And here, this is reflecting it in this solution here that I just saw the engine come up with. And that is, it looks like this is what you should be focused on. But what you need to be focused on is actually getting your rook down to the 7th rank. It's the reverse. The best move is rook e7, completely winning. This move is really a spectacular idea. You want to challenge this file. You can't get in on the e file. So you want to get your rook to the 7th. You want to challenge this rook on this line. And once you do that, your rook's going to come down. Once your rook comes down, you move the bishop out. And because of this mating problem, the knight, I mean, obviously, if you go back, knight f1, we switch directions with this check, king here, and then all of a sudden the rook changes, and there it is. That's the biggest problem that you have. So the rooks are ready to take over this file if your knight moves. And because of that single problem, you can't play a move like a5, for example. Let's say you try to rush down the board because suddenly rook d7 shows up, and you make some move, let's call it rook f1. This bishop can back up, or you can even right now. The bishop is being given as the best move, but let's just go with the plan. The rook now comes down, and take a look at what's happening along this rank, and it's really fast. What's going to happen? This bishop's going to move. This other rook is coming down. Where's the knight going to go? And it's just a mating attack. So once the rook gets to the 7th, that's the core idea. Get the rook to the 7th. The game is over. You have to see the maneuver, though. Rook to e7, and give the U.S. Women's Champion credit. That is her move that she has played. Rook Wonderful. From e to e7 is on the board, and she sees the plan, and there she goes. That's why this lady is a champ.
It wasn't intuitively obvious. Jennifer, we have a phone call.
Hello, welcome to the show. Let us know your name and your question.
Hi, my name's Pat Riley from Long Island, New York. I was actually wondering, I have a ranked game in about an hour myself, and the most likely matchup is significantly lower rated. I wanted to know, to become greater skilled, like getting better in the game of chess, would it be doing something I know and mastering it even more, or trying something new?
Thank you, Pat Riley, for the question. When I heard the name Pat Riley, I thought, wow, the Hall of Famer basketball coach. Take it away, Jen. What do you think he should do to get better?
This is a question we get a lot, and
keep working on what he already knows, or
what you're weak at. Both of those things. Because no, I think a lot of people say that you should. The traditional advice is that you should work on your weaknesses, but I think that it is often neglected, the idea of working on your strengths, because a lot of times your strength is what you love about the game. And, you know, whether it's end games or tactics or the openings. Right. If you're passionate about it, make sure to make time for that as well. And, I know a good friend of Maurice's, Josh Weitzkin, wrote an excellent book called The Art of Learning, where he emphasized that point. You know, just because you love tactics and you're great at them doesn't mean, you know, you should only study end games and openings now.
Right.
You know?
You might lose your passion.
Exactly.
Maurice.
I completely agree. It's both. I think we all know when we suck at something, we want to fix it, and we don't want to have a weakness in the end game where you get to end games and you lose, or some kind of formations that you don't know very well. And certainly openings, Kasparov famously said that you know you're becoming a better chess player when you change your openings. And to him, it was about trying new things. It was definitely not to just get stuck in a box, because once you're stuck in that box, that's what you think about, that's what you want to keep doing all the time, and you don't grow. So novelty is important. Changing your game is important. Trying new things, always important. But improving on what was already great for you is always going to be a good formula. So I answer caller. I know it's ambiguous for you because you wanted one or the other, but it's as usual, there's no certainty that there's just one thing to do. It's everything, and we try to put all the work we can in becoming better players.
Great, thank you. I remember when I started playing chess, what I enjoyed most, I didn't even fully understand all about checkmates and stuff like that. What I enjoyed most was just taking my opponent's pieces off the board. I just loved capturing my opponent's pieces. So I created for myself what I called obstacle courses, where my opponent couldn't move. And I just put his pieces all over, and then I would move my obstacle piece just to capture as much as I can. And I enjoyed that so much.
The birth of the pawn grubber.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep capturing. I was capturing more than pawns, but it was a lot of fun. And I agree with you both that what you find attractive about chess, what you enjoy doing about chess, don't ignore that. Don't say, oh, now I'm going to just study endings. Your passion may end up going down.
Exactly, and then you'll play chess. And even if it's 1 minute chess, I mean, you can make room for what you love. So a lot of times in what you love, a lot of times in what you suck at, as Maurice eloquently put.
Yeah.
But the things that you're average at, yeah, just ignore those.
Right. And because Maurice quoted Kasparov a moment ago, for me, when I knew I was getting better is when I would lose games that my opponent played well. My opponent had to beat me by playing well. Before, they didn't have to beat me by playing well. They could just beat me doing anything. That was when I knew I was getting better. So for yourselves, you can measure your own progress, the games that you are losing. If your opponent played a great game, tip of the hat, and tip of the hat to yourself that they had to play well to beat you.
Well, that's a great way to look at things. And now we have a phone call, especially for Maurice.
Uh-oh. Hello, caller. Welcome to the show.
Yes, am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is Philip from Champaign, just about 3 hours north of you. Yesterday, I was listening to the show, or I was actually re-listening this morning, and I heard Maurice, who is, very inventive with words, refer to, I mean that in the nicest way, refer to the exchange of a knight for a bishop.
Yes.
As the quote-unquote grandmaster exchange. Now I know that all the things being equal, the bishop is preferred to the knight, but I've never heard this phrase before, and I wonder if Maurice just made it up on the fly at that moment, or whether it's something that is well known.
All right, Maurice, take it.
Well, I don't think I made it up
on the fly.
On the fly this time, but I made it up on the fly some other time, a long time ago. But it is a well-known idea. And if you look at a great book, in my opinion, Reassess Your Chess, or How to Reassess Your Chess, by Jeremy Silman, he talks about the idea of imbalances. And it's, in fact, the theme of the entire book, essentially. I think the best chapters are on later positional points in the book. The point about calculation, well, something's going on right now. I'm sorry, caller. Because it looks like, okay, the game has ended in a draw. Certainly too much imbalances in that position. But the idea of how these players beat each other, they need a real imbalance. And the most natural imbalance in chess is the bishop takes knight trade. It's the one that happens the most frequently. And it's the similar pieces that allow for you to create interesting strategies around I have a bishop or I have a knight, and I'm going to use it to my advantage. Either piece is not the idea of the superiority of the bishop over the knight, because oftentimes that bishop takes knight move, and it's more sophisticated, right? Because you could play knight takes bishop. You don't get any real style points for knight takes bishop, because you just use your knight to take a bishop. You now have the two bishops advantage. That's pretty much stock and trade. It's that bishop takes knight trade, where you say, my bishop is going to disappear from the board, and I'm trading it for a knight, and I'm not necessarily getting any double pawns, isolated pawns, real weaknesses in the enemy camp. I'm just going to be left with a minor piece that my opponent doesn't have. That is what makes it so powerful tonight. And so that's why I called it the Grandmaster Exchange, because traditionally it's grandmasters who understand the fine nuances of giving up the so-called superior minor piece for the so-called inferior one, that is the bishop, for a knight. So, yeah, I probably should do a book on the topic and call it Grandmaster Exchange, and we'll be able to elucidate more examples of these really prolific number of examples on the topic.
Well, I'm glad for the call, though, because it shows we're constantly getting new viewers. Because if he thought that Maurice made that up on the spot, he hasn't listened to the show before.
I've been hearing that for a couple of years now already. The most important trade.
That's right, and he's always got great examples.
We do have a result.
We have a big result.
The draw.
Yes.
I mean, Hikaru had no problems saving the game upon that.
That's right. We've got a draw in the big match of the game, and that puts the Bobby Fischer Prize to rest. Fabiano Caruana with an even score now. Hikaru Nakamura is still with 1.5 points, along with Wesley So and Alexander Onishuk. Wow. And perhaps to be joined by Miaro. You will find out. We've got some tweets coming into our hashtag US Chess Champs. Some great, fantastic photoshops by our buddy Anton Squared Me.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, and he's got a great one of actually Jen Humer blowing out the candles on the birthday cake, causing a massive explosion that didn't really happen. And we got fire extinguishers and people who even know how to use them in her anyway.
We do? Really?
Not us. Come on. We only know how to work the chess pieces.
And there's an argument going on there, right? Yeah.
And we got a great picture of Leonard at the opening ceremony with the antlers. I love it. And John Hartman posts a link to his Chess Tech University articles where he talks about using those machines to better your chess in the most effective ways. But here we have a man who is no stranger to that. Our number 6 player in the world, 4-time champion, Hikaru Nakamura, is with Maurice Ashley.
And co-leader as of the moment is Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, today we know it was a big-time matchup, of course, between two of the world's best players and certainly two of the country's best players as well. He made you suffer.
I mean, the world's a little bit more important.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit more important. Make America first.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm speaking in jest, of course, but he made you suffer at some point in this game. He tried what looked like a draw's position. He tried to milk something from a stone.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting game. There were only a couple of really critical moments, but every single one was basically super important. So I think the first one was when Fabiano played Rookie 2.
Let's pull that up. We definitely want to take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, somehow I forgot to look at this before the game. Like at the board, I realized that for a human, when your opponent's completely prepped, you're never going to play Queen takes C6, which is what I had looked at. And so I kind of was wondering about Rookie 2, and then after Fabiano played it, I thought forever because I just wasn't sure what to do. I mean, I really wanted to play this F4 move, but I thought F4 Rookie 4 was very, very complicated, and I didn't like any of the complications that result from this, like Queen A5, Rook F4, for example. I mean, maybe I'm fine here, but something like Bishop C3 takes, Queen C3, Rook B1, for example, is probably winning for White.
Just point out that you can't capture that rook on B1, of course, because of
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can go Queen E1, Queen E6, Queen takes E6, but I mean, it was very hard to figure out. And then I think I went for the practical decision with Bishop C8, but of course it also is extremely forcing. I mean, everything just becomes very forced here after takes, Queen C7. Yeah, I kind of had seen this when I played Bishop C8, but it was hard to believe that this could be good. And then at the board, I hesitated in this position after Queen E3. I mean, this was really the second, the other critical position in the game. I mean, King F7 is I mean, I bet the computer is going to say something like King F7 and black holds. It's, completely fine. You have nothing to worry about, and it's just so obvious and so easy. But over the board, of course, it looks very scary. I mean, Bishop H4, for example, with ideas of Queen H6 are coming. I mean, again, it's probably nothing, but I was worried about something like Queen H6 idea with some like F3 and Bishop E1 also. There's also instead of Bishop H4, there's also h4, h5 as well, perhaps. I mean, I don't really know what's going on. But basically, that's why I played this bishop f7, but I didn't realize that it wasn't. For some reason, I just thought this was an easy draw, and in fact, it's not. Yeah, rook c7, d5, right. Yeah, somehow I just thought this was an easy draw, and then once Fabiano played, I realized that it's quite tricky. And in fact, if you reach this position with the bishop on h6, it's probably just losing. So had to play king g7, and I don't know, maybe there was an easier way to play it, but I think the way I played it was objectively fine. I mean, I gave up a pawn just to simplify and reach a position that should be technically drawn, but I mean, of course, in practical play, it's quite difficult. But then Fabiano, instead of really putting me to the test, he allowed this a4, a5, this trick with a5, and I mean, after I get an a5, it just becomes a very easy draw, because with the 2 versus 1, there are never any practical winning chances, really.
You had 2 blocks in a row and point and a half against 2 fine players. Good way to start the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think I had similar pairings last year as well. I think I had black against Fabiano, black against Wesley. Obviously, I lost to Fabiano last year pretty early on, but certainly it's good to have not lost in the 2 games that I've been black. So it's a good start, but obviously there are what, like 9 more rounds, I guess, something like that.
There are 9 rounds left. Yeah, there are 11 rounds of the tournament.
Yeah, there are a bunch of games left, so obviously anything can happen. And also, unlike the top events that I normally play in, there are probably going to be a lot more decisive games here. So it's not not like something where you can just win a game here, win a game there, +2, +3, and okay, that's enough for first place, because. I mean, I think already today there were, like 2 or 3 other decisive games, so there are a bunch of people on +1 having won a game already. So, long way to go, but so far so good.
You play, as a final question, you play Jeffrey Zhang tomorrow. What are your thoughts about the rising star?
Well, he's obviously very talented. I tend to know a little bit more about him because my trainer is actually from Dallas, and Jeffrey has played a lot of chess there in Dallas, so I'm a little bit more familiar with him than I think some of the other players. But obviously he's very up and coming, and I think probably of the juniors that are up and coming right now, he's significantly better than the others. So it's a good sign for American chess.
Huge compliment from you, Nakamura.
Those are big words.
I got a quick question for Nakamura. Yesterday you tweeted about how it was a great day for you, and not just because of the chess. What was that all about?
There are many things going on in life, not just chess, and I do many different things. So yeah, it was a very good day.
Little stock market stuff going on?
Yeah, but it could have gone a lot better had I not done something yesterday after the close and after hours trading. But anyway, that's not overly relevant to this term, of course. But I have many interests, many things going on, and I enjoy all of them. So
actually,
no reason to stop.
I saw you was it a 5K race running for?
Yes.
What were you running for?
Yeah, well, it was a fun 5K run. It was in Sunrise, Florida, where I have a house. It was for the American Heart Association, so it was a benefit for them. And I think too many members of my family are runners, so I kind of have to start getting into it too. I mean, my mom is running halves and full marathons. My brother has run a couple of halves as well. So I think it's certainly important to get some exercise, get out there. I think it's important that people maintain their health and have a healthy lifestyle as well.
Indeed. Certainly I champion that. Well, thanks so much, and we look forward to the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Great. Second player in the round to mention running, but we didn't get a chance to ask Hikaru if running and drinking was the key combination.
Right.
He can nod or shake his head.
Right. Okay, so we have 1 game remaining in the open section, and that, of course, is the game between Danya and Yaro. Danya has been doing his very best to hang in there after he spoiled a very big opening surprise.
But it still looks great for Yaro. I mean, he's got 2 passed. Well, he's about to have 2 passed pawns versus 1, right?
Yeah,
so.
You got this issue. Danya's going to have to deal with this issue, this breakaway pawn over here as well. I was thinking about the move Queen G2 as an idea for Danya, so that he could bring his rook to C2 and hope that he'll be able to get counter chances
Well, maybe
with
I'll
his
be able
own
to
C
sack
pawn.
and play E2.
Exactly.
Even.
There's all kinds of weird things going on, but we have our defending U.S. champion with Maurice Ashley.
That's right, Fabiano Caruana.
Well, the champ is here. Always a pleasure to have number 3 player in the world, Fabiano Caruana, on the show. Fabi, today it was a very interesting opening. Absolutely. What were your thoughts when he was racing towards this line?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what he was intending because black has so many options and there's not much theory. And I played this line against Elyanov in the Olympiad. And I won that game, although it had nothing to do with the opening. I couldn't remember much about the line. It's just, I never remember this line. So I should probably start repeating it. But I thought I got a good position at some point. I don't know, he told me that he hadn't analyzed Rook E2. And maybe the computer underestimates it because I sack some pawns for the initiative. And we got an interesting position.
And we're here right now in this position.
Yeah, if he plays like King F7, and he's up 2 pawns, but he can't move a single piece.
Yeah, he said he was not happy with playing this kind of position.
And maybe White has no ideas here, but okay, I was going to play Rook E1 just to consolidate the back rank, and then play H4 and see what his intention is, if he wants to play H5 or if he wants to allow me to play H5 in the future. And black really can never move in this position, so yeah, at least I'm not risking anything and I have a very pleasant initiative.
But you ended up getting this endgame, which was pleasant, but seems like it ended up not being enough. He said you allowed him to get rid of the A pawns.
Oh, that was really unnecessary. I was pretty optimistic here. Yeah, and I think G5 is maybe a good practical chance.
Was it here, the move A4?
Yeah, I think I should keep it on A3. I mean, I can also put it on A5, but I don't know if there's a reason to. I can also just keep it on A3 I still have very serious problems actually making progress.
Yeah, how do you win is my question. Your king could get as far as F4 pretty easily. Bishop on D4, but you have to...
It's very hard to get the king out to F4, though, because his bishop will attack G2. He'll play bishop F1, and I can't really get it. I'll have to kick his bishop away with king F2, and then we're back where we started. But at least I can play the position for a long time. And it's possible that one inaccurate move could allow me to make some progress, and, objectively it should be a draw, but there are practical chances to win.
Is it important to make a player like him suffer a little bit? Okay, we've drawn so many times, we played so many times. But this time, at least I made you suffer, add a little bit of the screws in. You did beat him 2 good games last year.
Yeah, 3 games.
3, excuse me.
3 games.
The news count.
So, yeah, at least I pressed a bit, but I'm not... My intention is not to make my opponents suffer, it's to beat them.
That's a good quote. We should make sure you write that one down. Bobby Fischer might disagree with you, by the way, but still. You have 2 draws so far in the tournament. You got somebody interesting tomorrow, a guy named Wesley So. I know you never look ahead, but we do. What are your thoughts about playing Wesley tomorrow?
I'm playing black, and it's really hard to tell the form that players are in so early in the tournament, but he's played 2 pretty normal games, and I think I've played 2, maybe not great games, but relatively normal games. So I think everything is still up for grabs.
Nakamura, before I let you go, Nakamura made a big point. He said, because of the nature of the competition, the 3 of you are the highest rated players, and then you have players who are 100 points back, rating-wise. In order to win this tournament, it's not going to be enough to go +1, +2. It's not one of those things. You're going to have to rack up some victories. Do you feel that pressure yourself, that it's important, +4, +5 is what's going to win this tournament?
Last year I needed +6 to win it clear. Otherwise I would have played, I think Nakamura and So were both on +5.
No, they were a point behind you in the end. So
okay,
I think they were
but it was
+4
very close. Even going into the last round, it could have been tied. So yeah, I think it's actually a stronger field this year, but we're going to have to rack up points, or the eventual winner will have to rack up a lot of wins.
And so do you feel the pressure? Do you feel like I got to win some games? And you play Wesley tomorrow, so that's not going to be easy in the first 3 rounds.
Well, if I get chances, I'll take them, but so far nothing huge has come my way. I had a bit of a chance today, and I didn't make the most of it, but I haven't missed any clear wins or anything. And I think sometimes points come in unexpected ways, like probably Hikaru wasn't expecting to win such a clean game yesterday without any real difficulties playing the Berlin against Ray. But, you know, sometimes things happen like that.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing that Titanic matchup tomorrow. Good luck.
Thanks.
Fabiano Caruana, the number 3 player on the planet. Some might say he's number 2. It's a few rating points. What's a few rating points between friends?
Thank you, Maurice. So where does that leave us, Jen? We've got one game going in the Open. It looks like a queen-pawn endgame between Danya and Yaro. Better for black.
We've got a dominated position by Nazi Paikidze over Katerina Nemtsova. Meanwhile, it looks like Sabina has the best of the game versus Irina. I did want to say that to me, Wesley So's first round game was above normal. I really loved it.
I thought it was fabulous.
The technique.
Yes.
So lovely. But I think that, you know, Fabiano, he's such a super guy. He never says anything bad about anyone. So this is his version of trash talk.
Yeah, really. It was normal.
Or like, remember, the same thing with Wesley. Like, he really never says anything bad about somebody. When somebody lost a bad game to him, I remember he said, you know, it wasn't his day. That's the harshest thing he can say.
Cruel, just cruel.
Yeah, exactly. But we love to have such superb sportsmen in these championships, don't we?
And this was the position that you...
We need some trash talking. Hurt their feelings. Who cares?
Okay, hurt their feelings. This is the position that Kate is facing against Naji. I didn't think she was going to be able to double her rooks on the G file. Guess what? She found that problem-like maneuver. Rook e7, got the rook up to g5, rook d7, and after b5 has just played the move rook on e7 to g7 with the big threat of checkmate on the spot.
Wow,
the only move is knight g4, and this actually transposes into a variation that Maurice had mentioned some time ago. A rook ahead for Naji. These two passed pawns. Notice his beautiful bishop, by the way. Gosh, what a perfectly posted bishop that is. Not only does it hem in white's king, but it also protects against both b6 as well as a7.
That's the great thing about bishops and endgames, that they can do both of those functions at once, right?
And you mentioned Arena. Well, that game's going on. Maurice.
Yeah, that game actually is a big problem for the 7-time champion, as she has allowed something strange to happen to her position. After the move knight e5, king to e2 did happen. Now c4, I like this maneuver. c4, removing a weakness from her position. And after b takes c4, rook to c7, instead of taking right away, knight b5 was played. And rook takes on c4. Knight d4 check. King to d5, and now this move, rook to d1. The Indians like being active with rook to b1, but she played rook d1, trying to chase the king out, and the king said, nah, I like living in your house. I'm not going anywhere. What's up with this one? And I think I saw a move happen, a knight to e6, the knight leaving this king to its own devices. That's a tricky move right now. The knight may be trying to win this pawn, but it looks as though rook to c2 check, very, very natural move. Not having been played as yet. This check is clearly rook d2 is the only move, because you can't let this king and knight start just coming in. There's going to be some mating ideas. Rook to d2, the only move, and now trade this off. And after king takes on d2, a very interesting position. The Indians giving knight f7. And is this not an interesting Zugzwang position? Look at this. It's a king and pawn ending. They say knight endings can be king and pawn endings. This knight is preventing this one from moving because you'll take on this square. So this knight is frozen. This knight is saying, stay right there because I'll take you. And I'm threatening king e5, and I'm going to take your pawn anyway. And what are you going to win? You're going to lose a pawn. It looks like this position, after the trade of rooks, is completely winning. And Irina Krush, the 7-time champion, will go down in round 2. If this happens, this looks lost. I mean, she might have some strange drawing chances, but this looks lost. This looks like she's busted. Yaz, would you agree?
Absolutely, no question about it. That's a very, very simple approach. I was looking at a more complicated variation. I much prefer what you were just espousing, rook c2, check. The complicated variation I was looking at is actually the move played by Sabina, which was knight f3. I'm thinking to myself, you get to play rook c2 check, and I wanted to deny the move rook d2 by Irina, and that was what was chosen. But rook c2 check and knight, trade rooks, played knight f7, and Arena would have been out.
Well, now she has chances to gain some counterplay of her own with rook d7 if I'm not hanging any mates.
Well, that's the problem.
But I'm trying to take h7 and make
Right.
a queen, and I'm wondering though,
Where
can you play rook c2 and
where
then
there's
after
life, there's hope.
king
Kind of
d1
thing.
and
Let's say so if you do take on h7, I'm got king takes.
But there's no mating attack
There's
anymore.
no mating
it's gone,
attack.
and
Yeah.
that H pawn is real.
That is true. Just something like
And
this.
there it is.
Yeah.
The rook has appeared
h7.
on d7. Big miss by
But is there some,
Sabina
it looks
Foyser.
like, I mean, those pieces are swarming. There's got to be, there's no ideas here for black to make things tricky.
Let me try that one again, Maurice.
Okay,
Rook
so
c2 check,
king
king
d1.
d1, and let me drop back. Your knight is very strong on the e6 square. Let me try to nudge your knight if I can.
I hate to tell you that the Indians are saying that you're much worse now.
Oh no, rook e7.
Rook e7.
Rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7 threatens knight
I
d8.
discovered.
I mean, it looks like you can play king d3.
But now I got knight f4.
But now check, get out of there,
Yeah.
move, give me the h pawn.
I was trying to get the knight out of the way so I could slip in knight takes g5 and protect my h7 pawn. Not working.
But this
And a
one's gonna-
resignation.
Yes,
Yes.
so Nazi, because he has pulled in the point, and by the way, that Irina Sabina game, less than 10 minutes combined on the clock now. So
Oh my.
the complex endgame could get really topsy-turvy as the seconds tick down.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, I'm not so confident in Yarrow's winning chances, because to me it seems like his king might be in need of cover.
Right.
I'm wondering if Danya might just be able to, especially with that pawn on e6 blocking, that pawn on f5 blocking some
Escape
squares,
routes, yeah.
some escape routes. I'm wondering
Yeah.
how are we going to shield from the checks if we just invade with the queen on e6 or something like that, or a7?
Yep.
Are we just going to be checking all day, even if we give
So-
up the b2 pawn?
Yarrow's last move, queen c2, invited that very question for Danya to ask. What are you going to do after a move like queen e6? I'm setting up for what you mentioned, check and taking the pawn. And if you go after my pawn, well, I got a perpetual check on the spot, don't I? Or do I?
And we have yes, we do have a victory in the Nazi Paikidze game.
Sorry,
our
I did
reigning
it
women's
wrong.
championship has scored her first victory of the tournament.
Absolutely, and a big one against her Olympic teammate, Katja.
And meanwhile, Irina's game against Sabina, another Olympic matchup in the women's, really could go either way. I mean, all three results are possible in this position, especially with the ticking time bomb.
Let's see the finish to that game, by the way the Nazi won her game. Let's see. We left it at a point in the game.
Let's take a look at the final position and see how Nazi wrapped it all up.
When we left it, we just saw this crushing blow. Rook e7, g7, threatening the checkmate on g1.
Compelling knight g4.
And sacrificing a knight. Now you're a rook ahead, and you're very happy with yourself, but you still have to win the game. Rook c7, rook d5, oops, the rooks are about to flood into the second rank, and then there's going to be a checkmate on h2. And in the meanwhile, this bishop is just awesome. This bishop is a monster. I think there's going to be nightmares in Katja's dreams tonight about a bishop keeping these protected passed pawns at bay. So a nice victory.
Indeed, and we do have a few moves in the game between Irina and Sabina. We have rook c2 check, followed by rook takes a2 and rook takes h7.
What we saw.
So just our first, the most kind of natural
capture is kind of
line
like king takes e3, but we didn't see the checkmate. If the white king was on f1, there'd be threats. For the king on d1, the white king is about to dance away, and as Maurice was saying, that h pawn is real.
Very dangerous, and so Sabina's taken on e3, and what she's maybe going to have to do is play rook h2 at some point just to stop the pawn from queening.
No doubt about it.
And see if she can get one of her past pawns running. But we have a guest, reigning champion, Nazi Paikidze, with her first victory of this women's championship.
Well, showing why she is indeed the reigning champion, Nazi Paikidze outplaying her opponent, Katerina Nemtsova, in a tough battle. First of all, congratulations, Nazi.
Thank you.
This game was uneven. There was a point where things looked very good for you, and then it looked like some of it went away, and then it looked like you got control again and some time pressure. What was it feeling like when you were playing the game?
So first, I think I surprised my opponent by playing c5 because I haven't played Sicilian in like 5 years. And then I think she played too passively. I got huge space advantage and pushed pawns really far. And towards the move 40, when we were reaching the time control, I blundered e6 actually when I sacrificed that pawn. But luckily, her pieces were so bad on g2 and h2 that my position was still good. Probably she could have played better, but I mean, it was really difficult to calculate, especially in time trouble. But after the time control, I think I was very confident that I was going to win.
Yeah, this was definitely a comfortable game once you got to this end game. I like this maneuver, rook to e7. This computer's first choice. When did you strike up on this move?
I was actually calculating many different ideas, but that was the safest one because she has some other, some defense, like if I play rook g5 and rook g7 right away, I think she has rook d8 check on king h7, knight g4. That was after h4.
After h4, right. I'm talking about right at this moment.
Here, I thought that was... I mean, I have the rook d7 option.
Right.
So, because of that, I played rook e7 mostly.
Winning with black against such a good player, I mean, Katerina is a great player. That must be a good day at the office.
Yeah, it feels great. I was number 7, so I started with 2 blacks. And to have 1.5, and I have already been in Katerina. So, of course, a great start.
Are you looking at the other players to see how they do? How do you handle that while the tournament's going on?
I actually have no idea. I saw games yesterday, and I felt really bad for Anna for what happened, but...
Well, she fixed that today with a win.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't see today's results. I'm just concentrating on my games.
Makes a lot of sense. Before I let you go, we were talking to Nakamura, and he mentioned... We mentioned running and the fitness regime that it seems everybody has. I know that you're famous for being in the gym. What's your fitness regime like?
Yeah, I'm at the gym every other day, and recently I started playing squash with my husband. It's a great cardio workout. Yeah, I think fitness is just as important as practicing and studying chess.
All right, well, there's the formula, people. Make sure you're hitting the gym too, not just those pawns and the potato chips. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, I totally agree. Whatever you do, make sure you love it and you're going to stick with it. The Irina Sabina game is just totally blowing up. I mean, let's take a look at the position on the board. Irina has 2 minutes left. Sabina has 5. Actually, Irina's clock is ticking down, and it looks like the move 95 was just played. And I think she's trying to play king d3 now. Well, she's just defending the g6 pawn.
Oh, wait, knight d3. Knight d3 is one of those funny business moves because rook d2 is mate. So don't think it's just passive.
Irina is, yeah, I mean, Sabina is coming in with some threats here.
Yeah,
Irina has to be very careful.
Knight switches roles. She needs to pay attention to that. What did she play? Knight.
The funny thing is she could have played knight, she could have tried knight e1 to d3 as well as knight e5 to d3.
Yeah,
That's pretty cute, right? Knight e1, king e1, rook a1 mate.
But
okay,
knight f8.
I think we have knight f8 on the board.
But of course, knight e5 makes more sense because it's more centralized. But that's pretty visual, right? You got to admit. Knight on e1.
Yes.
In this particular situation, after knight f8, now you're trying to play rook e7 check if I play knight d3, right?
Exactly.
And if I play king d3, what do you do? Because now you can't check me on f4 like you could before.
I'd probably get on my bicycle and try to run away.
Well, yeah, better. And now if I play, I'm just trying to threaten checkmate. I've got a one-track mind here. And if I play knight c4, threatening another checkmate.
Well, it's kind of strange because
you're coming over to b1.
you're kind of forcing me into the corner, but you're not putting me in a checkmating net. You're not going to catch me, I don't
Indeed,
think.
that tempo is kind of key when you play King B1, isn't it? So now if I move my rook to, for instance, H2 to avoid a imminent disaster. Now I'm trying to move my king over to C3, but
even that's not made.
And even that's
unless
not
you have
made.
some knight.
No, I got to get to B3,
Right.
and then after
And
rook
then it is
B7,
a
I can
check.
play knight B6 at least.
Yeah, but then the king can move, and then
Yeah.
we're back on the other side.
And now we're back where we started.
There's got to be a knight move that corners you, but that doesn't look like mate. I don't think there's a mate. There's no more mate.
No.
And here we have Sabina, understandably thinking. She's got just over 3 minutes on the clock. Irina with under 2 minutes, and we're going to see what Sabina comes up with shortly because, hey, she's got to move.
Isn't
right?
that sad? I mean, if she had found rook down C2 check, the game's over.
Right.
She'd be winning. Rook
Absolutely.
C2. If we go back a few moves from this position, one more move.
Yeah.
Right here, after knight
After
e6.
knight e6,
If she
yeah.
just doesn't let this rook get active, just play rook c2 check. That's it. In this situation, the king cannot run away. That was the key. And if she trades rooks, then the move knight f7
freezes.
But, by the way, it looks simple. That's some nice world-class understanding.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's hard.
That's not easy.
That's
not easy. The computer might find it quickly, and guys like Yasser Seirawan. But that's some world-class stuff right there. To realize you go into the night ending and freeze everything. That's good stuff.
And besides that, you can totally understand from Sabina's point of view that she saw some of these variations with the knight and the king and the rook encroaching the white king. And, if she missed one defensive opportunity by Irina, she could have fooled herself into thinking it was a win.
Sure.
But it does point out the whole idea that if you can win with little time in a way that liquidates the position, hallelujah, because then you...
Simple chess is good chess.
Here you got to worry about losing the game. All three results in the air.
And I will tell you, as a player below a level of a Seirawan, myself, you would look at this at the end and you'd say, well, I thought it was a mating attack. It didn't quite work out. But the simple line, why didn't I see that? And Sabina will kick herself, as would I. Why didn't I see that? You know what? You're not as good as these guys. That's why. It's a little difference. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. Somebody like Yasser will just be like, where's the simple line? You're out, and you're gone.
Yeah.
And that endgame technique will just play a big role there, and it's automatic. But you're a little bit lower level, you start seeing other ghosts and other possibilities and mating nets, and you want to keep all the advantages that you have. The knight, the rook, the king. This looks like mate. I'm going to get it. And then it's... What happened?
Under 1 minute alert
I thought I was
for
winning.
Sabina
But
Voiger.
now she's in some trouble.
And
she
she's played,
just played the move king d3, I believe. Yes, she has. Threatening mate, the same mate that you like to threaten, Jen.
And now, but the knight's, you got the wrong position, I think. The knight's on still on e6.
No, the knight's on f8 right now. There it is on the board.
Right. Gotcha, you're right.
So black's up a pawn, by the way. We should make the material count. Black's up a pawn, threatening mate, should be winning, is not winning.
Exactly.
But listen, they both have a minute and a half left. This is a complicated endgame to play on the increment, and that's what's going to be happening. Irina,
and we're
with her,
expecting the king c1 move now by Irina.
and she has played it. Yeah. After thinking for about 20 precious seconds, but it's Sabina now on move, and is she going to play knight c4, or do you think she's going to continue?
I'm pretty sure. I mean,
she could start with king c3.
Well, because then there's a rook check on. Oh, then
there's still knight c4.
There's still, yeah. I'm thinking that when she got on this track of chasing down and combining rook, knight, and king to checkmate her opponent, that like knight c4, it keeps going in this direction, right? Doesn't she always
reached for the knight, but now she's gone back, and now she's under a minute, 45 seconds left on her clock, as she changes her mind perhaps about what to play.
Well, doesn't she always have a perpetual in hand, though? After we get this position, after rook h2, h7. I played the move h7. Maybe that's not the best move, but surely she'll always have a perpetual in the position.
How with a
knight a3 check.
Oh, knight a3 check. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were looking at rook h1 and rook h2 and king
seconds.
coming to b3. Well, she better play a move soon. Uh-oh. Is she going to go under 10 seconds? Is she going to freeze?
She's going under 10 seconds.
And she's played none of the moves that we saw. F4 on the board.
F4. Now,
But
that's the big surprise right there.
And now
F4.
Irina wasn't expecting this move. Now she's going, perhaps approaching under a minute quite soon, too.
An engine saying that now white is winning. Knight takes G6 is winning for white, according to the engines. Eyeballing that F4 pawn and offering a trade, a huge advantage for white if knight takes G6. Simply winning a pawn, challenging the knight, and the knight F4 check idea as well. That's critical because there's a pawn sitting on an F4.
That's right. So that'll. But after knight G6.
You know, guys, what this reminds me of, you have
C3.
these two good moves, King C3 and Knight C4. Both moves make sense. And you can't decide which one to use, so you
play a third.
You play the third.
Caruana and Kotov in the Think Like a Grandmaster.
Wow, we all read the same books. Look at that. 47 seconds, though, to decide whether or not this pawn is a munchy one.
Yeah.
Should I take it now? And her time is now ticked down.
Because, hey, there's still a lot to think about. She has to think about knight G6 and the move King C3.
No, there's H7. I mean, you're also eager to promote your pawn to a queen. Knight takes G6.
By the way,
H7
loses. H7 loses.
H7 even loses.
Will the 7-time
actually
champion
loses, although I don't know that they're going to find all those moves. But H7 actually loses on the board. So knight G6 is the right move.
And there she's done it. The
That's why
7-time champ. She's done it with 15 seconds left on the board.
Knight takes G6. Knight takes G6 right away. Rook takes G6 is the answer. F3.
She's boldly playing moves that look like they win, but she's lost. The move H6 to H7 now ends the game effectively, although there's some calculation to make. But the move H7 is possible, and if you play F2, then simply get the rook behind it. Rook to F6. It's just simple math now.
So what's the story, Maurice, after H7, Rook H2?
Let's bring that up. Let's bring that up, please.
I got it.
On the screen, but we don't see it right now on the live screen. We need to see it.
There.
All right, there it is.
So H7, Rook H2. No, she hasn't.
Rook D6 check instead. The move, I can talk about it. H7, Rook H2 is just simply Rook D6 check. And change the game and play G6.
I got you.
You just play G6, you got two passed pawns.
She's played Rook D6.
But she played Rook D6 check instead. So let's get that up on the screen. Let's get back to the live board on the screen there. Rook D6 check has been played.
And King is going to E3 or E2? E3. I'm pretty sure. So let's imagine.
And Rook D6 is winning as well. This is still a big advantage for white. The engines are giving her as much almost a queen advantage. The engines are seeing white queening quite shortly. And King backing up. Oh, you can feel the pain of that retreat.
Right.
No way that's going to work out.
And have the players made... No, there's no third type control.
Yeah.
It's increments throughout. It's increments through the rest of the...
And that move just has to be bad. King C3 she saw was Rook C6 check and then H7 anyway, because the mate would be lifted.
Right.
So she just came back out of time pressure, but she's just gone now. It's over.
Right.
H7, and the game
is
is over. That F-pawn is not strong enough to do any damage, and those two pass pawns connected are all she wrote.
She's played it.
She has played it.
Rook H2 is forced. You got to get the rook behind the pass pawn. Then I'm assuming G6, and F2 is going to be met by Rook F6. And then G7 is going to queen a pawn and arena crush in a time trouble wobbly game will have saved a losing position.
But an entertaining treat for the spectators to see the thrills and spills of that weekend game.
Entertaining for us, but I can tell you their heart rate just was pounding in this last 20
no
minutes.
need to run tonight. They got all their cardio from those last few moves.
Oh no! I think Sabina is going to need to find some kind of exercise to get this one out of her, because she had such a simple win with rook down check, followed by trading rooks, and then she led her back in the game, and then she still had a draw, and it was only after she played this move F4 in time pressure did she lose. So she's going to say, I was completely, you know how it is. I was winning. I was completely fine, and then I had to play like a moron. You kick yourself constantly over these kind of games. These are the ones that really hurt. And you know you had the U.S. 7-time champion, women's 7-time champion in your clutches.
Right.
It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt, and I can see resignation coming shortly.
And meanwhile, the other game that we still have on
There's
tap
another game?
there is another game. Yaroslav versus Danya, and it looks like the Black King is not going to find any haven. And beyond that, these players also, of course, soon to be on increment. Yaro with just a minute left, and Naroditsky with 3.
Of course, I was joking because this game is going to be perpet, and there's nothing to do about it, and so it doesn't matter. They're just making moves. White now up a pawn, but it doesn't matter. He just simply has to keep checking Black.
Although he didn't. He pushed his H-pawn forward.
Did he push his H-pawn or G-pawn?
H. It says H5. But Black can also choose to start making perpeps. The White King has no shield. So either side kind of can decide, hey, when do I want to bail out? And I think...
Who's going to perpet who?
Yeah, who's going to perpet who? Wait, is it better to be perpeted or to perpet?
I like to perpet. I want to be in charge of the checking, please.
Yeah, but you could argue that you know I'm so close to beating you that you punked out and perpeted.
Right.
Know that you blinked.
Yeah,
that's
sure,
right.
baby.
So that's what Naroditsky's trying to say here.
No. You forced the check. I was going to promote my pawn.
That's right. I was crushing the guy, and he just found this perpet.
Lucky man.
So you can spin it either way you want, but however it spins, somebody's getting perpeted.
Well, let's get our eyes back on the other game because it should be concluding shortly.
Yeah.
We were just seeing this very, very strong move, Rook F8.
And we do have a draw in the Naroditsky-Yarovuki game that was entertaining, of course, from the very beginning with H4, giving Naroditsky a tougher defensive task, perhaps, than he would have liked.
Yeah, he spoiled a huge opening surprise because it did work out well, and Irina Krush back in the mix with a big turnaround victory today.
That's right. She's now tied for the lead in the Women's Championship. And the Fisher Prize is already laid to rest. So those of you who had under on 3 games...
I thought it was going to be 3 rounds, yeah.
So everybody who had the under, collect your moolah. Because
exactly.
There is no more Fisher Prize just 2 rounds into this event.
Well, again, it's the scale of the competition itself has just become so much stronger. The players, thanks to the use of their engines and databases, they're so better prepared. They know so much. It's really, really hard to catch a top-flight grandmaster, and to catch 11 of them, I don't think we're ever going to see that record equalized.
And in the Women's Championship, too, you see all of these games are tough. You know, there might be an exception or two by one of the youngsters in a veteran matchup. There's occasional lopsided games, but for the most part, it's fight, fight, fight.
Exactly. And
while we're waiting for our last couple of guests for today's show, let's take a look at the pairings for tomorrow.
What are we doing tomorrow, Jennifer?
Well, Wesley So versus Fabiano Caruana, that is an epic matchup, so we hope that you will all be joining us. Onishuk versus Shanklin. Onishuk on a roll. I mean, he seemed quite confident today, so I'll be looking forward to that game.
And Sam was shaky making a draw today.
2 players who have shown some shaky moments in this tournament so far will be battling, Ray Robson and Gata Kamsky. And also Nakamura having kind words for his 16-year-old opponent, Jeffrey Zhang. And, you know, Nakamura doesn't always speak kindly about all of his young opponents. So
exactly.
I think those compliments really were very loud, in fact.
And genuine.
And that's right. And meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, a massive battle. We've got Tatev Abrahamian versus Irina Krush.
Wow.
That's always a game we love to see. And speaking of the lady, 7-time champ Irina Krush with a big victory today that easily could have gone the other way.
A titanic struggle between 2 Olympians. Irina Krush overcame her teammate. Hey, when it's the U.S. Women's Championship on the line, friendship goes out the window. Irina, today you had from the opening what looked like a gorgeous position, and somehow it slipped away. And then it turned out you might have even lost this game at the end if she hadn't slipped up and allowed you this great counterplay with rook to d7. A truly back and forth struggle. What were your emotions as you were playing in the competition?
Well, mostly I was just sickened by my play. You know, as you said, I had a very good position from the opening. Really messed it up completely. I mean, I had like maybe 2 extra tempos at least on some normal positions, and I think my move h4, you know, allowing bishop g4 wasn't right. I don't think I should have allowed the exchange of light squared bishops. After that, I think I lost a good chunk of my advantage.
I think the engine at that moment actually had you sacking the pawn on h3, like rook g1 and a bishop h3.
Oh, really? Like in that back?
Right here, yeah, right in this moment, the move rook hg1 of all just to stop this. And if she dares to take it, then play rook g3.
Interesting.
And rook h1 and get a big attack that way.
Yeah, I was thinking about the move rook d to g1.
That's
you know, yeah, without sacrificing anything and then playing h4. And then somehow I thought, well, I guess she's going to play c5 here while my rook is away. But really, I should have allowed this. Yeah, here there might be like c4 and b5. So I thought I was going to have to take on c5.
That's
oh, you're going to go this way.
That's probably the reason why the rook is still on d1, to kind of deter the potential move
b5 here
of any c5. But the game continued, and you ended up in this endgame. And we want to jump to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think her move, yeah, right, exactly here, this move knight e4, I don't think it was the best way to play. I think the move knight c4 was already just perfectly fine for black. And you can see that, you know, white really misses the light squared bishop in this position. I mean, obviously white's bishop was better than black's. It was, I think, a very big mistake to trade it. And knight c4 with the idea of just keeping the knight out of e5, because knight e5 was going to be my next move. So knight e4, I could see how she was sort of tempted by it, but knight d2, she has a problem defending this e4 pawn. I think she intended probably to have her knight on d5, you know, with ideas of knight b4 somewhere. But yeah, there's exactly rook h4 is the refutation of knight d5 here. So she had to go knight f5, and then I played rook c1 to stop these c5 ideas. I missed this rook d8, which is a really strong maneuver of the rook to d5. So here I felt like pretty much lost my advantage again. Yeah, we can make a few moves. I mean, okay, white's, you know, preferable. And here I felt like I got it back as we went into this end game. And king b1. Yeah, this next move was just horrendous, king d1. I mean, why not rook f4? Stopping the move f5. It's not clear which pawns.
You actually have to see the move f5
right.
was
Well,
coming.
That's what you're supposed to. You're supposed to notice your opponent's ideas. You're supposed to see their only moves. And I had kind of seen this f5, but I mean, why? I mean, I didn't. Rook f4. Black can barely move, actually. Right? They can't make any pawn breaks on the king side. It looks like there's no f pawn move. There's no h6 because the rook will come to f6.
Doesn't b6 chase your knight out of?
Yeah, she could go b6 and I just go knight a4 and back to c3. So she could do that, but there's no f5.
No,
I mean, such a helpful move. I mean, to allow black to do that, you can see why I wasn't feeling very good about my play. I just played quite badly.
All right, so let's move forward. Fast forward, please, because by the time we got around here, it looked like you were still okay until this happened. Rook d1 was a mistake. Rook b1 was the correct move, according to the engines. And did you notice that after rook d1, king e4,
knight e6,
knight e6, that rook c2 was winning?
Well, I guess not. Yeah, knight f3 gave me a lot of chances. Rook c2, rook d2, and are you going to round up this pawn somehow?
Trade and then play knight f7.
Knight f7.
With king e5 as a threat, and the g pawn goes.
Yeah.
And you get nothing.
Yeah, well, things were bad, and I can show you an example of what I looked at. It was kind of difficult to calculate here. Like in this moment, instead of knight e6, my first intention had been knight b3. So I was thinking I could make a draw here with this move, knight b3, rook c2, rook d2, rook takes d2, knight takes d2, king d5, and I thought this move e4 might save me. You know, pawn takes e4, king e3. So I'm kind of close to getting this pawn. Knight g4, king f4. And here, actually, the move e3, knight f3, I get the pawn back. I think I make a draw. But the problem is, wait, what is the problem? In fact, the problem is knight f2. Yeah, before playing. No, not right here, Yasser. Right before, right, knight f2 here. And after king e3, the knight doesn't go to g4 anymore, it goes to d1. So then my whole plan of rounding up this pawn didn't work, so I had to
c3 and...
I had to backtrack, and I went for this knight e6 and kind of hoped. And yeah, knight f3, things changed kind of quickly because, you know, my whole hope that game had been that h7 pawn.
Yeah.
Really, my whole
It
hope.
made your whole G5, G8, 6 thing look good. But if she had just kept your rook out of the game, then you just lose.
Yeah.
All right, you got a big game tomorrow against Tatev Abrahamian, who drew her game today. So that's a big matchup all the time. It's a big matchup, but you've had some good results against her.
Yeah. Generally, I've done all right. So last year, I think it was a draw. Had a better position, but I messed that one up. So yeah, this time I'm black. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing that Titanic game. I
Thank
appreciate you coming down and spending a few moments with us. 7-time champion Irina Krush after maybe a sloppy win, but hey, a point is a point is a point.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Irina. Congratulations, Irina. A very hard-fought game indeed. What a matchup we have tomorrow, Jennifer. Let's take a look at the standings as we go into tomorrow's round 3.
Well, the Fisher Prize has been left to rest in both tournaments, but we've got lots of great players in the running. 4 players tied for first in the championship, and not necessarily the ones that you would expect. Of course, Nakamura and So, but also Onashuk and Akobian joining the party. And it's going to be a fun party indeed, especially as tomorrow we see 2 of those. We actually see 2 of the very big favorites face off.
Wesley and Fabi.
That's right,
and
Wesley and Fabiano. And meanwhile, in the women's championship, there's also a little party at the top, but this is actually quite expected. It's Nazi, the defending champion, perennial top finisher in the women's championship, Tatev Abrahamian, and Irina Krush, our 7-time champion. Anna Zatansky pulling herself back to the middle of the pack with a win today, much needed. And I'm really looking forward to the Irina Tatev battle tomorrow.
And I'm looking forward to the Fabiano Wesley. Maurice, close the show for us with final thoughts, please.
Well, when I think about this tournament, I always like to know who's playing well. Who's the guy who you should be looking at, or the lady who is showing that she's a boss. And right now, I see 2 players on the men's side, clearly so, in Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. And certainly Fabi, you know, it was a little bit shaky in the first game. And then this next game, he might have had a little bit of whisper of chances, but he hasn't shown his superpowers just yet. So he's still in the mix. But those 2 at the top really look like they're in great form. Can't wait to see the game tomorrow. And on the ladies' side, wow, Nazi Paikidze looks like a boss. I mean, while everybody else is playing shaky chess, Irina today played very shaky, could have lost. Tatev, she won that first game, but not that impressive. Anna Zatonsky blundering a rook in one move. But Nazi Paikidze, hey, maybe she's not playing the most dominating chess, but she's showing that she's a fighter. And when the pressure comes on, she's like, I'm the U.S. women's champ now. I know how to handle the tough situations. I think that game against Irina was a game changer last year in really elevating her self-esteem and her confidence. So we're going to see some Titanic battles tomorrow, and looking forward to round 3. The championships is starting to round into shape as we get settled here in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice.
Can't wait. Join us tomorrow for round 3 of the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's at 12:50, and that's 1:50 on Eastern Time.
Good night, everyone.